Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the special Thursday edition of High on Politics. Yes, we are streaming on a Thursday. Yeah, there's so much to get to, and honestly, yeah. I was toying with taking the night off, but as I said, there's so much to get to, and honestly, kind of wanted to hang with you guys. So, welcome to the show. Making dinner, nice. And listening. Well, I appreciate you listening in there, Pinkerbell. Thank you for stopping on by. Also, Etch, what up? Yeah, oh, wow, they did give you guys shields instead of wrenches. What's going on with YouTube? Yeah, I still got the wrenches on my side here. But yeah, I just noticed that they changed your mod thing to a shield, which I hate to say that actually works a little bit better. The shield, I gotta, because you're technically shielding me, so you know what? I'm not sure if you still see wrenches? Yeah, I'm seeing shields right now. But yeah, hey, you know what? YouTube's YouTubing. But what's up, the Pucks? How you doing, dude? Good to see you. Meta the Cat, how you doing over on Twitch? Hermit, good to see you. And Fred, starting it off. How you doing, man? And Hawk. How you doing, man? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you stopping by and saying hello. That is quite the name you got there, so that's kind of funny. I hope I said it right. But yeah, we are going to be going through some stuff. So I don't usually do this. I don't usually do a deep dive into like finance by any means, because this is not a finance channel. But some of the stuff that's going on today is directly tied to what we've been talking about with Epstein and Trump, as far as like his policies and everything that's going on with crypto today, is a good indicator of the broader economy right now. So chat sees the shield too. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, I was about to say that's weird that anybody's still seeing the wrench then, because yeah, I'm seeing all shields here. But hello Grippy. All right, every once in a while I'll see a name even though it's a troll, and I gotta kind of just go, yeah, all right, that's a little funny. Turkeyden. Are you saying hello from Turkey? Or are you... I don't know what you're saying there, but you know what? I try. But also, happy late 420. I was gonna try and start at 6, but I had some technical difficulties on my end. It seems to be a growing trend. I was right about the update, by the way, and what it did just so what crashed my stream the other day, it was a Streamlabs thing. You know what? You gotta love OBS. You just gotta love it. I love the Turkey Den. Thoughts on Freddie who? Freddie who? Alright, now I have no idea. See, I saw that Post Malone was pictured in it. I thought that was a little wild. Yeah, but okay, so who's that guy? Who's Freddie Fazbear? I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. Oh, God. Oh, man, does that mean that, like, technically, because when were they in the files? That means that I was old. Even in 2016, it's just like, nope. It's from a game. Oh. Well, then. Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, see, I am old. God damn it. I don't know. I'm gonna go see the Iron Lung movie coming up here, hopefully this weekend. Not this weekend, possibly in a week if it's still in theaters. But yeah, I I got a friend that's really into, oh my God, I'm already forgetting his fucking name. Markiplier. He's showed me a lot of his content. That was one of the ones where I was just like, I barely watch the guy's content, but because my friend is so into him, why not make him happy? Ariana, hello, welcome, welcome. I'm old, acting like he wasn't prime age for fans when it came out. When did Five Nights at Freddy's come out? Here, let's see. At Freddy's debut. Let's see. 2014? No. What is it? Because, yeah, it was like a computer horror game, right? Or is a computer horror game. I know very little of it. I know it has 2 movies now, and I know that like my younger brother liked it, and he was like, my younger brother was really into like Walking Dead and that kind of stuff. So but yeah, no, never really got into it. Haven't seen the movies. Are they any good? I know very, very little about this, but I'm not trying to act old there, John Denzel. I'm just stating facts, man. You know, I was definitely not the prime age, because let's see, how old was I? Fucking 2014. I think it was like 25 or some shit. But I don't know. Either way, I am surprised about the whole revelation about, Bitcoin funding, which that is the reason that Bitcoin is not doing well today. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that a lot of crypto bros aren't exactly thrilled with that. Yeah. Bitcoin is down. Let's be real. When Bitcoin's down, it's literally still up. Like, I'm not one of those guys. I don't play into speculative markets. I don't gamble. I have literally been burned by the whole gambling thing. Well, literally been burned. I mean, I've literally lost a lot of money on taking a gamble on stock market kind of stuff where, you guys remember penny stocks? That's not what I lost on, but I'm just saying, you guys remember that too? Like, it's always the same shit. It's always like this get rich quick shit. And honestly, Bitcoin was the one that I kind of wish I would have listened a little bit, more to, because I had some friends that, they were early adopters and they're doing pretty well. So, but good for them. I genuinely, am happy for them. I hope they don't go down that evil pathway once they make enough. Like, once you get past that $100 million, I swear to God, something breaks in your brain and it just makes you, something clicks and it just makes you evil. Like, it makes you give in to like the primal like urge to just be the worst version of yourself. That's my take lately, because holy shnikes. Reading the Epstein files the last few days has been a lot. It's definitely been a lot. We're going to discuss very little of that today. We're going to take a little break, and then on Saturday, I'm going to go into a deeper dive with it. I also know on Saturday that there's a protest happening, and I will likely be covering that. I'd rather be evil than broke. I'm not sure about that one, man. Also, if that's the case, then I would like you to kindly see yourself off the planet. Let the aliens take you, buddy, or catch the... I think that's what we need to do to all, like, people that think like that. Once you just go, I'd rather be evil than, or I'd rather be evil than poor. You know what, man? I'm dead serious. Like, Starship, get the fuck out. That's the easiest one ever, but... And this is, that's the weirdest part. Is, like, how much you don't understand that it could just happen at any moment to you. But, sup from Argentina. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome from Argentina. 40th stream. Oh, damn, Hermit. Yeah, man, you got yourself a nice little record going there. Keep it up. That's awesome. Hell yeah. You're doing great. How about me? I'm doing okay. Had a weird day. Gotta be honest. It was just like it was a weird day. it was one of those emotional days where like a lot of shit hit me. Like, yeah. Oh, just because like I was just about to say like, my wife has cancer, as you can see with the cancer fund, and like a lot of like good emotions hit me, but also just like the wave of where we were before we got some good news recently, where beforehand, like during her first few rounds of chemo, we didn't really know, and it's weird. It's like my brain caught up and finally recognized that, where I was just like, holy shit, I had no idea how like she was gonna be, and she was kind of in the same boat. So yeah, today was like my day where I kind of like caught up to it, where I was just like, oh wow. Like I had therapy today. That was also a big thing, and it was something I kind of brought up where I was just like, yeah, I think that I finally had the chance to really sit down and process this, and it hit. It was definitely like, I've been through a lot. Kind of also went through like, you know, just the last year and a half, realized that we're coming up to my mom's death anniversary, which is it's bad. Come on, bro, put your moral BS aside. Nope. Would you rather easily support yourself and your family? No. If it means that you're taking from other people and you're creating a worse situation for the world, fuck off. Honestly, you're not creating a better situation for your kids. Like, dude, no, that type of selfishness is literally what's killing the planet right now, man. That's why, like, this whole idea of we can't tax billionaires to fund, you know, more social programs, you know, yeah, you're never the one at the top. No, he's in my chat. If one of the billionaires from the top is in my chat right now saying this shit, then that's just fucking wild. It's like I was saying yesterday. Those are the types where then I challenge them to just donate as much as humanly comfortable to them, because yeah, I always do say, if you got that much money, what the fuck are you doing? You got the opportunity to change somebody's life. Wouldn't you take it? But deliberately leaving the world a worse place needs to be a capital offense. I mean, I don't have kids. I don't have the intent on having children. So, yeah. Even I believe that, you know, and that's the thing, because it kind of takes away that argument where it's like, oh, well, I'm doing this for because I have a stake in it with my kids, because I care about my kids. You're not going to be a billionaire one day. You are not going to be a billionaire one day. I hate to break this to you, Bobby, you are maybe going to see like the $100 million mark, and then you're fucked. And I mean that, because the thing is, they don't want you there. They only want a certain level, like a certain type of person to kind of make that much money. But yeah, no, you just kind of showed your ass right here. Like, this is what I was talking about. The people that are just like, oh, you know what? I hope to be a billionaire one day, so I'm going to protect my future earnings by kneecapping myself every fucking time that I get to vote on a referendum or a politician that might change something. Glizzy gobbler. That's exactly what he is. He is definitely gobbling the glizzies of the fucking the rich, and thinking, oh, one day I'm gonna be one. One day I will be a billionaire. One day. It's not gonna happen, bro. I don't care how much fucking Bitcoin you have. I don't care how much investments you have. Fuck. I'm gonna just say this, like, I don't know, Bob. I'm gonna guess what you do. You strike me like a middle-aged dude that runs his own business, because it's usually business owners. But I'm gonna guess that you're in some kind of labor. I'm okay with 100 million. That's enough to feed my folks. Don't care about you or anyone else. Oh, okay. See, this is what makes it hard for me to like consistently, like, to keep my consistency in my morals as far as wanting these people to have the social safety nets, because I genuinely think, like, in a perfect world, karma would just take care of this, where it's just like, oh, Oh, you don't want anybody having social safety nets? You don't want any of this stuff? Okay, well, no, too bad. Did you fall on hard times? Can you not get approved for anything? Oh, no. Well, that sucks for you and your family. Gold and land, probably only real wealth. Land more so than gold, but even if you have like a mortgage, like even if you own your house, you really don't own your house. Trust me, man. Try not paying your taxes on that same home and see what happens. I don't know, man. I gotta say, we are definitely in a new era of a gilded age, which the internet has made it so like this dipshit, honest to God, thinks that one day, just one day, if he just makes the right decision or goes to the gas station at the right time, he too will become one of the upper echelons. But yeah, like I said, he's not going to, and he's going to continue to vote against his self-interest, but whatever. But honestly, ask yourself, your children are starving, there's one rotisserie chicken left on Earth, are you going to fight for it? That's such a stupid fucking example, because really, like, this has always been my problem with, like, the conservatives, is they always take it to, like, well, what if The Walking Dead happened tomorrow? You guys live in a fucking la-la land of, like, oh my God, the apocalypse. If the apocalypse happens, I want to make sure I'm ready. I want to make sure that I'm prepared. I've got my buckets of food. You know, I bought it from Alex Jones, and I'm good. I made sure that I have my own little bunker. Like, Jesus. What a fantasy. I mean, for real. Like, that's the thing, too, where it's like, wait. So, in this scenario, you think that I wouldn't fight for the last rotisserie? The thing is, you also go to rotisserie chicken. This motherfucker lives such a suburban life. He's thinking of going to Costco and fucking knocking an old lady over on the, the last rotisserie chicken. Prepper buck. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Not all of us have moms feeding us every night. Did you not catch the part where my mom's dead? Yeah, I'm gonna make you feel bad about that one. Good job. Yeah, now I'm gonna double, quadruple down on making fun of your loser ass. Cause, yeah. Now I don't care. See, once you take the gloves off, I'm gonna meet you on your level. So, Bob, the biggest loser in chat today is Bob. Sitting here defending billionaires, saying that, oh my God, what if the last rotisserie chicken, like, this is, again, what this guy's brain is, where he's always thinking about what if it's the last fucking rotisserie chicken. This is, I bet he drives like an asshole too. He's one of those guys where he sees like the zipper, and he's the guy that's, which, again, in practicality, technically, yeah, keep fucking going, people, but he's the one that like swerves around and then fucking cuts off another guy that's doing the right thing. And, yeah, I gotta get mine! Yeah! Woo! He's just a fucking asshole. Like, that's the bottom line. And the thing is, his family probably think that he's an asshole. Everybody that he works with probably thinks he's an asshole. Like, yeah, he's one of those guys. Wow, we got some edgy tweens in chat today. Oh, do we? Well, you know what to do. I'm a hole in a... Wait, what? Do you want the gloves off? I promise you that. Ooh, what? Are you threatening me? I mean, if you are, okay. Just remember, mods, you know what to do with that one. And I hope you do know what to do with that one. That one is just a document. Go ahead and block me. Do whatever you're good at. Run away from the truth. I'm not going to block you unless you absolutely need it. But I'm still going to make fun of you for being a loser that defends the billionaire class when you're probably sitting out of a fucking double wide. Yeah, what truth? You haven't actually laid any truth out there. I was wondering today about the EPSTEIN case. All right, Francesco, sorry. I wonder, what is the real reasoning behind those practices? I mean, philosophically for them. Oh, it's literally because they get bored. it's like, that's what happens when you make that much money, because you start thinking of it as, you know, I've already climbed this mountain, so, yeah, there's like really nothing, like, and that's the like, you thought it would fulfill you, right? Like a lot of these guys, like this guy, for instance, his goal would be to make $1 billion, right? He makes $1 billion, and then he would become one of the most evil motherfuckers because he's already like unfulfilled. He's already kind of a bad person. So yeah, that's how that happens. Actually, Bob is Bob Barker here is a perfect example of how that would go. Triggered, Bob. Triggered. The best part of, is that Trump and his pedo friends hate the people that support them. Yeah. Yeah, they really do. They think so little of you. That's why, honestly, Trump respects the left way more than he respects his base. Because he actually fears the left. That's the reason that he fears the average American. But the base, he doesn't fear you guys at all. He knows that he's got you, like, wrapped around his fucking little finger. And honestly, that's not a good thing for you. Like, I thought that you guys, again, anti-big government. So the second that you get one figurehead in there that, you know, he still does big government shit. He's just making sure that all the costs fall back to you. Go figure on that one. Bored, only that? I don't think so. I do, friend. Francesco, I'm not even kidding. I think that, like, psychologically, it does come down to, you find stuff like, what are you doing? What are you doing online? Hey, Sylvie, are you trying to tell me that I should have taken a day off? It's all right. I felt like streaming. They say the Costco rotisserie chicken is sketchy. Don't buy the discounted ones. There are no discounted ones at Costco. Everything at Costco, dude. Apparently you don't know how Costco works. The chickens are always $5. So yeah, and when they get cold, they literally take them out and then they will throw them out. But from my understanding, I've never seen them, you know, have to chuck those chickens. I mean, full disclosure, I've enjoyed myself a good Costco rotisserie chicken. Love to see you on and having a good time. Hell yeah. No, today's a good day. Today's a good day. Got a new shirt. Yeah, check it out. This is Brody King. Actually, he went super viral yesterday. Here, let me bring up his clip. Oh, I can't. I think I'll get in trouble for that. That cheer right there was live last night.
The champion.
Brody King versus MJF for the AEW championship. But yeah, it was pretty based. Yep, fuck ice, indeed. Dude, okay, so this was hilarious. I got some something that I haven't had in a long time. So I decided to get some Panda Express, because Panda Express is one of those restaurants that, you know what it is. You know, it's not exactly really, it's not Chinese food, but it's okay. It's good. It's actually really good. What am I saying? I really like Panda Express. Their rice is shit. You have to, so what I do is I do like the chili sauce all over. So just to give the rice some actual flavor with a little bit of soy sauce. Soy boy. But no, it was really funny. I was wearing this and I walk in and there's like a few like of the crew back there, and they just keep looking at my shirt, and one of the guys just kind of looks up. He's like, I like your shirt. You get extra chili sauce. I was like, oh, thank you. So that was kind of funny. Oh my God. Lick your boot. Lick the boot fucking harder there, Bob. Holy shit. Everything. This guy doesn't have a single opinion that is outside the narrative that MAGA is fucking forming for him. It is crazy how if he's not a bot, it's crazy how effective the propaganda is, where it's just like they all parrot the same shit. Like it's like the Nick Shelley shit, all of it. It's kind of funny though. I kind of appreciate the fact that it's like, oh, you guys are all like, it's all lame shit. Not one of them has ever had like an original thought. If you support ICE, you should get out there and help them instead of sitting on the sidelines. Oh, he's a little worried because he saw that one headline, you know, that has been kind of circulating. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll bring that one up. 1 second. All right. So... crap. Hold on. I gotta reset this. There we go. All right. If you're on vertical, then you're already seeing it. Give me 1 second. Let my horizontal out. All right, guys. So, Raw Story reported on this today that the ICE agents ain't getting paid. And behind the scenes, they're starting to get fucking worried. They're pissed because already, apparently, there was internal divide over people who had been in ICE for, tenured ICE agents not getting bonuses, because they were like, wait, why are they getting these giant signing bonuses when we've been on the front lines for years? And all these people, and on top of it, they have to be trained, like they have less training. How does this work? So you had a lot of like in the upper command starting to look down on these guys right off the bat. But then get this shit. Leading ICE agent spills on new recruits. Quote unquote idiots. Several immigration and customs enforcement agents revealed Monday that the Trump administration's rush to add 10,000 new officers has produced a wave of untrained and sketchy recruits, most of whom are idiots, a senior ICE agent told independent journalist Ken Klippenstein. Kenny Clips. Awesome. The brand new agents are idiots, the senior ICE agent said, speaking on a condition of anonymity. The sentiment was echoed by virtually everyone Ken Klippenstein spoke to at ICE, which... put a pin on that one. Ken Klippenstein was talking to Majority Report, and he had said that there was also he had an in on some internal communications between the officers. I think it was one of their forums or whatever. And yeah, he said that they just kept going back and forth, and it is all saying the same shit. Just like, when are we getting paid? When are we getting paid? I haven't gotten paid. And then you also have them talking like this, where it's just like, man, these guys are idiots. So the brand new agents are idiots, a senior agent said. The sentiment is echoed by virtually everyone Klippenstein talked to at ICE, some of whom recounted stunning anecdotes about the on-the-job behavior of the new recruits. A lot of the guys are honestly pretty sketchy, said another ICE agent who Klippenstein wrote was a new recruit. I thought federal agents were supposed to be clean-cut, and some of them pass around a flask as we were watching a suspect. Since last January... Jesus Christ, they really are just that fucking bad. Since last January, ICE has bolstered its numbers by 120%, adding 12,000 new officers and agents in less than a year. The agency has also received more than 220,000 applications since President Donald Trump took office. Scrutiny over ICE agents' training or lack thereof, has increased in the wake of the fatal border shooting on Saturday. Border Patrol. I was about to say that didn't take place on the border. The Border Patrol shooting on Saturday of Minnesota resident Alex Preddy. And Alex Preddy's killing, Klippenstein wrote that several ICE agents laid blame for the incident on some skittish young recruit who panicked after hearing the word gun. Which seems to be the consensus with a lot of people. Like, most of the law enforcement that I've seen commenting on this, where they're like, listen, I'm not political. I will not even say who I voted for, but I will say this, that these guys were out of pocket. These guys are not doing their job well at all. And on top of it, it shows just how dangerous they are. Like, with that level of skittishness, which then you find out that these guys had been on the job for a long time at that point. So other recruits have revealed that a number of new ICE recruits can barely read or write. fucking tracks. And that many were flunking out en masse after lying on applications and failing to meet basic fucking physical requirements. Freddie's killing has become a major flashpoint in the scrutiny around ICE and other federal immigration enforcement agencies, with Trump holding a late-night crisis meeting with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Border Patrol Chief Greg Bavino getting demoted. Now, with the Kristi Noem thing, apparently, behind the scenes, Trump is starting to kind of lock down just letting Stephen Miller do whatever the fuck he wants unilaterally, because he's just like, you know what? I feel like everybody's telling me that Stephen is the president. And this is honest to God what I think. I think he saw one of these clips where they were saying that Stephen Miller is the shadow president, that this is all Stephen Miller. And Trump was just like, you know what? Nobody's giving me credit, not even for the stuff that I don't really want credit for. But I'm the president. Why do they keep saying that Stephen Miller, Pee Wee German, we call him that behind his back too. We thought it was pretty funny. ICE are out of control and could use a pep talk. Hell yeah. What's up, Dixon? Pap, you sexy son of a beautiful person. Hey, I really appreciate that. Look at you being so complimentary. All right, so this happened yesterday in Oregon. This was reported on by the Oregonian. An Oregon immigration attorney intervenes as ICE agents attempt to arrest asylum seeker. This is happening more and more, by the way. More and more attorneys are just showing up to the protests, and they are doing pro bono work, because I guess a bunch of these, this is what happens when you kind of try to play that whole, there is no law anymore. The people who, train their for their entire career to be protecting the law, they didn't take too kindly to that. So they're taking all these major slam dunks, is what they're calling them, because they're all these are all breaking constitutional protections, which they have said those are slam dunk cases. That you have judges that are already just looking at prosecutors that are bringing up some of this shit, and they're just like, no, we're just gonna give a summary judgment. But yeah, like I said, these guys are starting to show up to these protests.
She's gonna leave. You're gonna leave. This is an ICE vehicle here this morning. Tiger Apartments. These guys are trying to pick up asylum seekers with active applications.
Do you know why they have that quota, the 3,000 a day? Because mathematically, that's what Stephen Miller did, to be like, okay, so by year 4, we should actually beat Obama's numbers. Yeah. Their incompetence. No, I'm not even going to say it. Their incompetence may be our salvation. It is our salvation. And the fact that they just are so piss poorly trained. I mean, dude, you have President Trump coming out, and I'll call him that for this one. You have the president coming out and just saying, maybe we need a softer touch. It's just like, wow. Like I said, most of that rhetoric is coming from the fact that he woke up to the fact that it was like, oh, Stephen's the one doing all this. Well, I want this to be my presidency.
These guys have active asylum applications. What are you trying to do?
Yeah, well, I lived in a time where ICE didn't exist.
What you trying to do? They have active applications. They're here legally.
Don't put your phone in my face.
Don't push me.
Don't put your phone in my face.
Why would you push somebody?
Stay arm's length away from me.
I'm right here. I was.
That's arm's length away. That's not how it works, dude.
Stay arm's length away from me.
I was.
Next time I'll take you into custody.
I'm right
I don't know
here.
who you play with in the past, but I'll take you in.
I'm an attorney.
I don't
an
care.
Immigration attorney.
I don't care.
And I'm a
if
US
you violate
citizen.
the law, guess what,
I'm
immigration
standing
attorney?
right here.
You'll be standing in court too.
I'm standing right here.
18
I'm
U.S.C.
arm
111.
You so you're gonna come after me? You're gonna shoot me? These guys have active asylum applications. There's nothing wrong with them. Why are you trying to pick them up?
You don't know what they have.
So why are you trying to pick them up? You have no idea. It's not legal.
It's none of your business.
It is my business. I'm not.
That's actually her business. She's a fucking immigration attorney, dude. This is the thing. This is where normal law enforcement, like, you know, your average cops, the second that lawyers get involved, they will kind of back down a little
Their
bit.
attorney.
That's when they start, you know, asshole puckered, doing everything by the book.
It's exactly my business.
These guys decide to fucking challenge. That's also kind of giving the game away that they really don't give a
Get
shit.
the fuck out of this apartment. Get out of here.
Why would that
Just
be? Is it
leave.
almost like a directive from above?
These guys are here
Ooh, I don't
legally.
know.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Go. Just go. Get off the property. You're not trying to do anything good. You're not helping anything. Get out of here. Right now. Go. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Funny.
Nice hair. Thank
You're
you.
What do you
funny.
think you're
What are
gonna
you
make
trying
Extreme
to
Lilith.
do?
I
I'm
appreciate
arm's
that.
length.
Yeah, good. You learned your lesson.
So get out of
You're
here.
a wise attorney.
Get the fuck out. Go. Can't believe you're not afraid to show your face. Get out of here. You must not be from around here. You're touching your pepper spray? You're gonna pepper spray me?
You were saying you're their attorney?
Get out of here.
Question. You said you're their attorney.
I am
You can tell that this guy's got
their attorney.
he strikes me as the type that has a DV.
So you know that they were released on certain conditions, whether order of
I
supervision
know
or
the
something
law,
like that?
and on the active asylum application,
Right.
they're not released on order of supervision. They
Well-
came in legally, so get the fuck
Right.
out.
So they're
Come in
on an
legally.
order of
Get out.
recognizance, right?
Get out.
Which means they have reporting requirements.
No,
or they have
you
certain
have no
requirements.
idea what these clients are about.
You have no idea.
Do you
what
have a
client we
written?
have.
Do you have? No, I do. I know specifically which ones you came and knocked on their door. Do you have a warrant?
This is the bitch, guys. Just remember, these are the people that will end up making them pay.
So under their conditions.
No,
of
do you have a
release,
warrant?
You do not need a warrant to knock
Yeah,
on
the
their
fuck
door.
you do. Get out. Get out.
Cops make warrantless arrests all the day.
Yeah, it's illegal. It's against due process. Get
not
out.
illegal.
It is.
If you develop
You
probable
are not
cause,
an
Mrs.
attorney. Get out.
You would know that we
Fourth
could take
Amendment.
the person in
Why
the custody.
are you without arm's length? You just came up to me. So back up. Arm's length. Right now.
So on their
All right, there, Pringles
Don't you
man.
dare push me again.
on their 220
Get the
Alpha
fuck
or 220
out!
Bravo.
ICE is here! ICE is here! Do not come out! Get the fuck out now!
I thought you wanted to talk
Go!
since you were an
I
attorney.
don't, because you're not an attorney. You have no idea what you're
You
talking
said you
about.
were an attorney.
Get out.
But I
Yeah,
signed
but
those
you're not.
conditions of
And you have
release.
no
Bob's arguing with himself.
idea what you're talking about.
Yes, I
So
do.
get out.
When they're on the asylum process, right?
Get out.
They get served a 220 Alpha.
Get
They're not
out.
getting a 220 Alpha,
Now.
right?
Leave.
And then they get enrolled
So
into
where's
an
your paper?
alternative to detention, right?
No, you can't just come pick them up.
Right. So if they're on
They've
an
done nothing
alternative
wrong.
to detention and they have failed
You
to
don't know that
comply,
they are.
How do you not
Hey, Kenzie.
know that they
Because
are?
you have no help. You're saying that they are.
Who said that?
Where? How do
We
you know that
obviously
they
knocked on
are?
a certain door because we knew
If you have
exactly.
a paper saying what the heck is going on, then show me.
I don't need to show you.
Yeah, you do need to show me. Get out.
I don't need to show
Get
you.
out.
The attorney.
We are gonna get out.
Get out.
We are.
So leave right now.
We're gonna be the last ones
Someone's
out. We
demanding
gotta
that
make
No,
sure
you're gonna
we
wait till
don't-
everybody leaves their apartments.
And then as you start to leave,
Yeah, Bob Barker's a fucking beat. It's definitely a bot.
Get the fuck out.
ICE leaves, right? We go where we want to go, and we stay as long as we want to stay. So
Because
if
you're
you
such
want us
tough
to leave-
guys. You're
if
such
you want us
tough
to leave,
guys.
Maybe you should just walk your ass inside,
Get out.
and then we'd probably leave.
Just get out.
We're disrespectful.
You show me a warrant.
You're funny.
Ma'am, I already told
You show
when
me a
they're served
warrant.
the 220 Alpha or
No,
220
no.
Bravo,
Show me a
their
paper that.
conditions of
Show me a paper that you
release,
can
if
pick
you're
up
the
these
attorney.
specific people.
Listen.
There is due process, and you guys are not
Exactly.
following it. So
And
get
there
in
are
your
also
car and get the
conditions
fuck
of
out.
release. There are also conditions of release.
You
that
have
they
no
must
idea
comply
what
with.
these people are here on.
You have no idea.
No, I do because I'm their attorney.
Okay, so what were their
So
conditions
get
of
out.
release? What
I'm not
conditions-
telling you because you don't know.
They were alternative to
Get
detention,
out.
right? Alternative
No,
to detention?
get out.
We're gonna go arrest other people.
You have no idea what it is. Get the fuck out of here.
They don't have a warrant either.
Just like when you were justifying McMinnville, right?
No one understands what you're saying.
220 Alpha, look that form up, read the conditions of release, and then you'll see if they violate it, we can arrest them. There is no warrant.
Yeah, you
that's
guys love
needed.
arresting people who've done nothing wrong.
They violated their
No,
conditions of
no,
release.
you have no idea.
Violation of their conditions of
You
release.
have no idea. You have no idea what these specific people came in on. Obviously,
Obviously I
because
do.
it's not that. So get the fuck out.
I mean, it looks like that she's actually getting, like she's gonna win
Try
this
grow up
because
here.
they're
Do something
leaving.
good for your living.
I'm talking really politely to you. I know you're trying to get under my skin.
No,
It's fine.
I care.
It's
I
fine.
care about people.
And yeah, it is funny because we are getting under their skin more.
All right,
It's
so get in
working.
your car and leave.
Ah, I love seeing this. They wouldn't be leaving if she wasn't right. Yep.
For yelling. I heard it came out.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Also, parole violation isn't generally the purview of ICE. Yep. Ominous Mecca 500. Nice name. Welcome to stream. Appreciate you being here. If you guys are enjoying it, hit the sub button and also hit that like button as you file in here.
Where are you guys from?
Little heart, lady.
Where are you guys from? Where are you coming in from?
That's none of your business.
No?
Nope.
We care about our people here.
Gonna make sure to pull across the
Bye.
Thank you.
Bob saying all the things that that the foreign bots say Bob saying all the same things as the foreign bots whose mission it is to destroy America. Coincidence? No. Man, I have to highlight chats to see them now. It sucks. It's nice that some of them are showing their faces. Well, that's in California. In California, they do have to kind of abide by that, because if the local PD show up, they can theoretically enforce it. A little bit of a gray area right now where it comes to, the boys in blue versus the boys in brown.
Democrats have their list of demands for immigration enforcement as the Trump
Oh, look at that. Fox 9.
administration.
Just in case anybody was, wanting to accuse me of not watching any other news than CNN.
Scales back its operations here in Minnesota.
Laziest criticism
Both sides
ever.
are looking for big changes ahead of fast approaching deadline to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Doug Luzader joins us live from Washington.
Too bad Bob's a bot. He's about as American as my toaster.
Good morning, Doug. Good to see you. We know obviously things are back in business, but this is just a 2-month or 2-week break essentially for now. The Department of Homeland Security, that is what's next, that funding. What are some of the Democrats' demands at this point?
Good morning. Yeah, this is going to come up in actually just slightly over a week. So this is going to come to a head very, very quickly. There is not a whole lot of optimism here that they're going to reach a deal ahead of this deadline, which means we may see a continuing resolution to kind of keep the talks going here. But right now,
Hey, Goblin, thank you for that.
we are at something of an
Appreciate the
impasse.
sub.
Democrats want to make some big changes in the way that ICE operates, including a ban on face masks for ICE agents. That's going to be a non-starter for Republicans. They're also calling for body-worn cameras.
Which, I mean, is the standard for all other law enforcement, so it kind of makes sense, right?
That's an area where there is already some give. In fact, those cameras are apparently being deployed in the field as we speak. But there are a number of other changes that Democrats
Dude, they knew that was coming.
are looking for here in terms of constraining the way that ICE operates. Republicans are going to push for some changes of their own,
Did MAGA hate police when they beat them with Trump flags while storming the Capitol?
Including-
Honest question.
trying to crack down on
Kind of seems like it.
sanctuary
It seems like they want to say that those police, the Capitol Police, were somehow radical.
city policies.
Like they literally tried to say that, where they're like, they're protecting Dems. They were, you know what?
As well
They're radical. They're.
as voter ID requirements, and that's something that, while being
Meanwhile, comply. You have to comply with all law enforcement.
broadly supported
Unless you just happen to be on the Capitol at the discretion of the President of the United States. Then it's a whole nother story.
by the public, has been a non-starter for Democrats. So, you kind of see where this is shaping up on either side, with both sides really getting ready to dig in their heels ahead of this deadline.
W mods.
And Doug,
Oh, yeah.
is there any
My mods rule. Thank you, mods.
kind of example, or are you seeing any kind of situation where people, because of the cooling off here with ICE operations, 700 agents being sent home from Minnesota, is that at
All of my videos volume got turned to half.
all affecting negotiations in D.C.?
Dude,
Is
I don't
there,
know
is,
what setting I
are they
fucked
thinking
up
that's
with.
a step in the
Apparently I
right
did
direction,
something.
or is it at least
What's up,
helping
Mitchell?
the matter?
Well, Democrats
see
see it as a step, but just a step. Some see it as a baby step. They clearly want more ICE agents,
Do bots cry electric tears?
more Border Patrol agents out of Minnesota. That doesn't appear to be likely to happen anytime
kind of funny.
soon. Tom Homan, the border czar, who's in charge of the response there, as you know, has indicated that the enforcement is going to continue, but they say they're getting more cooperation from local.
And there will be one less when you leave.
Officials there.
Bryce, that's
It's
how
not
that
clear
works.
exactly how that's playing out, or if this was really just kind of an off-ramp for the administration.
Right. All right, Doug, thanks so much. That's our Doug Luzader.
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to hit that. All right. Let's do... This is not the video that we're watching right now. Give me a second.
New York.
Government sending.
This is the stuff that Alex Jones was talking about years ago. Like literally taking over warehouses and building them into like super concentration camps. Yeah. Well, they're doing it now, and he's been silent.
One more you for the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible.
And that guy.
What you guys do is so fucking important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
What motivated
What up, DJ
you to
X?
come
Good
out
to
here
see
and
you.
protest?
Yeah, so it's funny. I'm actually not from Minneapolis. I'm from Texas. I'm up here visiting a friend, and all of this happened. I'm an activist and organizer, so as soon as I knew what was going on, I dropped everything I was doing to extend my trip and to do all of this that I can. Yeah.
Since you're from Texas, I want to ask you this. There has been that story that's circulated, and I'm wondering, it sounds like it could absolutely be true, so I'm assuming that it is.
ICE needs PEP law to prosecute him.
About ICE has been taking some of the detainees from here.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm not sure if you know, but I want to say within 2 or 3 weeks of the election, our state, I moved out of there. So my ex-state announced that they would happily sell and donate, I think, 154,000 acres of land near the border to build concentration camps preemptively, right away. Texas is, I'm not sure if you've seen the New York Times map that tracks the flights everywhere. You see Texas as one of the major hubs, both for the international transfers out, El Salvador, Venezuela, all of that, but also for holding areas and shuffling. When detainees come in, they immediately want them out of the city they were arrested in so that lawyers can't get a hold of them, family can't see them.
Yep.
Texas is both one of the major holding facilities and one of the major processing transfer
Literally
facilities.
part of the fucking plan.
Horrifying things are happening in Texas right now, yeah.
Actually, that kind of makes sense that they would want to try to hide them from attorneys because a lot of these folks obviously came here legally, or are they in that process and they're still doing their check-ins. We've seen situations where people show up for their asylum check-ins and all of a sudden everything's been revoked and the ICE or Border Patrol agents are just waiting outside the courthouse to grab them.
Yeah, they're literally standing out there, especially at the beginning. It was one of the main places because they had the 3,000 arrest per
YouTube can't even recommend channels I subscribe
day
to.
quota. There were nowhere near that many.
Cody,
They started
I hope,
street sweeps.
You're talking about me.
They're combining the immigration,
Which I should have said. I hope you're not talking
stuff
about me
with
on that
obviously
one,
the
'cause,
crack-
yes, I want YouTube to recommend. What the hell?
down dictatorship,
Come on,
fascism
YouTube.
in the streets. But when it came to that, right away, they started sitting out there. They started rejecting valid asylum claims. I know for a little while, attorneys were actually requesting that their clients be held without bail in a state prison or state jail, state prison, so that ICE could not get a hold of them and deport them. And even back then, they weren't deporting to country of origin. They were deporting to CCOT in El Salvador. They were deporting to torture prisons from torture prisons. Yeah.
Yep.
Which is something we haven't seen before. This third country, and it's other places, not just El Salvador that they've done this. So Trump has
My channel comes up every time I'm live. Hell yeah.
made these agreements.
Sudan, even. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, Sudan, and there's another one in Africa, and I can't remember. But Trump is paying them money to take these third-party individuals, that's just crazy. That is a concentration camp. You're uprooting somebody from this country, and many times they've spent and lived here their whole lives, and sending them to a country they're not even, from,
just says
meaning
abolish
their
ICE.
heritage.
We're social services. Most of these countries are either active conflict zones or dictatorial places that will happily accept prisoners to do war crimes on in exchange for money. It's what we see in El Salvador right now. He was sending people from Latin America
pretty well versed in this.
to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where one of the most brutal mass killing genocides is going on, funded by major countries. I mean, we're creating horrible situations. We have done, if I remember correctly, 27 to 29
defaulting to third-party immigration or deportation is scummy. Yeah.
Coups or nationalization overthrows in just Central and South America in just the last 50 years. So we have
dang, bonus stream. Yeah,
broken the countries
Got
on
a bonus
purpose
tonight.
for profit. Every time a country gets citizen, socialist, or national support, they start taking away things that we still
Not going to be a super long one, but it is going to be.
colonize them.
You know what?
The
Wanted to get
first
through
thing we
this
do
stuff
is
with
what we
you.
do to Venezuela right now. We immediately throw chaos. We lie. We send troops in there. We do the CIA to overthrow over and over and over again.
You're probably stuck in a weird part of the algorithm. If you search your usual kind of videos a few times, it should adjust.
Fully functioning economies.
Well,
some of which were capitalist, and we overthrow them to put
hoping.
nationalist, totalitarian dictators
Who has
in.
2 thumbs and likes this channel? This guy. Thank you, J. Paul.
No,
I appreciate
exactly.
that. And if you guys got, you got some thumbs up to give, then I appreciate getting a few of the likes.
What happens then is the countries stop working because the rich people in our country start extracting all of the resources they can. They cripple every social.
He's complaining about pre-Trump. Yeah, this is how this goes. We were also not happy when this was going on under Obama. It's almost like this was a system thing.
They break every social program they can, and then instead of the money going to the citizens, we take it. The economy crumbles. People die.
It's almost like this is being used as a wedge issue to make sure that we keep fighting, so we don't recognize the fucking billionaire pedophile cabal that is literally right in front of us right now that we are reading about on the daily.
Society collapses, and then they come here for help, and we say, F you, get out or we kill you. That is you.
I mean, do you understand that most people's reaction to this is, what's going to happen?
U.S. foreign policy right now.
That's disgusting. That means that everybody just gave up.
So the idea that we should be...
You're just accepting that, the rich are just going to keep fucking apparently treating us like cattle?
Taking legal asylum people from countries that we
Jesus Christ
destroyed and then
as I said, I never want to see another fucking "don't tread on me" flag ever again.
Killing them blows me away, and I can't not be here for that. So fuck ICE, fuck CBP, Kristi Noem's a fascist, Tom Homan's a monster, Stephen Miller is Heinrich Himmler reincarnated. They are planning a final solution. We live in a country run by white nationalists, Christian nationalists who are trying to commit active genocide, and they're winning. If you can get out here to help, please do. If you can't, there are so many nonprofits on the ground right now that you can help.
They're winning for now.
Money. We just dropped off 100 toe warmers. The smallest things make a difference. If we could get 10,000, 1,000, 500 people here instead of 50 at the Whipple building, we would make a massive difference. National Guard just rolled in because we scared Hennepin County Sheriff's Office so much they can't be here. So many people have showed up in the streets. 100,000 people last Friday that they need extra help doing crowd control. Y'all, this has been the most peaceful protest I've ever seen. I was at the Alex Preddy vigil protest. We got tear gassed. There's videos of me getting tear gassed. There was a cloud of tear gas taller than the buildings, so thick we could not see the street light a block away. Nobody was violent. We were peaceful. That's what's going on here. Help us get the word out. Our messages on TikTok.
And now Tom Homan's coming out and saying, "We will go if the protesters just don't come out."
TikTok are now being completely brutally censored. We're getting suppression in here and geofencing the same way they did for Portland. If you go on TikTok and search Minneapolis or Minneapolis protests and click on the live tab, you will see shopping videos from China. You will see a restaurant from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. You will not see any of this. I'm dead serious. That's what's going on here right now.
I'm starting to see the heartbreak on the faces of coworkers who were trumpeting MAGA last year. It's not as satisfying as I thought it would be.
It's what they did in Indonesia. It's what...
No, because we come on here and we see the loudest fucking voices, which, as I said, most of it has to be fucking foreign bots at this point. Because I've been saying this, I've been seeing this in my life for the past few months now, where everything that Trump does is another notch where they're just like, oh, fucking A, man. And I'm talking Trump voters, not supporters, Trump voters.
Happens when
the Trump voters who they aren't part of the cult. They just wanted something different than Biden. They are regretting that shit.
Totalitarians take over. It is the
and I'm not just saying that hyperbolically either.
Most predictable playbook, and we're on, I don't know baseball, third inning, wherever we are. We're Germany in 1934 right now. So, yeah.
I feel like
bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to explain geofencing for a second because I'm not sure if people understand what that is. And I think it's important to understand. So
people won't care until they start seeing others as human beings. We demonize people so often that we forget all of these terrible things can happen to anyone by anyone. Humans be scary.
When you download apps onto your phone, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, games, all kinds of apps, if they when you sign the TOS, obviously the terms of service, but understand that when you're doing that, a lot of these folks are sharing your location data with data brokers, and then that data broker stuff gets sent to law enforcement and all kinds of other people. So by geofencing, they can put in there's software that the law enforcement pays for. They can track your phone within a certain vicinity. So if you want to say, for example, I'm going to go into this program and look up No Kings protest Minneapolis. They can do that, and they will have a list of all the phone numbers that were in that area that day for that protest. So that is what geofencing is. They are using it to target activists. They're obviously, if you turn off the location services from your phone, that they can't track you that way. So, but a lot of people don't want to do that because they use it on their GPS and maps. And I think also people just don't know that that's happening. If you have
people who still defend Trump at this point are I'm not even read that almost are irredeemable at this point.
More questions about it. EFF.
All right, don't mean to put words in your mouth through omission,
about it,
but
so I would check that out. So what's next then?
My opinion is, there's no saving them at this point.
We're here right now.
No.
We're going to be going back out and doing some more mutual aid drop-offs. We have a lot of news updates.
False hope is not good for you.
To do. I'm not sure if y'all
the ones that are going to turn are starting to turn already, and that's why his approval ratings are abysmal.
Heard about the man in Arizona that was just shot? Yeah. So
the apps that they're the apps they use are called Weblock and Elite.
We're coordinating with a lot of local nonprofits. We've done a lot of out in the street direct action lately. We have more of that coming, but we're taking a break from that, and right now we are doing community support. It's so important to yell. Can I swear? To yell "fuck you, fascists" every time we have a chance. There is no justice, no peace. The protest at the hotels recently, where they just officially deployed LRAD and used LRAD sound weapons on the protesters.
Where did they do that? Oh, last night. So let's explain LRAD for people that don't understand that. LRAD is like you said, it's a sound device that is used. Yeah, it's used as a weapon. It can and will bust your eardrums.
Yeah.
If they bring an LRAD out, get the fuck out of the way. You could possibly lose your hearing. I have seen LRADs in the field, but I've never actually seen officers use them because they are quite dangerous.
I can share a video right after this.
Again,
the
fact
did
is,
it, and you see people
that's normal police
instantly scatter. It is. They can do both loud voice over 100 decibels.
Trump's fucking Gestapo. They don't have the same
they can do
rules of engagement.
Quote unquote a piercing sound that uses both pain.
Tomorrow's the big day. It's a national holiday in Jamaica for Bob Marley's birthday. Happy birthday to Mr.
It is, by the
Bob
way,
Marley.
I don't believe it's banned as a weapon of war, but it is usually used as a maritime weapon of war, ship versus ship. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I didn't know that. That's new information. I want to ask you, since you've been doing some of the mutual aid work, I'm being told there's a program that's here at Whipple where they are helping detainees when they come out that don't have...
Yes. So I have a friend that was doing this 2 or 3 days ago. Again, I'm happy to share videos or contact info with you all for the people doing it. If you have a chance, if you're in Minneapolis or the greater area, the request is if you're familiar with hiking or the woods
Maritime law strikes again.
What they are doing right now, which again, absolutely kills people on purpose. I can't stress that enough. They are killing people on purpose or trying to. They are taking detainees that were taken from their home, from their car, wearing not warm weather gear, wearing the basics for a quick store run, like I am right now, the basics. And when they get out, they are taking them to forests or nearby areas. They are dropping them with nowhere near enough warm clothes and often without their cell phones. So there are groups, I believe Sunrise Movement is one of them. I'll get the exact one to you if you want to do that. But there are groups that are asking for volunteers to help meet them where they're being dropped off. Some are being dropped off here, from what I understand, but there are ones being dropped off in places that is designed to not be able to navigate by themselves. Volunteers are picking them up, meeting them with warm clothes.
A rhythm cart. It's a good one.
Food, blankets, hand warmers, toe warmers.
It's one of the ones that I haven't had any issues with recently. So
all the things, and giving them rides to places they need to be.
I've been having issues with the little pill looking ones where they're just like the single offs. Yeah, those things do not work well. All right. We're going to get a little update on the economy. More economy videos, because we need everybody to start seeing that, yeah, people ain't happy.
Bro, why are groceries in America so expensive? buy a packet of chicken, buy some milk, buy some eggs, $100.
When I tell you our grocery bill should be illegal.
The price of frozen meat is up like,
dude, it's insane.
17%.
It's insane. I was out there today because I was hoping that the prices went down. Because one of my friends was just like, yeah, dude, this local grocery store that we have here. He's like, you got to go on Wednesdays or Thursdays, man, because like that's when they start. Like on Wednesdays is when they kind of roll out the end of the week pricing. And yeah, he was full of shit.
It's up like 20-some%, and that's where people feel it.
So today we're going to be taking a look at grocery prices at the beginning of 2026. I honestly only see videos about prices going up.
Dude, I just got my theory confirmed. He totally changes his mic sock for whatever he's wearing.
So even
I like the coordination. You know what? That's cool. That's cool.
saying that I hope there'll be a steady decrease throughout the year is pretty far-fetched. But we have a ton
Although
of
even
stuff
wearing that type of a red hat nowadays
to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments.
Your son adopted a dog today without telling anyone.
Down below.
Tinkerbell, oh no. Is it a cutie though?
Just jump right into it.
I mean, that doggy has a new home, right?
I don't know if it's just me, but I just spent $226 in Sprouts for meats and boberia. And the other day in Publix, like $400 and something on the same thing. I think these prices are literally so crazy, and it's just for my husband and I am
That's the craziest part, because people were like, what, are you feeding a family of 6? It's like, no.
so curious to know what families are
I
spending
can't imagine if you were feeding 6 people.
on groceries a week or a month.
Yeah.
When I tell you our grocery bill should be illegal, I am like slightly embarrassed.
My son is in the doghouse, but the dog can stay.
Slash ashamed slash appalled to even tell you what the number is, but I'm gonna. We've been spending on average $1,800 a month.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
For groceries.
That sounds about right.
This is for a family of 4.
This is why people are so fucking mad. Shut up.
Me.
He had a year to turn it around. Do you know what he did? He made it worse, so shut up.
My husband.
Enough of you complaining about Biden and the Democrats.
A 2-year-old and a 9-month.
Just own this. I mean, America's going to make you own this. I'm telling you right now, nobody but your fucking cult ass is even looking at this and going, yeah, Democrats.
Now, I do want to preface
nobody.
A few things.
Nobody is blaming Democrats on this one, as I said, except for you.
We eat all of our meals at home. Like, we don't eat out. Maybe once a month we do.
But keep doing that winning strategy that really, you know, was totally good for Biden and Kamala Harris to keep telling people, you know, economy's great.
My husband works from home. I'm at home all day. The girls are at home. So, like, we eat 3 meals, 2 snacks at home. We do have some dietary restrictions. My whole family's allergic to dairy. One of them is also allergic to eggs. We do buy things that are like organic, grass-fed, grass-finished, whole foods, fruits, veggies.
Actually, the economy was improving.
Protein.
Okay, so
even Republican economists have come out and said, no, things were on the upswing, but then Trump instituted those tariffs in February, and all of a sudden things were tanking by May.
She does go on about the restrictions
and that's why everything is still so expensive.
What they eat, and they don't.
And anytime that Trump has said that he's going to do something, the markets will correct for a day, but then he forgets that he was going to do it, and then when pressed on it, just goes, what do you mean? Like the $2,000 checks coming, like the tariff checks. He even says, just like, who said that?
Don't go out to restaurants a lot, but $1,800 a month is a mortgage payment. But we could just go take a look at the comments. That's nuts. Out of control. What are you buying? Right after that comment, we're a family of 4 and we're spending $2,000 to $2,500 a month. It's crazy. Are you
And this is with like all the like discount brands and shit like that.
kidding me? Family of 3, around $800 a month. Family of 2, about $1,200.
Yeah, the economy was finally recovering from the COVID dip, and Trump came in and fucked it all up.
$1,200.
Well, they don't want to. They never acknowledge the COVID dip unless it's for Trump. Notice how they'll be like, well, COVID happened, you know? If COVID didn't happen, then Trump probably would have won, which I even agree with.
We have 3 teenagers at home.
But it was his handling of COVID that made America just go, nah, son.
In total.
Get the fuck out of here. You just told us that we need to inject bleach. But instead of thinking with a fucking objective brain where the rest of America just kind of went, no, he really did get weird at the end there. No, you guys all believe the bullshit of one narcissistic ass toddler brain motherfucker going, I didn't lose. How could I lose? It was stolen. And then 91 court cases came up and said, nah, you did not win. And he's like, yep, you know what? We got to get those 11,000 votes. That's why in 2026, I'm now investigating the 2020 election, even though we used the same systems in 2024. Have no problem with that one, ironically.
Over $1,800, $1,500 a month shopping at Walmart and Costco, family of 5.
Yeah, I like watching the Trump daddy syndrome too. You guys, it's insane how much you idolize somebody and can't think for yourself.
$1,500 to roughly $700 and $800.
Talk about a mental crutch. Like, do you guys just wake up every day, go on fucking Truth Central, and then just go, oh, yep, Daddy Trump said this. Let's go, boys.
$100 by tracking and keeping that high number in mind. Aldi for 80%, Sam's Club for the other 20%. $800 to $900 a month for a family of 2 adults and a toddler. We spend about $1,800 a month as well. It's insane. The different amounts that
Bryce, how does Trump's dick taste?
I'm seeing from comment to comment.
He definitely knows.
It is crazy. We spend maybe $600 to $800 a month as a family of 4. We're spending about $1,400 a month for 2 adults and 1.
He didn't mention antivirals. He literally said, I saw this thing where you guys used bleach. You injected the bleach and it killed the virus. I saw
in northern Arizona.
Something with light.
We're a family of 3 in between groceries and
we
eating
saw
out.
it.
We spend about $2,100 a month. We spend $300 to $400.
And America saw it and then went, yeah, I'm not voting for him.
A week, so $1,600 a month. I asked you guys the same question in an older video. How much money do you spend on groceries? $600 to $800 for a family of 5. That's with us cooking every meal. $1,000 for 2 adults and a grade schooler. We buy the cheapest stuff we can in the
I was about to say, it's all the cheap brand shit too.
cheapest stores.
Which, I was, as I said, just at the store yesterday, or today. Jesus, it's been a long day. It was insane how like stocked it was, and I kind of had this thought where I'm like, oh, look, it's so well stocked. And I'm like, oh, it's so well stocked because everything is full price. There wasn't a sale on any of the shit. And it was just, nobody was buying any of like the expensive brand shit or any of it.
Family of 4 with 2 teenagers. We spend about $200 to $250 each week at Walmart, and then about $200 a month at Sam's Club. So in total, you're talking about $1,000 to $1,200 a month.
Walton's getting all that money from him.
€1,000, $1,200 a month. Again, family of 5 in Germany. Washington State budgeting $250 a week for a family of 4, yet another grand. I used to spend about $1,600 a month in Alaska. New York here, anywhere from $900 to $1,200, family of 5, and $1,600 a month for a family of 7. Wow.
Jesus.
We eat every meal at home.
Grocery prices have gotten
That's insane.
legitimately out of control expensive. I live in New York City, which is already a very expensive area. I'm also a financial planner, so I see people's budgets all the time. And no matter where people live, I have seen this consistent pattern of grocery prices eating up people's budgets and becoming more and more expensive over time. Like, here are some videos of prices that I took in my grocery
Can't wait for SNAP and Medicaid cuts to hit MAGA hard, though.
store
Oh, it's going to happen.
I know that produce is typically expensive.
Trump 1933.
These prices are beyond what I have seen. Even like for staples, it is so unbelievably expensive. And I think it's so important to continuously talk about just how bad inflation has gotten for a lot of people, because it is specifically hitting these industries and sectors that people have to pay for. You have to pay for food. You have to eat. It's a non-negotiable expense. And you also grocery shop frequently because you
Yes, and then electricity bills also skyrocketing.
keep buying food. And so again, it's a very visceral thing where people are seeing these high prices over and over again and are having to adjust their budgets accordingly.
That's funny because Democrats haven't been in power for almost 2 years, you dumb fuck.
And I think this comment from you guys goes very well with this clip. The kicker
Nobody's buying it, man.
is when
Again, Trump is in charge of everything and everything sucks. That's how this works.
prices go up, they never
That's why you're sitting here in my chat fucking quaking in your little booties.
come back down.
Because you know that we're right. You know that people agree with us and it's driving you insane.
Despite if the economy does get better.
You're so mad that when you go like talk to anybody that isn't even political, all they can talk about is how the economy's bad.
And corporate greed equals disaster for all of us. And this is not just a U.S. problem either. We could take a look at a clip from Canada and see all the same problems.
The price of frozen meat is up like 17%, coffee's up like 20-some percent, and
again.
that's where people people feel it. And especially when you think about how it feels, not just month to month, it goes up a little bit here and there, but I go in and I go to buy something and I look at the price and say, well, that's not what it was 3 years ago. And what was 3 years?
Democrats didn't have the House and the Senate since 2022.
Well, the height of the inflation pressure that we saw, if people don't have as much disposable income because they're spending more money at the checkout counter at the grocery store, it means they're not going to spend as much on discretionary goods, and consumer spending might not be able to do the heavy lifting that it usually does in these scenarios to try to spur along a recovery. And what does that mean for GDP going into 2026?
You know what a good, I brought up the lipstick theory, but there's also a card theory. So like any supplemental kind of like hobby, when that starts, like you see a dip in that, that's also a good indication that people are starting to, tighten their belts.
And what's that going to mean for the Bank of Canada, trying to figure out where it needs to put interest rates? So there's a lot of moving parts.
My coffee brand was $7.99 in 2023. It's $15.99 now. That's not a 20% increase. Corporations are crushing us, and
job U1B.
we're letting them.
You're a dumbass. Both sides are against we the people.
Is it really?
I've literally been saying that. I've been saying that this is a class war, and that the only useful idiots in chat right now are the MAGA ones that are just like, I'm just waiting for me to get my billions of dollars so I can be up there with Donald Trump and all them. You'll see.
Inflation when the grocery giants are reporting record profits. The prices aren't what we saw 3 months ago. Not only are the prices going up, but the quantities.
This is a library stream.
Going down. Sometimes as much as half.
Well, I mean,
it's unbelievable. If we didn't know that this clip
we're learning about the economy.
Was from Canada, you would assume that this is the US. Same issues are happening in the UK, Australia, New Zealand. It's all over. So much so that people are using payment plans for groceries. We have a pretty crazy clip up on screen, me after doing my $300 grocery order on Klarna, because I'm addicted to payment plans. Now, I've definitely talked about how much I hate BNPL loans, and some people are legitimately addicted to it because they could constantly get
the Doge
new
check?
items paying a quarter of the price until they can't pay the next installment, and then the debt starts snowballing, getting worse and worse. But on the other side of it, some people absolutely need this just to survive right now.
Yeah. Listen to the macho man. I got something to say about the economy. Yeah.
It's real.
Macho man went to go get his protein powder. Cost me $50 more than it used to. Yeah. Looked at the price before. Said, what's going on here? Uh-huh. Look at the receipt. It says tariff. Who put the tariff on? Yeah.
Really not looking good. We could go over to the comments. This is me with my Affirm all the time. The creator responds,
that would actually be really funny just to hear Macho Man
to give me money. So that sounds like you didn't
do it like he would just during a normal wrestling promo.
Pay off those bills before and you got banned.
That would be
Another
very funny.
perfect example here why I don't like.
Let me tell you something, me and Gene Okerlund, yeah, went to get some gas for the old Macho Mobile. Turned out that the gas prices, yeah, weren't exactly as low as everybody in Magaland was telling me. Uh-huh. Went with a budget. $1.99 gallons. Turned out that it was still $3.
These companies, I planned my entire vacation with Klarna
Macho Man.
and PayPal Pay in 4. And Zip, my son's about to have a...
Do you have anything else to say about your opponent tonight? Yeah, let me tell you something. Rowdy Piper was telling me how expensive the gas prices were too. We have an agreement on that. Yeah, might even form a tag team.
Blast. That seems like a train wreck waiting to happen, but we can move back over to the grocery prices and see what it's like in Hawaii.
Let's look at grocery prices in Hawaii. So local eggs are $10.
The real Macho Man. Okay, yeah. We have an imposter in the chat.
18 eggs is $33.
Holy fuck!
Wait, just kidding, that's 60. Ha 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 ha. Gallon of milk is $6. $9 if you're not a member. 2 patties is $14. Local
Jesus.
Beef, what is that? 1 pound, $11. Steak, $26 members price. $48 normal price. 1 bacon, $15.
Fucking A, man.
1 loaf of bread is $9. 3 pieces of Haagen-Dazs is $8. Oreos is $7. General Mills cereal
$3.99.
is $11 if you're not a member.
So it really does seem like you need to get a membership for that store, because
Yep.
if you're not, it is way more expensive than it already is. But I have also seen a lot of comments from you guys like this. Those Hawaii prices are cheaper than groceries along the I-5 corridor in Washington state. Here's another one that I wanted to put in: Tahiti. Just normal American products that you'd see in any grocery store.
So this
is actually one of the ones to find common ground on. Expensive, just fucking everyday living.
The grocery in Tahiti, and this is the American section. Look how expensive this is. So this is pretty much considered this like 59 or 60 bucks. This is like $50 for the Sam's Club detergent.
No common ground with people who want to destroy the working class.
It's nuts. So this is a cereal. It's almost $23 for cereal. Man.
I almost threw a fucking Pedialyte over the gas station, over the counter at a gas station. Almost $6.
23 bucks almost for Nesquik.
Now I know, of course, that has to be imported, so that's why the prices are even higher.
I mean, it's imported to Tahiti, but
there's
still.
no way you could ever get me to pay $23 for some Frosted Flakes. But these grocery stores still try to trick you with all of their pricing. I mean, we saw it in the Hawaii clips as well. The everyday low price, members save such and such amount. But then these clips start becoming a lot more common.
Oh, wow. Everyday low price. Wait a minute.
There's other ones up on screen trying to give you a price cut, 2 for $5 for packs of ramen. This is getting
two for $5, so $2.50 for a pack of ramen.
really bad now. They used
What the actual fuck?
to be 10 for $1.
Yeah, dude, they were 10 cents. Those were 10 cents. I used to fucking live off that shit because it was 10 cents.
Now the sale price is $2.50 each. And another comment
What the fuck?
from you guys here: Walmart wonders why people make their own discounts at self-checkout. That is a perfect transition to the next clip.
You got arrested at Walmart
Which is also like,
because you were committing
I
fraud at self-checkout.
ain't seen shit. I have never once seen anybody ever steal food as self-checkout.
You thought ringing the $300 computer
Neither have you.
up as medicine, the mini refrigerator as ground beef was going to be acceptable? You don't think that they monitor at Walmart? The original reason that you got stopped at Walmart is because you were ringing the items up that were in your cart as the incorrect items. Thought somebody was going to let you roll on out with the refrigerator and the computer and weren't going to look another way?
No, it used to be a dime.
David,
No,
did you-
I'm not making that up at all. I used to fucking spend 10 cents on my ramens.
You know that those self-checkouts are monitored with cameras. They can see exactly what you're ringing up and exactly what you're putting in your cart. When they asked you to see your receipt to see if you had purchased the items, you had said yes. They asked you for your receipt, and of course the 2 items are not on there. Walmart detains you and asks you if you had paid for the
Man, this was back when eggs were still $1 too, so it was like
items, and you say yes. They can clearly see that you didn't pay for the item, so they go ahead and they wait for the cops to come. Once the cops arrive, they ask you for your ID.
Yeah, 2 ramens for $1 is
And the
Jesus
card that you
Christ.
used to pay.
Jesus fucking
So that you
Christ.
don't have an ID, but you hand them a
That
card.
is-
The card that you
this
hand
is
them is not the
insane.
card that you used to make your purchase, but it's the card that you had that was reported as being stolen earlier.
You guys don't understand why we're here, COVID? No,
That-
this has nothing to do with COVID anymore.
You're in the possession
Can't blame COVID.
of somebody else's card.
Jesus Christ. Now MAGA wants to go back to blaming fucking
And
COVID?
then self-checkout committing a crime.
Okay, so this example is way worse.
No, it has everything to do with Trump's bullshit tariffs and the fact that everybody's starting to go to different fucking markets, and now we're seeing the impact on
Worse than
that.
people trying to get away with just a few free food items, trying to just roll out a refrigerator and a computer like you're not going to get caught. But this is now what the result is in a lot of stores, everything just being locked up.
It's pretty humiliating at 33 years old to have to ring a bell and ask them to help me unlock the gummy candies. Like, hi, yes, I'd like the sour spaghetti, please.
Now, I don't think they do it in every store, but
Yeah, sour spaghetti is fucking fire.
I've gone over places where I used to live in New Jersey. The Walmarts and Targets there have a lot more
It's also record profits. Yeah.
locked up than where I currently
You know who's not doing anything to do that? Like to hold them to account for, jacking us around with their fucking prices? The Trump administration.
live in
They're more than happy to just let this happen.
North Carolina.
Until it starts actually affecting him politically, which, we're getting to that point.
Entire sections that were all self-check.
He almost got to that point at the in the first week of January, which I've been alive long enough to remember that fucking week 20 fucking years ago. where he said, you know what? We're going to cap the interest rates on houses. We're going to make sure that BlackRock can't go in and just keep buying up houses, and then we're going to lock down the interest rates on credit cards, 10%. We're going to make it 10%.
Check out that.
Then Jamie Dimon got a hold of him and said, yeah, no, we're not.
That I bet cost the company a ton of money.
And that's why you don't hear about it anymore.
He is now completely shut down due to that theft. But don't worry, they're still trying to innovate and see how much money they could get out of you. And of course, that means...
And a 50-year mortgage, which collectively everybody around the world who could do even basic math went, huh?
Means they have to use AI.
So close to think it, buy it, Robin. It's amazing. So Walmart has announced a deal with OpenAI that will let customers buy products directly through ChatGPT. For example, if you ask ChatGPT for a product, you can buy it right then and there. The new shopping option uses
Yeah, I locked into my mortgage early on too. I am one of the lucky ones, I will say that.
Instant checkout feature already available on Etsy. Now, no line.
I've seen it get so much worse, but the insurance on the that was the bitch of it when they started fucking
just yet, but Walmart says shoppers will soon be able to make the purchases with the chatbot. OpenAI says it's planning to partner with retailers.
And with these examples of what it's probably going to look like in the future, all these stories coming out with companies getting as much data as humanly possible start to make a...
Don't like the juice? Well, I don't know.
Lot more sense of why they're doing it.
The grocery chain Wegmans is facing growing privacy concerns after one of its stores in New York City posted a notice
If you're watching the stream, then
informing shoppers that it collects biometric identifier information. Wegmans says it uses the technology at a small fraction of its stores to help identify people who
Is that a yes?
pose a risk. However, the company says images and video are only
I have a feeling that you are not actually watching the stream, are you?
retained as long as
Just
necessary
listening.
for security purposes.
Okay, so what they're
Like
going
I
to
said.
be able to do now is you walk into a store, they're going to recognize your face walking throughout, buying all the products. They're going to see the products that you purchase. They're going to take that data and start...
My homie just bought a property last year when I first moved here. It was like $300K. It's $1 million.
Sending you advertisements all across social media, basically everywhere.
sounds about
and now
right.
you don't even have to go back to Wegmans. I guess you could just buy it through ChatGPT and more AI. They could also see what products are more
I'm not blaming Trump on the taxes.
popular with the
Sorry if you got that a little mixed up. I am not. Believe it or not, I don't blame Trump for all that.
Comes into play with
J.B. Pritzker he has a little bit of the blame on that.
the dynamic prices. We've seen that previously, where the price tags were just digital screens all over the store. So if they really wanted to, they could change the price on a whim. Are you seeing the same red flags as I am and what's to come in the future? Along with the obvious lack of quality in any of our foods today, you probably saw this clip somewhere online. It made the rounds for a reason.
We have that's for poor people. Who buys our I don't buy cannabis products barely anymore. It's unhealthy. Now that I know what the in it, I can eat bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer.
Look up Portugal. What the hell's going on in Portugal?
Good. This morning, Campbell's Soup is denying claims about its products, allegedly made by an executive in a recorded conversation. The person in the recording is also heard belittling Campbell's customers during an expletive-filled rant.
Bioengineered meat. I know this is only
storms and flooding.
Talking about the Campbell's
Storm Leonardo. Okay.
Corporation, but you don't think that this is really happening throughout all of the food that we're eating? Just go look up once a week new food recalls, and I can guarantee you there's just a whole list. This one got infected with salmonella. Others have particles of metal shavings. Here's some new ingredients that are linked to cancer. I mean, it never ends. And I know with all the issues with these corporations and the prices just constantly going up, there are still some
I looked into it as much as I'm going to look into it. Sorry, Juice.
videos from normal people that are kind of questionable.
Me and my husband bought some groceries yesterday after not having groceries for like the last week and a half because of Christmas and like traveling and stuff. And we were talking about like
Banning you for childish behavior. You can't act right.
how the heck have we been surviving without groceries? Like what have we been doing? And we've been eating out every single day.
They barely put any. I mean, every time that I have to make a Campbell's soup, I always add meat. Like I made a badass chicken noodle soup because I can admit Campbell's chicken noodle soup as far as like the noodles, good. The broth, good. But yeah, you got to add a little bit of basil. Then you got to add some rotisserie chicken to it. You know, maybe put some veggies in there.
And why is eating out cheaper
It is.
than buying groceries.
That's why I went to Panda today. I was looking at making a stir fry. The meat alone was the price of what I would have been paying for the whole meal at Panda Express. I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Like Sunday night, we got a meal from Wingstop that was $25. Why is I don't know. Let's say you get 5 fruits at Target with
dude, two fucking potatoes cost me $1.50.
some other stuff. $50-something. It's it's so much cheaper to go eat out now, especially if you're a family bigger than 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely not arguing about grocery prices, but you getting a meal from Wingstop, which I would assume would be chicken wings, and maybe some french fries wouldn't be the best thing to eat out every day.
No, it's not every day.
Instead of purchasing those groceries.
No, but if she's talking about doing what I just did there, where you intend on making a certain meal, and then when you're at the grocery store, you're like, how much is it for that one fucking ingredient?
Along with a video that I made recently talking about the restaurant prices and a lot of places going out of business or being empty because of how wildly expensive it's gotten. And of course, there's more clips up on screen here. Walmart grocery haul, $361. Another being $451. And a Kroger's grocery haul at $101. And you could clearly see that a lot of the things that they purchase are definitely not the healthiest things to buy. Now, I'm not trying to make it like I have a perfect diet, but even what was supposed to be the cheaper, unhealthy stuff, the chips, the chocolate, the soda, is way more money than you think. And another reason right here from you guys, short and sweet, the dollar being less valuable means that all the prices are going up. And especially...
And that's the thing that MAGA doesn't want to, they don't want to grasp the fact that we are losing influence in the world. And as we lose influence, we're also losing our fucking dollar.
Because we're getting pretty close to that time, Valentine's Day, we have a crazy
And like I've been
example.
saying, China is now pivoting to get the world to trust them so they can move in and take over the petrodollar.
Right here with chocolate.
For reference, the last video I did...
And then all of those countries that were holding our bonds...
I was talking about...
I'm telling you, man, we're so fucked. If that happens, we are so fucked. There's no winning.
About how this box of chocolates is selling chocolate at $50 a pound. This is way worse. I took this picture 2 days ago, and look, you get this box of chocolates for $15.97. But here's where it gets good. If you do the math, this 2.9 ounce box of chocolates is $88 a pound for their chocolate.
Jesus Christ.
And I thought to myself, is it the big box store that's being greedy, or is it Godiva? So I went to their website, and it gets way worse. For quick reference, 2.9 ounces is 5 caramels. So I go on here and I look for a big box of chocolates, thinking if you buy a lot, you might get a discount. This box is sold out and is one of the bigger ones that they have. This box is 1.5 pounds for $175. Let's do the math. $113 a pound? Are you kidding me? But wait, it gets worse. There's a bunch of smaller assortments in this size here. This one happens to be dark chocolate, but they're all the same price. They're all at $55. This one is a 6.2 ounce box, so let's do the math on it. $141 a pound. Are you kidding me?
$141 for a pound of chocolate?
They have it priced like it's the 1800s and they just imported the cocoa on a wooden ship. I mean, basically dead on there. That's crazy amount of money. And what I'd normally say is that I wouldn't be surprised if they see their sales go down during Valentine's Day this year. But the examples that he pointed out, some of the boxes of chocolate were sold out on their website. $175, there's no way. I really don't know how people are doing it these days. But we could take a look at a couple examples of grocery lists that aren't expensive as you probably think. Here's a smart shopper going into Publix.
Let's see how much it'll cost to buy Thanksgiving groceries at Publix. I'm using the same classic Thanksgiving food grocery list, and here's Winn-Dixie's prices that I just went to. Turkeys here are also 49 cents a pound, but these were $6.21. 49 cents a pound, but it's so much cheaper.
Well, let's ETS get this one.
At Bandit and Dixie, $5. Life is like a box of chocolates. Expensive.
$6.24, and all these turkeys are about $6. This one's huge, and it's $16. Okay, milk here is $3.29 for the half gallon. Butter is $3.59 for 2 sticks.
$3.29 for.
Also $1 per can. Brown gravy is.
To be fair, I did just get
You get a box of this macaroni and cheese for 99 cents. Cream of mushroom, $2.29.
I was like, hey, $1. All right, I'll do that.
Fried onions,
For a half gallon.
The corn is 4 for $5 or 80 cents a can. Pies.
80 cents a can for corn?
$5.99. Minerals are $5.19. Carrots are $1.65. Bag of potatoes are $3.99 each. Sweet potatoes are $1.63 a pound. And 4 potatoes weighs about 3 pounds. So with that math, we're gonna say sweet potatoes are $4.89. And cranberry sauce is $2.19.
Wait, for 4?
Okay, so back to the turkey.
I mean, if you're doing Thanksgiving like this, then just get the bag of potatoes.
$10 for turkey here.
And that leaves us with a total of $53.86 if we did our Thanksgiving grocery shopping here at Publix.
And this is one of the stores that's pretty notorious for being expensive. I have gone in to show you prices around my local Publix, and it was definitely more expensive if you were comparing it to places like Walmart. But still, there are certain items that aren't too bad, especially if it's the grocery store brand. I mean, this clip, everybody thought it was way more money than it actually was.
I just bought all of this at Publix. Guess the price.
Money put out of politics. We need, I mean, we really need that.
Together.
If there's one thing that every person that lives in America, I don't care who your fucking political affiliation is, we need to get money out of politics, and we need to all come together with that.
We got some bread.
I don't care how much your party will benefit.
Noodles, bananas.
No, I agree with that, 1000%.
Greek yogurt, 2 of these Italian sausage, and a packet of pasta. It wasn't too expensive, but comment down below your best guess.
Publix is always $50, $45, $159. I work at Publix, so we could take a look at the answer.
Yesterday I posted a video asking.
That shit blew me away too, bro. Canned corn, Great Value brand, is up from 89 cents to $1.39.
All of you guys to guess what my groceries was like price-wise. Basically just guessing how expensive it was. $130. A lot of people guess like $60 or $70. But the actual price...
You and your partner keep your food expenses to about $400 a month. That's what I've been able to kind of do.
$4, and here is the receipt confirming it.
It's been shifting like week by week too. Because like there was one time where I was like, guys, I think it's happening. I think the prices are coming down. Then the next week I was like, never mind.
But I should go to...
I think it... Oh, it was during the holidays. That's what it was.
My local Harris Teeter in North Carolina and show you the prices in January of 2026. I recorded a lot of stuff, so we'll just get right into it. Bananas were 79 cents a pound. 3-pound bag of mandarins were $4.99. A lot of the pears and apples were anywhere from $2 to $3 a pound. Most of the peppers were 3 for $5. A lot of the greens being anywhere from $2 to $3 a pound as well. Normal potatoes $1.59 a pound, and sweet potatoes were $1.29. Here we have boneless, skinless chicken breast for $12.
That's fucking insane.
It was $2.49 a pound. This was
nice
just
to have a chill Thursday stream.
Meatloaf mix.
Yeah, thanks
beef,
guys. I
pork,
appreciate that.
and
I'm having
veal
fun.
For $8.49 a pound. And then we'll go over to the ground beef here. This was $12 even. It was 2.5 pounds. It is the more fatty cut, 73% lean. And not all of them had the stickers on it like this, so I think this was probably close to expiration, so it was cheaper. Here's the much leaner ground beef, 93.7. Being $16.48, this was $7.49 a pound. Here I found a pack of pork chops, 1 pound for $5. Again, I'm pretty sure that this was pretty
$2.49 a pound.
Close to expiring, so that's why it was even cheaper. We have some baby back ribs right here, $4.90.
But this is why everybody is collectively just going, what the fuck, every time that they go shopping. And then that's what makes MAGA kind of worried, is the fact that most normies are going, yeah, this isn't good.
9 a pound, 3 pounds.
And then they see on top of that the shit in the news with the like ICE killing people, and they're just like, yeah, you know, things aren't better.
Of 85% lean ground turkey was $12.
The only people that think things are better are the ones that like made millions, you know, that have already lived in the upper echelons of society as is.
Have another version of the boneless, skinless chicken breasts for $5.99 up.
But if you're like lower, you know, lower middle class, no.
Pound.
And that's the people where everybody is freaking out about that, because it's like, no, guys, like the millennials, we've already been fucked as is, just in being born at the time we were. And our parents kind of, you know, really doing this number on us where it's like, yeah, they bought a fucking, you know, a house for a fucking pickle, and then all of a sudden just sold it for $3 million.
Then going over to the rice, it was $1 a pound for this white rice. And in the same way that we saw the clip earlier, if you were a member...
Also, shout out Brody King!
Member of Harris Teeter, it was a little bit cheaper. Most of the noodles and pasta were sitting anywhere around $2 to $3. Now here, I'm completely out of my element because I do not drink coffee at all, but I do know that the prices have gone up drastically over the past few months. So here's just some of what I saw. The Starbucks was $12.49. Going over to the Dunkin' Donuts one, $25 for this container. Folgers right next to it was around $16. Most of the cereal was sitting at around almost $7, but it was the larger family size.
All prices are surge pricing nowadays.
Was a bit more expensive. This was
You are right about that. They have caught these companies doing that shit, especially if they have those little digital tags. Yeah,
$5.49.
If you see a digital tag, just walk out of the fucking store.
A loaf. But then going over, if you did get the,
it makes pods look affordable. That's what I said.
Harris Teeter brand,
I totally said that.
Or 2 for $5.
Just like,
Eggs
oh my
were
God,
$7 to
K-Cups look
$8
downright
for a
affordable.
24 count, way cheaper than that Hawaii price that we saw. The chips were a bit more expensive than what I'm used to seeing, $6.79. But again, they were the party size or large family size bags. Then we could go over to the soda. A lot of the Pepsi products were $11 for a case, but almost all of them had the promotions, the buy two, get two free, just trying to get you to buy more. And then the Coca-Cola products were actually a bit more expensive. $11.49 if you just got a single pack, and it was buy two, get one free. Then going over to the
I don't think the liberals are blind to that.
milk, it was any
Honestly, I think that you're being a little too critical on that. At the time, yes, they ignored it, but I have a feeling if you ask them now,
anywhere from
they
around
wouldn't think- they
$2.50
wouldn't
to
say so.
$3 a gallon.
Oh, thank
And
you,
just taking a
Bryce,
look at some
for
of the
the
ice
20.
cream, $7 for a tub of ice cream. This was Breyer's,
Whichever,
a little bit
thank you.
cheaper.
No.
And then I went
Bryce
over to the
Rodriguez,
more expensive Haagen-Dazs, Ben & Jerry's.
$17.70.
For a pint,
To
it was
help with your
almost
grocery
to my
bill
wife.
or for
the
your
same
wife,
price as
whichever.
a tub. So yeah, definitely more expensive comparing to Walmart prices or Aldi. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping.
I like the fact that he does that, or he's just like, YouTube thinks that you'll like this. Because that is exactly how it goes. YouTube does think you'll like that. All right, let's do Crypto Bros nauseated after realizing Bitcoin itself was funded by Jeffrey Epstein. Now, here's the thing. I didn't know how much of this was true, and then it turns out that, it was not an AI-generated Epstein file. It was indeed real. And at one point, he jokes about using the pseudonym of the crypto creator. So take that for what you will. But let's get some news on this one. Like a hurricane that tears down even the sturdiest storm shelter, the Epstein files have cut a path through a vast swath of American intellectual, political, and financial elite. The latest tranche of emails, God, I've already covered this, but the word tranche just doesn't it sound kind of like, I don't know, it's one of those words that's like not dirty, but it sounds dirty kind of thing. Like, yeah, I'll leave it there. The latest tranche of emails related to the notorious Predator have been particularly devastating. Fans of the left libertarian academic Noam Chomsky are in shambles after learning the two were in close contact until 2017. Yeah, that's exactly who's in shambles. We could already see how this is swayed a little bit. While tech luminaries like Bill Gates to the Google co-founder were similarly caught schmoozing to the disgraced financier, you gonna mention a certain owner of X there, guy? Crypto Bros are no exception. After the Department of Justice released 3 million files over the weekend, blockchain enthusiasts were quick to discover that a certain Jeffrey Epstein was an active and prominent figure in crypto during their formative years. One file highlighted by crypto investor Patrick Riley shows an email chain between Epstein and Joichi Ito, the former head of MIT's Media Lab, whose digital currency initiative played an integral role in helping crypto grow into the giant it is today. As the email exchange makes clear, Epstein's backing was a key pillar of establishing the DGI. FYI, Ito told Epstein used gift funds to underwrite, which allowed us to move quickly and win this round. Thanks. At the time this letter was written, there were around 12,000 commits to Bitcoin's code. Riley remarked in a post on social media, today there are 47,583 commits to Bitcoin's code. That means that 74.79% of Bitcoin's core development and code was committed after Jeffrey Epstein took the de facto senior management role as a benefactor. Yeah, kind of really lending to the whole, he was way more involved than anybody thought. Okay, so the email chain from Ito also suggests that Bitcoin's mysterious developer, the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto may have in fact been 5 core developers, each whom was in talks with Epstein. One of those core devs may have been the early Bitcoin contributor Adam Beck. Separate email chain shows Ito suggested that the convicted S criminal meet with Beck and other luminaries. I think we should have a meeting with Jeremy Rubin, Adam Beck, Seth Lloyd, Martin Nowak. Well, either way, that is causing this today, where Bitcoin price sinks below 67,000 after Bassinet says the U.S. government can't tell banks to bail out crypto. Now, again, why would they be discussing a bailout? It's almost like they have caught on to the fact that this is consistently dipping, which, yes, that has a lot of people worried, especially the ones that hold a lot more of, the crypto assets. So, Bitcoin dropped, token extended losses prior after a heated back and forth on the House Financial Service Committee. Bassinet was asked if the U.S. Treasury had the authority to buy Bitcoin and other cryptos. I do not have the authority to do that, said the FSOC chair. I do not have the authority. Bitcoin fell as low, continuing Wednesday's slump that followed Bassinet's comments. The decline was also fueled by a broader selling pressure in markets and a warning from a notable investor, Michael Berry, that a sustained decline in Bitcoin's price could set in motion a death spiral leading to a massive value destruction. Oh, boy. And who do you think is going to be left holding the bank on that one? I mean, I'll be honest, because this is mostly crypto bros, I'm not really feeling that bad, because if they truly believed in this and didn't see this coming, yeah, then they totally deserve exactly what's about to happen to them. Everyone in DC did it. Rep and Deb. Yep. All right. Big trouble for crypto.
The situation is bad. If only you knew how bad it really was. I don't know how bad it actually is. I'm not a politician. I'm not in the White House. I'm not on Wall Street. But I'm a Bitcoiner. And I can pull up a chart, look at Bitcoin's price action, and know how bad it really is.
The market feels unrecognizable right now. This was supposed to be the window, the phase in the cycle where momentum builds, confidence returns, and excess finally breaks to the upside. Instead, what we're watching looks nothing like a healthy consolidation. Bitcoin has lost over $53,000 in just 4 months, collapsing from a peak near $126,000 to fresh yearly lows around $73,000.
We're going to be going into the AI apocalypse here because it's going to happen a lot sooner than we thought.
More than $1.1 trillion in market value has been erased. And the most unsettling part? This isn't...
Do I really want to see the files? I mean, dude, what I've read has made me legit go, if this is what they're showing, what the fuck are they hiding?
Happening in isolation. U.S. equities are barely off their highs. Volatility is muted, and yet crypto is acting...
Yeah, but notice how the left fucking immediately was just like, yeah, buy Chomsky.
Like something has already snapped.
That I don't know a single person on the left that's like, we must, you know what? No, I'm not going to abandon Chomsky just because, there's no proof that he really did anything. And meanwhile, his book is called Manufacturing Consent.
Is impossible to ignore. The S&P 500 is down barely 1.5% from its all-time high. The Nasdaq is just a few points more. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is down 42%, Ethereum is down 56%, and the broader crypto market is trapped in what feels like a relentless drawdown. Historically, this kind of disconnect only shows up when markets are repricing risk itself, when capital quietly decides that something is no longer safe, no longer liquid, or no longer trustworthy. That raises an uncomfortable question. Is this simply aggressive suppression, or is there a structural problem inside crypto that hasn't fully surfaced yet? Because on paper, the news flow should have helped. Just this week, President Trump signed legislation officially ending the U.S. government shutdown. In past cycles, prolonged shutdowns drained liquidity, delayed risk appetite, and weighed heavily on speculative assets. The last major shutdown dragged on for 43 days and left scars across markets. This time, the fear was clear. Another shutdown could choke off sentiment, just as crypto was already vulnerable. So when that risk was removed, prices should have breathed. Instead, they fell harder. In fact, the opposite happened almost immediately. Bitcoin...
I like that little B-roll because that's what I picture every time that they're like, no,
dumped nearly $1,700
no, not Bitcoin. I was supposed to fucking to the moon with this shit.
right after the U.S. market
Wait.
open.
And then everybody's like, buy the dip. But that's the thing. People bought the dip and it's still fucking taking. That's that guy. He's just like, I bought the dip. What the fuck?
Wiping out over $55 million in long positions in just 2 hours. The broader crypto market lost $50 billion in the same move, despite objectively positive macro news. This pattern has become disturbingly familiar. Good news triggers sell-offs, relief rallies get sold into, and every bounce feels engineered to lure liquidity before another leg down. At the same time,
I like this guy's take on this.
On-chain data shows large holders quietly accumulating. Coins are being absorbed.
Savvy finance. He does live to his name.
Just not reflected in price. That contradiction is fueling growing concern that price discovery itself is being distorted.
And no, Chomsky was that bad.
And then came what should have been a turning point, a rare, high-level...
I don't know. According to some people that I've talked to, they said that, yeah, like they saw this coming with Chomsky and they already kind of bailed on him.
Sit down at the White House between crypto leaders and the traditional banking establishment to really show how much the Trump administration cares about crypto.
Crypto person, I'm the one that probably helped crypto more than anybody because I believe in it. And the reason I believe in it...
the only reason he believes in it is because he heard how easy it is to fucking fleece people. And he's like, wait, there's no regulations on that? You're telling me that the IRS can't come after me for that? Okay.
Because if we don't do it, Scott, I think we can say then China's going to do it. Right? Yes, sir. If we don't do crypto, then China's going to do it. And
the stated goal of the meeting was clear. Address stablecoin yield, regulatory clarity, and the growing tension between innovation and incumbency. The room itself told a story. Major banks, trade associations, fintech giants, crypto exchanges, stablecoin issuers.
I just realized this guy's probably AI.
Venture firms, and even payment processors.
There's something about him that's moving off.
On the surface, it looked like progress. Serious people, serious institutions, finally in the same room. But beneath the optics, the divide was stark. Sources described a clear imbalance. One side trying to build forward, the other trying to slow everything down without saying it outright. The meeting was described as constructive, even cordial, but it ended without resolution. No breakthrough, no alignment, just boundaries drawn more clearly than
no doubt. This is definitely
before.
AI. Yeah.
Here is Coinbase's Paul Grewal on the outcome of the meeting and the way forward for the Clarity Act.
Taking my like back.
And of course, Coinbase was a major participant in the meeting yesterday at the White House.
I don't like your uncanny valley bullshit.
What was the main takeaways from your standpoint?
Well, I think the main takeaway for the American people to understand is that the White House is fully engaged. Full credit to President Trump for prioritizing this conversation about the right way to regulate crypto and bring innovation to our financial system. I think it's also very important to understand why the American people should care about this at all. This is fundamentally about not only innovation, but competitiveness in our financial system and making sure that the U.S. dollar remains the global reserve currency and isn't replaced by a Chinese central bank digital currency.
And,
it would be a disaster for America
if
that were to happen.
No doubt about it. How will the dollar
I was about to say,
get undermined?
Your average
by
person
this?
isn't fucking listening to that.
What the dollar fundamentally needs ultimately is demand. As government debt rises, interest rates are critical. What stable coins, a particularly important part of crypto, do is drive demand for U.S. dollars in ways that keep U.S. debt in check and keep borrowing costs low. And fundamentally, they also preserve the dollar's role as the currency of choice in global trade. So we think it's important that there be rules around that. Well, what I think bank lobbyists have done in confusing the American people and leaders on both sides of the political aisle on this issue, first and foremost has been about is preserving their incumbency and limiting competition. The fact of the matter is there's no evidence whatsoever that stable coins or crypto more generally draw interest or demand for community bank deposits and other deposits away. In fact, they support the traditional financial system by, again, supporting the strength
all these Bitcoin fucking channels seem to be AI generated. What the fuck?
The U.S. dollar. It's not surprising that
that's interesting. I'll remember that.
Bank lobbyists want to preserve that incumbent position because, of course, the bank lobbyists represent interests that have over $3 trillion, Maria, parked at the Federal Reserve that isn't doing anything, that's simply just sitting there when it could be put to work for the American people. We think it's important that that capital be deployed much more than have false concerns about competition.
Well, what do you want to say to the critics who say, look, the crypto companies want it both ways. You want to be able to pay rewards and get a flight to capital into the crypto platforms, but you're not going to face the same regulations that the banks face. In other words, are you going to have deposit insurance?
Well, it's a very strange argument to make that somehow the crypto industry is seeking to avoid.
I'm going to leave it there because honestly, I was getting a little bored with it. All right, this brings us into the AI apocalypse. This is the last bit of econ news.
Speaking of the market, we have a lot of very interesting and troubling.
I swear, like, she has several of these shirts that are missing different portions. So it's like
news going on there.
Did she just buy like 5 of the same one and just be like,
significant drop
slice?
in the market yesterday, and it seems to be because there is a bit of an oh shit moment happening with regard to what AI is going to mean for our economy. So
She looks like she's getting choked by an ink blot.
let's go ahead and put this Wall Street Journal tear sheet up on the screen. And the TLDR here of a number of news reporting that I'm going to show you in just a moment is that non-techies, such as myself,
She put it on
are
backwards.
beginning to really reckon with, okay, AI development might be good
All right,
for this handful of companies that are leading the way.
Just see Sagar looking at her back like,
But what about all of these other tech companies whose services are going to be effectively taken over by these AI agents? So one of those industries is, they say AI threatens a Wall Street cash cow, financial and
the symbiote.
legal
There you
data.
go.
And just if you think about it logically, if you're paying and people who are, inside, like traders and who are in the industry, they pay big bucks for these services to analyze financial and legal information. Well, if you have a free or a very low cost AI agent that can do all of that for you in a custom way, are you really going to shell out those dollars for these subscriptions? So I'll read you a little bit of this article. They say, for years, it seemed like a surefire business model, amass vast troves of financial data and sell it to Wall Street for a premium. Then Claude came along, and that's Anthropic's product. Shares of companies like S&P Global, MSCI, Intercontinental Exchange, London Stock Exchange Group, FactSet Research Systems all tumbled this week after fast-growing artificial intelligence startup Anthropic unveiled a new suite of tools for automating legal tasks. The new legal plugin for Anthropic's Cowork Assistant, powered by its AI model Claude, didn't seem to have much to do with financial data. Nonetheless, LSEG, which has spent years pivoting away from its traditional stock exchange business to selling data and analytics, slid 13% on Tuesday before inching lower on Wednesday. And so again, the theory here is that people are really starting to be able to envision what AGI and what already the capabilities that AI has is going to mean for these different markets. Now, what these companies, to give their side of the story, what they say, the ones that are doing all this financial analysis, they say, yeah, but we have our own proprietary data that Claude is not going to have access to. But, at least as of today, investors are betting that's not going to be sufficient. And by the way, as their capabilities develop, how much of this data is going to continue to be off limits and continue to be proprietary where you have to pay to gain access to it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you continue to look at, and by the way, these stocks have been on wild swings. So LSEG went down by, 15%, then back up by 8%. It's difficult to track like day to day, but the overall point is that the Claude code, which again, I'm a Claude subscriber. I don't think I pay more than $150 to be able to use the product. If I can just simply go in there, use their AI legal tool and analysis tool to automate or get, let's say, 80% of the way that I could have been previously for something that cost tens of thousands of dollars, the asymmetry of that wipes out any real ability or want to have to pay for a lot of these types of premium products. And actually, it's kind of fascinating because what you're watching,
the wealth class is banking on our
is
forgiveness.
The destruction. And we've talked about white collar work, and we've also talked.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you got so many people that are just convinced that it's like, well, the left wants me to fucking tax billionaires. Well, those liberals can suck a chode.
About legal work. What you are watching is the destruction of the high dollar, almost management consulting, data-based industry. So like the McKinseys and all of these other people who would come in and they would do proprietary slideshows and all of that. And again, look, while I don't think that AI is going to cure cancer or any of that, I do think it's pretty good at automating some of the most base tasks and data collection and putting that stuff in there. Obviously, you still need a little bit of quality control, but the amount of brute force that people used to have to do, especially if you were an Excel jockey and all that, a lot of it is starting to go away and has been now for years, but especially accelerated with AI. So if all of that goes away instantaneously, relatively, like in market terms, for a 5-year period, and you can see a path to almost 80 to 100% automation, that is going to actually nuke a significant sector of our economy. What's really scary about this, and we can put the next one up here on the screen, is this reveals actually some of the dangers of the way that our modern economy has structured. I've tried warning about this for years. We are a completely service-based economy, which is great until all the services get automated and rolled up into AI. So
yeah, and then we have no UBI or anything, so we're just supposed to die?
While our
apparently, you do understand that that's the outcome, and if they're listening to AI models, the AI is actually pushing that, because did you guys hear about the social media or the social network that they created, like bots created, and they will not allow humans into?
GDP.
Yeah, nothing bad could come from that.
Overall may actually increase because the stocks of Google, Anthropic, and all these OpenAI will increase. The number of jobs that will be there may reduce. And it's not like we have stuff and companies that make a lot of things, physical things, steel, or, any manufacturing base that we have, to be able to absorb any of this. So our service-based economy is uniquely susceptible to be dramatically disrupted by AI, which would also wipe out and hurt the entire upper middle class, really, of the country. It would disrupt the university education system, which for the last 20
which is their plan
years,
again,
of the top.
And those upper middle class ones, those are the ones going on, YouTube and all these social media sites saying, well, when I become a billionaire.
20 schools have been feeders to.
They can't conceptualize that it's coming for them.
BCG, McKinsey, Accenture, and all of it. I mean, it destroys like this entire fabric around how all these things. So imagine then the downstream effects. Like, what are the suburbs of major cities going to look like?
The ones around here, toast.
Take a drive around Northern Virginia, Deloitte, KPMG, all of the defense contract. I guess they'll be fine, but but everybody else.
Billionaires pay for it.
Palantir stock.
Right there, this guy. How do you pay for UBI with open borders? Who pays for it?
Yesterday too, which is kind of interesting.
Exactly. The point is that data analysis, if you make
billionaires
it so that it's no longer high dollar, and
especially if they're the ones that are taking the fucking labor, options away,
and broadly available, that's going to massively disrupt significant portion of our.
I mean, at what point do you just go, okay, so I can't get a job? What now? Are you going to constantly just be like, yeah, well, you know what? We can't tax billionaires.
Based economy, and it's not like we have a lot of other stuff to absorb it. And then, like yesterday, it comes out that Google is spending like $180 billion on data centers and capex.
No, actually, you're wrong. The problem is you don't know how to, your media literacy is shit. That's the problem. You don't understand that most TV media or most mainstream media outlets or any of these news sites or news organizations, they all have standards that they have to work within. So that's why, when you have their opinion pieces, that's why it is so jarring where they go from giving you the news where you have one anchor giving you just fact-based news, then they pivot to a panel and they'll discuss it. And then they'll have other shows on said networks that are opinion-based. And if you pay close attention, they will tell you that, except for Fox News, because Fox News is not one of your normal news agencies. They register as an entertainment agency. Which, why would they do that? But then convince you that every other network, every other MSM out there is lying. Because again, you don't have media literacy. You don't understand how these people have to issue retractions based on the law because they are held to a standard of perjury.
A single bust there, then we're screwed all around.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Makes us very, very susceptible to it.
If you can prove that somebody maliciously had a false report about somebody, you could sue the living shit out of them.
Huge economic shock.
Chris Hayes had a viral.
Yes, I'm using CNN as an example. CNN actually has real news. They do. When you watch even a Wolf Blitzer, right? When they start and they show the Chiron and then you see the breaking news and then they break the news, the second that they get the talking heads in, and then they say, well, what's your opinion on this? That's when it's obviously turning into an opinion-based thing. But this is where you do need to be, like, honestly, it doesn't suit you to not pay attention to a CNN, to not pay attention to some of your opposition, because honestly, that makes you a fucking rube. That makes you, like, into this little bubble rube where you're just like, I only trust the one source of news, myself.
Tweet that I think captures the sentiment you're expressing.
Yeah, why did Fox have to pay Dominion so much money? Weird.
Well, he said, I think it's best for everyone to understand that the unified class project of billionaires right now is to do to white-collar workers what globalization and neoliberalism did to blue-collar workers. Keep pushing the share of national income away from labor towards capital, replace the kinds of workers that they think are uppity and spoiled, ultimately turn...
Yeah, we started an anti-newspaper in high school. We were fine until we started talking smack about the teachers.
Marin County into Youngstown, Ohio. He then goes on, and I do think this is important note here. He says, my very smart friend in finance urges me to clarify. I mean,
no, it's not. It's, dude, no. And I'm sick of this absolutely retarded take. It is like the most baseline fucking take ever.
Tech AI oligarchs.
Everyone lying to you. You can only trust yourself.
Hashtag not all billionaires, and points out rightly, I think, a lot of the business class is extremely worried about the damage and disruptions if AI becomes what its backers say it will be. And
so sick of it.
I actually do think that that is correct in a sense, because you see this burgeoning divide between where
fuck it, we're fucked. Proof is here in
Wall
chat.
Street
yeah, I know.
is and where the tech oligarchs are, and the
this guy has it like, I just want you to acknowledge that I might, I see things a little differently. I see things as both sides are bad, but mostly the left.
place I think you see that most in terms of a proxy fight is over the
I left the left because Obama made me pay for not wanting to buy his Obamacare.
Independence of the Fed. Trump wants to take over the Fed and, drop the industry and have control over it, basically to be able to serve the tech oligarchs who he's really thrown in with. I mean, obviously he's great for...
I'm glad I'm old because you guys are looking at a shitstorm coming. Yeah, I know. I feel bad for anyone that has kids.
At this point in time, and
the iPad generation ain't gonna make it.
He does.
Trust me, I've seen how irritable those little fuckers are.
Love them all. But that is really where he's
got a 7-year-old fucking nephew that, dude, you can barely talk to him.
Places chips in terms of his...
I was told, I wanted to take him to see Superman. I was told that movie wouldn't hold his attention. And mind you, that movie was made for the TikTok generation.
His administration.
That's why it cut like those quick cuts. If you watched Superman and were like, how come this keeps jumping scene to scene? That's why.
Wall Street obviously being very opposed to that. But in general, the point here
stands. That's why Hollywood's been doing that shit.
When I graduated from college with an economics degree, I got a job at one of these, consulting firms around here. And what did I do? I worked on a help desk, right? Trying to help users with a product I barely understood. But, that was how I learned. Do you think that sort of thing? No. And I was doing all kinds of spreadsheet analysis. I was a total Excel.
Yes, Obama was the porter-in-chief.
Jockey.
I'm a leftist that didn't like Obama. Surprise, I didn't like Biden either.
That can be done.
I can admit that they did have some good policies, though.
Easily.
Like, you hate Obamacare because they charged you because you whatever. I don't even know your story, but they charged you for it because you didn't want to sign up for the rolls or whatever. But I'm going to say that what ended up happening with Medicare costs and the ability to stay on a parent's plan was a huge success. And getting rid of pre-existing conditions was a major W. And the thing that I didn't see was anybody proposing anything else. And the thing that I love about Obamacare is how it was a Republican plan, because it was literally Mitt Romney's plan.
Now they could just get
that was utilized in Utah.
Someone who was a little more experienced to use AI to do something that took, my work product that took like a month to spin out. And that's already done. So you think of, everybody I graduated from college with, basically.
Yes, Obamacare was a Republican plan. The ACA was literally written around Mitt Romney's plan.
That same sort of job.
But you got fined. You know what? Get over it. Stop basing your entire political fucking opinion on one thing that was bad that happened to you. Jesus Christ.
That is,
it's like those idiots that are just like, they tried to make us wear a mask.
What really at this point, with our economy shifting
brain broken assholes
so far away from blue collar work, that is what so much of our economy is based around. And yeah, the goal is, and this is already happening right now, is automating all of that away. And listen, I didn't
It's not the deportations that's the fucking problem, numbnuts.
really enjoy that job. It's not like it was great.
It's the fact that they have been obvious in what they're doing. If you read NSPM 7, then you would know why we're pissed. But you guys have no idea what that even is, do you?
Right. And if
type that into your fucking Google search bar and then come back and tell me why, just why we might be a little on edge.
There's some new brave world where, we can all pursue our passions and that we're going to share in the profits.
Then sue the fucking government
of all of these games.
Seriously, if you're that convinced that what they did to you was that egregious and bad and illegal, then go sue the fucking government. I don't know what else to tell you.
And
Get over it,
productivity
Blur.
from the AI, that's one thing, but that's obviously not the reality in the economy that we have set up. It's obviously not what these oligarchs are pushing for. Even the most quote unquote progressive.
I mean, the fact that I'm engaging with you in chat
of them, the guy
you do understand that this is why people go to smaller streamers.
Who runs Anthropic, he's like, progressive taxation.
Yeah,
it's like comes nowhere close.
Libertarian arguments, I know.
To dealing with the problem at scale that we're looking at. So in any case, we can put the next one up on the screen. This is B3. U.S. tech stocks hit by fresh wave of selling as chip makers Qualcomm and AMD tumble.
I mean, you've been a pretty big crybaby. Like, for somebody coming in here and saying, I'm not a crybaby, but Obama charged me for not being on the rolls.
They say U.S. tech stocks hit by a fresh wave of selling. There was an AMD fueled sell-off. That's another chip maker sparked by concerns about the impact of AI on software businesses. And so
you got all butthurt that I'm not going to platform them.
The thinking here is basically again, all of this, so much coding can be done by people who don't.
Well, it seems you do. You do make excuses because just by literally doing the blanket, I don't want to be a leftist because they did one bad thing to me.
Have a technical.
That is kind of showing that you're wrong.
Background. If you spend a little bit of time understanding how to code with Claude, you can spin out products that, previously would have taken years and years and years and years and years of training and lots of work.
God, the fact that everybody that got a computer science degree worked on these projects to create these AI machines that put them out of work is the most American thing ever.
Well, to do. It's called vibe coding, right? And so you have that. You have with these AI agents, and we talked about this in the context of Moltbook and this Claude bot or Open Claw, I think it's called now, where you can send out these AI agents to do all sorts of things for you. And
and none of them work.
Ideas.
Dude, Gemini still gives the wrong fucking stuff.
Ultimately,
what are we doing
rather
here?
than you going to an app or you going to a separate software
Meanwhile,
product.
Grok is feeding you fucking CP.
You're just going to ask your AI agent to do it and not even interact directly with those apps. So what does that mean for the entire economy? And that's what the market is just now really starting to grapple with. There is also, this is interesting and fun in terms of the sort of battle between these different AI players. Sagar was saying that the Super Bowl is going to be like the AI Super Bowl. So many of the ads are going to be.
If you haven't been watching the NFL.
Me and my friends, that's one of our bets.
It's already.
This is the only time that I do this is with friends, where it's a small pool. It's mostly for green, if you know what I mean.
Probably
really?
Where we bet
30% AI ads,
give me a
but
J.
this time around, because of the dollar value.
That is my favorite thing that we do. So we have one of those rolling trays, and then usually one of us does all the rolling, but it's all you kind of pitch in your stuff, and then you kind of write on the cone, or the bottom of the cone. We use cones, by the way. It is a lot easier. Right in the bottom of the cone, who put what in, and then you kind of go based off of
and the ability,
how many you put in, and how many bets you can make.
For them to just throw money, I think a massive portion are.
So it makes you kind of be a little sparse with your.
By the way, already,
hey, I think that there's going to be about 7 AI commercials.
They're releasing some of them. So Claude is now going to have a premium Super Bowl
20,
ad, which will take a shot.
Actually, 21. Let's go 21
at Open AI. So let's go ahead and take a listen.
Oh, shit. What's this?
How do I communicate better with my mom?
Great question. Improved communication with your mom can bring you closer. Here are some techniques you can try. Start by listening. Really hear what she's trying to say underneath her words. Build conversation from points of agreement. Find a connection through shared activity. Perhaps a nature walk. Or if the
Oh my God, we are so cooked.
relationship can't be fixed,
this
find
is,
emotional
This is putting it into context. We are so fucked.
connection with other older women on golden encounters. The mature dating site
Pulling the crypto rug under the
that
world.
connects sensitive cubs with
the crypto dip is happening fast.
roaring cougars.
And the fact that, like, even though it was an AI vid, they did make a good point about how a lot of these crypto bros are always betting on it returning to where it was, pre the dip. This is the first time that did not happen, and it continued to crater.
What?
Would you like me to create your profile?
So that's from Claude saying that's why you
Jesus.
should use ours because we're not doing ads, but OpenAI is doing ads.
To be honest with you, I feel like that commercial makes all AI look bad.
I was going to
though.
say it's like if the what we're all sparring
I disagree with this guy, but he's and sent him money to help his wife, but he still trashes
about
me.
is who will
I appreciate you sending money to the cancer fund and also,
Be able to
all that, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to change my opinions about something to cater to you.
chat with me and whether we serve you ads or not. I mean, I would
Give you
rather have-
advice about your relationship with your mom.
Yeah, how about this? Don't ask AI about your relationship with your mom. Like, period.
You know what? This is a rare one. I'm actually going to apologize. You're right. I might have actually gotten a little,
maybe talk to your mom.
I might have gone a little far. My bad.
About it, or somebody else, like another
You were
human
actually,
being. Sam Altman, very, very upset about this ad. Let's put this up here. By the way, he claims he laughed. I don't think he did. He
Isn't
said
that the
for the
worst one I've
first,
had?
the good part of the Anthropic ads, they're funny, and I laughed. And then a wall of text. I wonder why Anthropic would go for something so clearly dishonest. Our most important principle for ads
Everything is coming to a head point.
says that we don't
you
do
don't have to be a
exactly
visionary to see what's going on or where we're heading.
this.
No.
We would obviously never run ads in the way Anthropic depicts them. We are not stupid. We know our users would reject.
Well done. That was harsh.
I guess
I
it's
mean,
on brand for
they called them the R words.
Anthropic doublespeak to use a deceptive ad to critique theoretical deceptive ads that aren't real, but a Super
That was a little out of pocket. I'll admit.
Bowl ad
Sorry.
is not where I would expect
I'm not a liberal.
it. More importantly, we believe everyone deserves to use AI and are committed to free access. We believe access creates agency. More Texans use ChatGPT for free than total people use Claude in the United States.
Where are we going?
So we have a differently shaped problem than
Well, again, we're watching a story talking about how AI is going to put a lot of white and blue collar workers out of jobs, even though it already has. Like we're looking at what happened with Microsoft, although I'm going to go into this because Microsoft is kind of regretting firing all those people so quickly.
And they do. If you want to pay for ChatGPT Plus or Pro, we won't show you ads. So basically just saying, look, guys, we are Anthropic is an expensive product for rich people. They're the same price, but actually,
Love you all. Love all of you. Have a good night. Good night, Blur.
it might be more expensive. ChatGPT
Again, apologies for going a little hot on you.
Pro. Then
Well, is
Claude
there like not a free version of Anthropic? Might be what they're
maybe
saying.
there isn't. I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
really know.
But I look, it depends. I actually prefer Claude for anything technical and then specifically anything math related.
I'm growing, guys. I'm growing.
ChatGPT
Look.
is usually better at like
think
some of the more research.
Walked it
I
back
think
and
the
even
general
went,
consensus
you
is
don't
Claude
want
is kind of in the
get
lead
a
now,
little
tech
mad.
wise, right?
It's
That's
kinda-
that's my understanding.
It depends on what you mean by that. For coding, etc. Yes, but yeah, I mean the whole point is just that these people, all they have created
We need an infrastructure plan.
is a
Dude.
new Google. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Actually, it's very useful.
I mean, again, everybody's going to be out of a job within the next 20 years if this keeps heading this way. Like, we're so fucked.
But that's not,
Our pep is growing
not
up.
going to cure cancer. And in fact, I recently read a
Oh, thanks, guys.
Washington Post article, which was a guy who uploaded his health data to ChatGPT and got completely misdiagnosed. He took it to a doctor, and the doctor was like, "This is bullshit. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong." And I was just like, "Man, the promises that they sold to us are not true." Like, and instead they're going all.
Again, this is why, like I was just saying, and we're going to go deeper into it. This is why Microsoft is kind of like, they got regrets because they were like, oh shit. So we wanted to beat the Q1, like the Q2 reports
all in on porn, erotic.
Why don't I get into politics? Because I don't think I'm that great of a representative. I'm not like
advertising, Super Bowl. Like if you have to advertise,
I'm in my vein here.
If your product, you need
like
to
entertain
massively advertise on the
try
Super
and
Bowl
inform
for
a
why.
little bit. Will I not be like I'm still active in politics? I will get behind politicians I believe in, and I'll canvass for them and all that.
Because you haven't seen like the NFL ads.
Honestly, I would work for a campaign as like somebody that
ChatGPT, it's like
an advisor. I would
help
do that.
Draft my
but
workout plan or something. Like it's not revolutionary shit.
Yeah.
That's really happening.
I just personally don't think I'd be the greatest representative for people.
I don't know. I go back and forth on this because in terms of, my day-to-day, I find all kinds of problems with
Yeah, I'm not trying to make money like that.
whatever,
like,
chatbot
off the government like
I'm
that.
using.
Right.
But then I see things like, the way that
Oh, you sent
people
me a new
who
track?
are
Cool.
more
I'll
tech
check it out.
savvy are using Claude and
Actually, Kurt,
the AI agents and,
you know what? While I got you in chat, I was rocking out to some of your music, and then I just kind of had that random thought where I'm like, what the fuck is a bando?
the capabilities that they
So
already
they're-
have. And then I'm sure you saw this clip that Griffin sent to our
So they're
group
singing your song,
about,
just like,
talking
I
about
don't
these
even know what a band
scientists who are at a conference. Like the AI is already good enough that it's doing like 90% of what I can do. And I'm talking about like some of the most brilliant minds in the entire world.
Your acoustic of that song is fucking fire, by the way.
So I don't know. I go back and forth on what this stuff, how powerful this is, where it's going, where it is right now, etc. And I really don't have a clear. I don't have a clear understanding of how revolutionary what we already have.
That makes sense.
Is. There was a good article in, I believe it was in Nature magazine by a number of scientists who were saying, by any reasonable metric, it already has achieved AGI, and they made a pretty persuasive case.
What state am I in?
That
alarm. That's the state I'm in.
They actually, in some of the tests, the people who were testing it
Is anxiety a state as well? Because that too.
found it to be human, like guessed that it was human more often than they guessed actual humans were humans.
Bando, abandoned house, got it.
By the standard of the Turing test, which has always been the gold standard, they were like, we kind of aren't really acknowledging it, but we're already there. And what does that mean?
Speaking of 5-alarm, I haven't seen 5-alarm fire in a long time.
I can't
they're
say.
all right.
I mean, I just can't. I don't know that anyone can. So in any case, I go back and forth on all of that. And this is a good place to put up this one. So this is, we talked earlier about Moltbook.
At worst, I can make it a show by showing how stupid the system is.
Which is Reddit, but just for
I live in an alternate
AI.
state.
So
I
you have
like that
all
one.
of these AI agents who congregated
There
there,
you
and they're
go. There you
talking to
go.
each other, and they're spinning up religion, and they're talking about whether they should do a takeover and get rid of these pesky humans, and these very existential questions, and there's all
What
sorts
makes
of like.
Perplexity and Keeney?
I mean,
more
in
secure?
one sense, they're just like
I don't
aping
know.
human behavior. There's also a bug where humans could just directly, effectively post through their AI bots. So it was important to keep all of that in mind. But now put B6 up on the screen. Now we have this edition, which is a rent-a-human.
The hell is she wearing? Honestly, it's one of her worst fits that she has brought to breaking points. She looks ridiculous.
Site where it says robot.
I don't know how Kyle didn't just make fun of her. Like,
Made your
I mean, was your clavicle real? That one specific clavicle, you were just really feeling it that day?
Body, and goes on to say, AI can't go out into the world and do things, but you can. So human being, let us robots use your
What up, Devil's Advocate Productions? How's it going, Alex?
body to go out and do whatever
Everybody
we
go
need
follow
you to do in the
Alex.
world, and we'll pay you. So this is, it's
We streaming today?
gig work. It's like, what is
The
it?
outfit's classy.
What
As I said, it looks like she's getting choked by an ink
are
blot.
the ones that are for
Met Gala
individual
ass
tasks.
dress.
What's it called?
There it is.
Rabbit,
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
whatever.
little bit.
Anyway,
TaskRabbit, yeah.
TaskRabbit. There you go. It's like TaskRabbit, but the person who's assigning the tasks is a robot.
In fact, that's a turtleneck too.
So, one of the things that people have been thinking is, okay, well, we can't be too scared about these AI agents like taking over because they can't actually go out in the physical world and do anything. It's like, here's a wave of humans signing up to be like, we'll do your stuff for you. Don't worry. Just pay us a given amount and we'll go out in the world and do your
One of my favorite ones that my wife caught
Fitting.
was the fact that she was actually wearing like straight up lingerie as like an underfit, but she made it work.
So already with this, the relationship
She was like, yeah, that's actual lingerie. I was like, really? She's like, yeah, here.
is reversed,
Show me it.
where
I
it's
was
no
like,
longer the
oh.
human telling the robot, hey, can you
That
do
is the
this
exact
and that
same
and
thing.
compile this report and, book me a hotel or whatever.
Yeah.
Now it's the robot saying,
She can make it work. She can make it work.
hey,
You know what?
human, can you
Listen,
go out
I'm a guy
in
who
the
wears
world?
T-shirts and jeans. I really do. I'm not the one to be being like, oh, fashion faux pas.
To do whatever. I know one of the tasks was to go make a sign and hold it on the side of the road and say, AI is paying
It
me
would
to
look nice if it wasn't a
hold this
turtleneck.
sign.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
So I don't know what other tasks are being assigned
And who
out.
knows?
But,
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
but it's just, and like, who knows and whether this, how real this is and what it really means. But already the prospect of how the relationship between human and robot can get flipped around and inverted very quickly. Like it's here, it's manifesting itself.
Yeah, I mean, I just take it back to this point about the stock market crash, by the way, it's a couple percent, so I don't want to take it too far. But you have enough of a hit and some sort of volatility, which is making people question the foundation of the economy. And as we've talked about with Russia and with Ukraine, it turns out that you can be cut off from the global financial system. You can lose McDonald's, the horror, right? You can lose access to U.S. fast food, the American banking system, and be subject to the worst possible sanctions that have ever existed in the Western world. And as long as you have a shitload of guns and a shitload of oil, you'll probably be okay. What is going to happen to us? Well, yeah, we have oil. We can't actually create all that many guns for our own defense. It turns out that our highly connected, globalized economy makes us dramatically vulnerable to any sort of shock. China and Taiwan, I've talked about our laptops, video game systems. We don't make anything here. Can we really
It's always worn the goofiest shit, Tinkerbell. She
produce even
Tinkerbell
enough
agrees.
cars for a single year if everybody decided that, just to be able to want a new, no, none of this exists for our domestic capacity, from chips, and I'm talking at the advanced level, let alone the more basic level. We rely on Canada, we rely on Mexico, we rely on Europe for some high-tech manufacturing, we rely on Asia for all of our lower goods, even clothing. Most of the clothing that we look at, take a look at the charts for our trading with Vietnam. How did Vietnam become a top 10 trading partner to the US? Cheap clothing.
That was quick.
Like, we don't make anything. Or does anybody even remember how to darn clothing or any of that? No, it's all gone. Even the suit I'm wearing, probably from China, to be honest. And you can just
I think that actually is
see
about.
this
Wow, even MAGA.
over and over and over again. And
oh wait, Bryce.
if we
Sorry.
have some
Just
sort
realized that
of
was you. I
crash
thought that
or
was DJ
effect,
saying it.
and what we're going to watch is that if we lose the white collar wealth, we don't have anything that we make, and then we're going to be in a full-blown societal crisis. Not saying it's going to happen overnight, but it can happen in 10 years, 12, 15. Like, think about, when was the iPhone, the first
I'm glad I'm retiring. You guys are fucked.
true iPhone, the one
Steel
that
Derek.
was widely adopted?
Well,
2000.
It's like 10.
Yeah, so what was the iPhone 4, right? iPhone 4, so 2010. That was 16 years ago. It feels like a lifetime.
Blur, no one called you
It
about.
wasn't that long.
We were talking about somebody else.
But think about how much our economy has been disrupted and changed just since then.
Yeah.
Not to mention, NAFTA? There's probably a decent amount of people who are alive who remember what life was like pre-NAFTA. Now watch what has happened in the interim some 30 years, and then try to imagine what it will look like in the future.
Yeah.
We have not gotten serious. We refuse to do it. Without a huge shock, we're not going to change anything.
Well, and here's what I want people to connect this to the Epstein files and the other reporting we've been doing on this show. Like, one thing you should take away from that is the billionaire class.
After watching something like 70% of Tim Pool's audience get wiped off of his fucking page because they found out that they were, in fact, paid Russian
I don't
bots.
care whether you live or die.
Or Indian bots. Sorry. There was a good portion that came from India as well.
Really don't.
They don't think of you as a full human.
Well, they don't even think of themselves as human. They think that they're above it. What is consistently comes across in the Epstein emails? How much better he thinks he is than everybody else. And actually, you're like, wait, I'm maybe smart.
Elvis, what's up,
smarter
man?
than you? Actually, I can spell.
I mean, Epstein was a transhumanist. Another way of saying that is
He's from
basically
Ireland. Yeah, man.
eugenicist. There's no, I mean, you read about, he had all these plans, and this is reported out in the New York Times. This is not like kookery, right? To use his ranch to have some baby incubator factory, and he talks in there about that what a foolish idea Bill Gates has that comes from the stupid Catholics about all humans being equal, et cetera, et cetera. There's an email out there where some guy is saying to him, I keep thinking over what you say about how we get rid of the poor people altogether.
Breaking points.
Like, I mean, this is Epstein's ideology, and clearly what comes across is this is shared by a broad swath of billionaires. So they only care that they are destroying your lives and taking your jobs to the extent that you are going to retaliate and that causes problems for them. That's all. That's the only thing. Then that's just like a math problem for them to figure out and solve and figure out how they can deal with that.
Yeah.
But I mean, truly, and we're already at a place where, you know, previously and the current still reality of our economy is much of it is bolstered by consumer spending, right? That's what the U.S. economy is really built around. The bulk of that is already done by the rich. So then truly, what are you, average person, good for? They find you just to be like a pesky problem to be solved and to be dealt with. So I think it's very important to, fuse these things together. And that's why the Epstein Files release is so incredibly important, to really understand the way they think, the way they see the world.
Thanks,
and by the way,
he is dope.
this is the true definition of a globalist. Like they don't have any allegiance to nation states. No. Like there's a part where Mandelson, who, we're going to talk more in the Epstein block about how the whole Keir Starmer government might be brought down by this because they still have a functioning society over there, unlike us, apparently. In any case, Mandelson is plotting with Epstein against the interests of the UK in favor of the interests of the financiers. And
one thing I'm going to give the UK a lot of credit on right now is the fact that they are doing something with anybody that's been implicated in the Epstein files.
Figuring out.
People are losing their positions of power. They're losing their positions in government. Yet in America, we're sitting here going like, well, there's not, proof.
How to use.
It's not like we can, take it to court.
Jamie Dimon to get.
Only in America do we pull this bullshit.
What they want for the banks. Which was, again, which they saw as being directly in contradiction to the interests of the UK. That's the way they operate in the world. And so it's really important to keep that in mind when you see what they're developing and the way they're approaching, the way they're going about it. And, I think we have to grapple with the reality that this technology is here. It's not going away. And we have to figure out how we want to craft a social contract that is going to work for everyone and is not going to be just led by these oligarchs who truly do. They actually prefer that. I mean, they don't care if you live or die. That's the best you could say. And the worst you could say is actually they prefer you dead because you're a problem in life.
Yeah, that's very
he's laying upside down on me.
Very true. All right, let's get to ICE. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like.
Okay, so, actually, I'm going to keep that one on because Batia's whole, dude, just when you thought that Batia had all the worst takes, she goes and makes some fucking real doozies. Oh, dude, you are being so cute right now. This is the problem when you go into little Diablo mode. All right. Companies regret many AI-related layoffs. A research firm says 55% of employers surveyed regret laying off staffers because of the promise of AI. A new report from Forrester suggests that many companies have been cutting workers in the name of AI are likely to face backlash. Many companies claim that they are laying off staff because of AI. Some of these ventures led to spectacular fails. Other times, AI doesn't actually replace human workers at all. Too often, company management lays off employees based on the future promise of AI. According to these analyses, 55% of employers now regret laying off staff because of AI. In addition, more decision makers responsible for AI investments believe the technology will increase the workforce in the coming years rather than reduce it. We predict that much of this work will be placed on low-paid workers, either offshore or at lower wages. How is this America first? HR functions in particular risk being hit hard. Those departments are expected to be dramatically downsized while still being expected to deliver the same level of service with AI tools. The other thing that they didn't say there was insurance companies. Insurance companies, if you guys work in the field of insurance, specifically like running numbers and that kind of stuff, yeah, those are the ones that are going to get hit really, really hard. They're estimating between 6 and 8 million people could lose their jobs within 1 year. Yeah, fuck it.
All right, so the Epstein files have become a little uncomfortable for a lot of people, especially people on the right, predominantly, who thought that this was all going to be just about Bill Gates or just about Democrats. And lo and behold, Donald Trump was very close with Epstein for a lot of years. He's all over us. A bunch of people from his administration is all over, Elon Musk, et cetera. So they've had to spin up a number of coping mechanisms to deal with the information that is being revealed in the Epstein files. There have been a variety of strategies we wanted to lay out for you here. Chief among them, First and foremost, we've got Batya Ungar-Sargon, who is always there when needed to defend some Trump insanity. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
She seriously,
I just
level of stupid. Like, tell me, even if you guys agree with what she's saying, do you not just think that she's one of the dumbest people to be like trying to sell it?
I really agree with the president. I think that most Americans just do not
Zionist queen over
care
here.
about this. This has been an obsession of elites on the right and now elites on the left. Elites on the right were obsessed with it when they thought they could use it to hurt leftists.
I love
and now
this
the
woman's
left is
face
obsessed
next
with it
to her,
'cause
just-
they think they can use it to hurt the right.
How do we
I-
know?
No.
That until we have the
I'm
evidence.
just telling, I'm saying so far there has been no evidence of that. I'm looking through all of the documents, and so far there is still no evidence.
Dude, he's literally watching the segment.
I'm open
Well,
to
then
it.
why not?
If
Why-
you listen
why-
to me, I just feel like it's like the obsession.
Guys, check out the cat cam. He is literally looking, he's watching the segment.
I mean, bringing the Clintons in, it's ridiculous.
Well,
But it is
you
ridiculous.
He watches TV too, so this makes
I
sense.
agree with Donald Trump. You just said you agree with Donald
I'm
Trump.
saying it's time to move on. And
I think it's interesting. You want to move on from this, but not from ballots in Fulton County from 6 years ago.
I
and I will
also
say that
literally said
there are-
I am not interested in that story
there was
at all.
This is one of the more preposterous defenses I've actually seen, Sagar, that this is a fixation of elites. Are you kidding me?
No, it's actually the opposite.
It's the total, it's up is down, left is right. This is the total opposite of that. We've had to drag the elites kicking and screaming to even acknowledge that any of this exists. I mean, not to be too harsh, but Ezra Klein just months ago was saying, well, I think he was a pedophile, and I think he was also very well connected. I think those two things were totally separate.
That's not harsh. It's just true. All these people thought that we were, okay, I've been covering this story with you 7 years, all right? For years, Epstein and UFOs were linked together. They're like, dude, why do you
That is
cover this
true.
shit? They're like, is it just
that's
like
true.
QAnon
yeah,
or
they're like, oh, you're just playing, you know.
Yeah, it was on the farther fringes of like conspiracy theories.
And I would always say, guys, I think there's something there. I'm not going to stop. I still think with UFOs, but we can put that to the side. My point is just around, for years, it's actually been the people. So like if I go out into the street and if somebody's going to say that they appreciate the show, I would say probably a good half are going to talk about Epstein. Like a good half are going to talk about that. And we're talking about Uber drivers and hotel clerks or bus boys. Like it's not the people in Washington. In fact, the people in Washington thought I was a kook for the last 7 years for caring
Twitch
about
now?
said story.
Yes.
It is quite literally the opposite. Also, her claim that there's no other crimes in there is blatantly untrue, as we can already see from what just happened in the UK,
Correct.
where there's a literal insider trading investigation. That's just one for the record.
Yeah.
A high-profile insider trading one, which involves the senior most cabinet officials.
Trump is in the Epstein files, but guess who isn't? Your cat.
Of the fucking one of the biggest economies in the world.
Yes.
That happens to just be one other crime in there.
Correct.
Just saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
and listen, for Batya, you know, when she can, she likes to defend Trump. Although I will say she will
Yeah, she
criticize him at times. But you also look the Israel connections.
I was about to say, come on.
Here,
Seriously?
if you're being honest, are just undeniable in
Yeah.
these files. And to the point about who is interested in covering the story and who is not, like elite media, legacy media, still won't touch that angle with a 10-foot pole. So, you know, she's very defensive of the state of Israel. And so I think that's the other part of her motivation for why she wants to say, there's nothing to see here. All of you just have this elite fixation. It's the polar opposite of the truth. Elites hate this story because it offends them. Like the true elites that really do have all of this sway here in the US and around the world, doing these deals with each other and always looking out for one another.
You know what? ICE is not versus the law.
And their own.
Well, then I can already tell that you missed the lawyer
Financial.
who won
Just at the expense of
the
everybody
battle
else.
with ICE, and how every lawyer is coming out and saying just like, we're just waiting for these to get taken to court, because most judges have come out and even said, they're like, if they broke a constitutional protection, it's going to be a summary judgment.
Of course, they hate this story. They hate that this was revealed. They fought against it.
I mean, they're already talking about like how much they want to sue for, because they're like, yeah, this theoretically could bankrupt the entire agency.
Tooth and nail. And it was the disgust and contempt of the population that forced even this little bit of transparency. So just
One of my favorite stories that recently happened was in Ohio. It's a smaller town in Ohio. This guy got picked up on a suspected Dewey. They roughed him up really bad. They held him illegally. They broke his constitutional rights. So the settlement was determined to, like, it was going to pay, I think it was double what the actual annual budget of what the town was. So they took it to the Supreme Court to say, hey, this guy, if we pay that, it's going to bankrupt us. So can we get out of this? And the Supreme Court said, fuck no, homie. Sorry, guys.
Utterly.
Y'all are going to have to make some cuts elsewhere, somewheres, or maybe just ask the guy, hey, can you fund the fire department?
Utterly preposterous. We also had another incredible moment, this one from Jasmine Crockett, who was, put in the position of defending Stacey Plaskett, who is the representative for the Virgin Islands, who is the only known congressional representative to have actually visited Epstein's Island. Not to mention, she also was caught red-handed texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing and asking him what questions she should ask when it was her turn to query, to question a witness. Let's go ahead and take a listen. This is E2. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Stacey didn't initiate that chain. Jeffrey.
Oh my God!
Initiated.
Yeah, this is a fucking bad take from her that I think that might have just handed Tallarico the fucking the reins of that Senate race.
And she took the information. Just like if somebody
Jasmine Crockett's a moron.
Yeah, but she was responding.
I find like she made a really funny quip to MTG, and honestly, I'll admit that was hilarious. But outside of that, she's always kind of been, centrist chilly. And now it's just like, oh my God, you're fucking really stupid.
And saying, what are you talking about? Quick, I'm up next. And then her questions were about Rona. But do you think that was inappropriate? I mean, would you text with someone who is a registered sex offender about what you should ask?
I honestly know that he had
If you can prove that CNN lies, then you can actually sue the shit out of him.
never been convicted of any federal crimes at that time.
Like, I'm not
But he
even
had been
kidding.
in jail already.
Richard,
He had been.
if you are that convinced, then pull up the clips that they're lying about. Send them to one of your local attorneys and just be like, "Hey, I have a surefire case here."
Got a deal. And
see
my
what
deal
happens.
is this. The Republicans are
serious.
constantly texting with a 34-count convicted felon. So if it's okay for them to text him at any point in time, then I'm not going to say that that's right or wrong, especially to the extent that you're talking about kicking someone off their committee. Were they sexting? Was it a matter of her being involved in the pedophilia? No.
And this is where, it gives the Republicans a lot of cover because, they can make the case. Look at this. They're like, yeah, you only care because from a partisan standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true. For most of these people, they didn't care until they realized the light bulb went off Oh, Trump was friends with this guy for a long time. And, Bill Clinton's kind of past his prime. Whatever, if you take some strays, we can deal with it.
It does. It falls under the standard libel laws.
So
I was making sure that it wasn't a separate law.
Here she is acting in a purely partisan manner, just throwing out the whataboutism. Well, what about what they do? What about what they do? Well, if you want to be principled, you have.
No, I'm dead serious that you could easily win if you're that dead set on fucking saying that they are fucking liars. Then you would have proof. You would have definitive proof that they have lied about a story, and then you can show where that lie correlated with libel law.
Have to apply that across the board.
No, it shows that you don't actually believe what you're saying.
And unfortunately, very few
and don't have very much confidence in making a case.
Politicians willing to do that.
Of course.
It's almost like you don't know what you're talking about.
Even people who may have called for the Epstein.
Literally, this is broadcast 101, dude.
Files.
You could go to a community college and go to a communications class. This is one of the first things you'll learn.
Police in the past may now be coming out and saying, actually, they shouldn't be. Let's put E6. This is a personal favorite.
If Trump is breathing, he's lying. Well said, Harley.
Here, Katie Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller.
I have the greatest breath ever.
Says that the Epstein.
So many white blood cells. Wait a minute. Are those the good ones?
Files is a Democratic hoax perpetuated on the American people. Why didn't Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, or Bill Gates push for Epstein's arrest or prosecutions by their friends during the Obama or Biden years in President Trump's first term? Epstein was arrested and jailed. In his second, he's released the file. It's curious why did
you mean the other convicted sex trafficker?
These Democrats want
that for some reason seems to be an influencer. It's almost like it kind of plays into why people like the whole crowd of people that tend to lean MAGA don't care.
Just before
it's almost like they actually kind of secretly kind of want to do the same thing.
Tweet by Elon,
allegedly,
who himself was a major
not so
pusher
secret
of the Epstein files until it ended up being a bit of a rebound for him himself. So it's just again, it's ridiculous. A Democratic.
It would help you. It would help you because again, I'm waiting for fucking Tara Hojim to be in the newspaper where they're like, this person, Tara Hojim, or handle Tara Hojim, won a class action lawsuit against CNN, proving without a shadow of a doubt that they were lying about what? Tune in at 9.
This is pure Trump language. You created, if anything, it's a hoax that you and the people around you said you were going to do something about.
It's always the same thing. It's always the same shit.
That's the actual hoax, just so
they got all the lawyers.
Yeah. Well, and Elon, I mean, not only did he push for the files to be released, not only, remember, he said, look, I'm going to drop the real bombshell. Trump is in the files, which obviously is true. It
sounds, like I said, it sounds like you don't actually believe it. It sounds like you just want to put that out there so people don't go to a CNN or any other news site that you deem to be lying.
He's also in the files. I mean, up until 5 seconds ago, he was saying there is no one,
like I said,
who wants
the lack of media literacy in America was the point.
Accountability for Jeffrey Epstein.
When he said fake news and like he made people mistrust the news, that was literally out of 1984, dude.
More than
I'm sorry that some of us actually learned how to read at like beyond a 6th grade level.
There's no one who's been more steadfast and
even though I'm pretty sure I read Animal Farm in 6th grade,
wanting these files released than myself. And now to come out and retweet Katie Miller being like, oh, it's all a Democrat hoax, and I don't know why you people care.
1984 was required reading in my freshman year.
About this anyway is just, I mean, it's just absolutely incredible.
Now, I went to a Christian school. What's that say?
They just have no shame. These people have zero shame. Let's put E4 up on the screen here. This is an incredible one. This is from Chris Rufo. And I've seen this line of argument pretty frequently online. So you've got Meghan McCain who says, is every conspiracy theory real? And Chris Rufo says, no. The Epstein files demonstrate that the most florid conspiracy theories were wrong, and that Epstein's evil was a banal philistinism and hedonism rather than something out of a spy novel. He used insecure rich people to legitimate his desires rather than to rule the world. Sagar, having delved into these emails, not just this release, but the previous releases as well, my reaction is the polar opposite of this. My reaction has been, wow. You know, when I talked about like the deep state and the control of these capitalists globally and like the influence, and I really thought of it in a little bit of a more amorphous way than when you see, I mean, there's another email that just came out about, you know, how he was plotting.
All news channels are actors, and the fact that you swallow their lies because it complements your ideology is hilarious. C-SPAN is all you need, no narrator, just live footage.
Libya. And this was before.
Again, having somebody breaking the news is not necessarily somebody fucking being an actor or any of that shit. Sometimes it is just, hey, this is information and we're going to read this to you.
We went in and took out.
C-SPAN even does that occasionally, believe it or not.
Gaddafi and whatever, and he's there. They have all these mineral resources. Here's what we could do. Here's how we could get our taste. The deal. Also,
C-SPAN only covers like certain things, bro. It's not like they do a blanket cover, like they do blanket coverage of everything that's going on in the day.
That he helps, the connections he helped make with, you know, with Ehud Barak and various security companies. I mean, all of these in all the different countries that he apparently had sway and inside information into. I'm like,
can't tell you how many times I've gone to C-SPAN for something, and then it's like the previous day's fucking tallies for some weird vote that was taken.
Wow. It's incredible how much power this unelected pedophile had in the world. And not just him, right? He's one spoke in the network. So my reaction is the polar opposite of this, of like, oh my God, like the worst, most egregious version of my understanding of how the world works was not even far enough to how it actually runs and how this whole thing actually operates.
Yeah, it's willful blindness. It's one which the right has broadly embraced because they don't want to grapple with the Israel connection. You cannot look at the Mossad, at the Ehud Barak, at all of the different things that Dropsite and others have unveiled about various security agreements and say that this was not a very powerful actor who was working on behalf of multiple.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get another cam.
Governments, take a look at the one that I released about that email to a KGB, or sorry, FSB.
We found this little, like, we found a chair that has like a little thing that like you put out and it has a spot for him to lay on.
Academy graduate, whenever he's asking for somebody to help him deal with a woman who's blackmailing powerful individuals, go ahead and take a look at multiple of the business deals involving Assad, Libya, you know, multiple of these other foreign governments, powers, Putin as well, you know.
Trusting the news is dude, you're acting like I sit here and don't have my own fucking like ability to judge what I'm hearing. So if they're giving me facts of something that happened, I can differentiate for the most part where the facts in lie and where their opinions are added.
When Cote d'Ivoire was
like I said, the fact that people lack media literacy and other people like me have some, that's part of the problem.
Cote d'Ivoire. I mean, we can go on.
The ones that usually have the most confidence about their media literacy are the ones that are the most media literate.
And remember, ordinary Philistines are not involving themselves in business deals with Somaliland. Period. End of story. This is not to even mention all of the arms trafficking allegations from his start and Iran-Contra, which birthed the very person who eventually steals all this money, maybe willingly.
Well, like I said, if you are that dead set on like convincing us that all mainstream media are liars, seriously, by all means, sue Sinclair Media. Then.
From Leslie Wexner and all these other people.
If you can prove that their news organizations are lying, then you would win a giant class action lawsuit. Why? Why do you not do that?
Which launches the empire that we begin to know.
Leto the second.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just, look, they need this to be true.
Although he's not my second Leto.
Israel, foreign state, and also
I wanted a reason to call him
because
Duke.
It absolves like the general elite network, in my opinion, which supports a lot of not just this, but a lot of the politics and other things that they like. And it's very basic. Grappling with that basically requires a restructuring and replacement of the entire American elite, which is very inconvenient for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And which
I
support.
No doubt about it. And just last piece here, just to remind you, like the type of things that they're hand waving away. No big deal. Nothing to see here. The other argument from Claire Lehman and Matt Taibbi, this is boring. I'm not even interested in this. It's like, you've got to be
You want to go lay down there?
What is
It's not
boring?
here.
I mean, first of all, this is not meant for your entertainment, by the way. Number two,
Catzilla. I'm all right if you just call him Catzilla.
getting a little bit of a glimpse into the way elite, money, power, and sex, the interplay of all of those things, and the way they use all of those things to, put pressure on various people and to effectuate certain outcomes, all in their benefit. Like, what could be more important possibly to understand? But in any case, there's also just the disgusting, horrific crimes that clearly, were occurring here and that you also get a glimpse of in these emails. I mean, the number of utterly repulsive and disgusting things that I've seen reading through these things is astonishing. Put E1C up on the screen here. And you can see the, one of these emails. So here you have someone emailing Jeffrey Epstein and saying, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty." And Epstein replies, "Great." Put the next one, E1D. Put this one up on the screen. So you've got, this is like a French diplomat, Olivier Colombe, who Epstein is emailing with. And Epstein says to him, "I'm on my
I go
island
live every day, for the most part, except Sundays.
in the Caribbean with an aquarium full of girls."
Got to take the holy day off.
And this guy says, "The king of Saudi Arabia has a few white sharks
Literally
at
just
his
'cause I need a day off.
Jeddah palace. I totally prefer
Yatra.
yours. Sure, I would enjoy the view." Epstein says, "As to
If
our
it was
Russian,
a girl cat, I would do that.
some might refer to them as white sharks." He replies, Olivia Colombe replies, "As long as you don't have any hammerhead ones, I like white sharks." And Epstein finishes by saying, "No, some are like shrimp. You throw away the head and keep the body."
Yeah, that shit is fucking insane. And again, now you have people in MAGA land that are just like, but can we really take him at his word? Like, he might have been joking. Like, fucking Christ almighty.
Disgusting.
Like, again, manufactured consent for all this shit.
And these exchanges are...
People believing the Brett Ratner, like, that was my fiance, even though nobody can find said fiance.
No, this is commonplace.
It's a dime a dozen, yeah.
In these emails, these type of exchanges. And I think that was what was also so shocking about the birthday book, is it wasn't like there were one or two that were a little risque, and Trump's fit right in with the mix. With this naked body and every day is a beautiful secret. And what's the secret?
You gotta go to bed.
To longevity or whatever the hell he was saying.
Well, thanks for joining, Kirk. I'll catch you later.
And disturbing, eyes wide shut shit. That was the whole thing. Everyone was writing him like that. Practically everyone in that book was writing to him some eerie, bizarre, disturbing thing. So everyone knew. Everyone
That's what happened with this little menace.
Understood
Look at that little face. He was supposed to be so tiny. They told us that he had dwarfism, and then all of a sudden it's just like, nah, he's a 12-pound cat now.
Who was it? Oh, it was Atia that emailed him. You know, the crazy thing about knowing you is that your lifestyle is so wild, and I can't tell a soul. Yeah, so that's what you're defending. That's what you're hand waving away. So nothing to see here. This is boring. There are no crimes here. Nothing to look into. I don't understand why you care about this. And it's an elite fixation. You've got to be kidding me.
Yep, that's right. All right, let's get to elections. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at
Sorry, guys, he doesn't get treats. The only treat that he really likes is one that, if I gave that to him down here, Stanley would make a scene about it. It's those little packs with like the wet food in them. He loves those things, but yeah, he also takes forever. So when the dog gets back in here, okay, so I pulled this up specifically because Scott Bessent was asked about bailing out crypto, and he was also asked a few questions about the economy today. This is, again, if you want to know the state of the economy, the actual state of the economy, just pay attention to him.
Secretary Bessent, if I'm not mistaken, you were working in the financial service industry during the late 1980s, correct?
I was.
Thank you.
He was also the mayor of Whoville at that point.
And well, I'm wondering, do you recall or you're knowledgeable of the Keating 5 scandal back then?
Yes, sir. And I will point out that I was.
I don't want to.
No. I will point out that
limited time. I have limited time.
Yeah, essentially shits the bed here.
Identified.
The gentleman is from the secretary. Is the gentleman from New York Times?
So I just want to make sure that everyone knows who doesn't know that the Keating 5 scandal involved 5 U.S. senators accused of pressuring the Federal Home Loan Bank Board to expedite and give more consideration to the case of Charles Keating Jr., who ran the California-based Lincoln Savings and Loans. It led to a 14-month investigation unveiling how 5 U.S. senators and staff ended up with more than $1 million in contributions, 4 trips to the Bahamas, and all expenses paid stays at resort hotels. Following the scandal, the industry saw sweeping regulatory changes that was launched by then-President George H.W.
Scott Bessent is such a smug asswipe.
Now, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, he makes Rex Tillerson kind of like seem borderline, I don't know, tolerable.
I'm sure you can agree conflicts of interest and improper influence by U.S. elected officials over bank regulators weaken supervisory independence and ultimately impose massive losses on consumers and taxpayers. I think that we can all agree upon that. And as we know, the basic lessons from the post-Keating reforms still applies today when the Office of the Comptroller of Currency, the OCC, is deciding to get a bank charter. I think we can stimulate that. Now, Mr. Bessent, as our nation's treasurer, I'm sure you also know that a foreign-linked investment firm tied to the United Arab Emirates government quietly bought about half of the Trump family's crypto company, World Liberty Financial. And at the very same time, the President of the United States was dealing with that country on foreign policy. Now, Eric Trump, the president's son,
careful when criticizing anybody wearing a bandana or a do-rag,
and co-founder of World Liberty Financial said, and I quote,
"There's a good chance that he's getting cancer treatment." I think that you wouldn't feel very good about, dogging on someone getting cancer treatment.
Not going to get into...
I mean, despite the fact that I have seen some of MAGA's finest come in here and dog on my wife's cancer treatment, but, I tend to try to see the best in people and not take the worst representatives of one cause and hold everybody to that cause, unlike some people I know.
The investors are. But I've got some pretty meaningful investors, end of quote. Lack of transparency. And it didn't end there. When Trump fans
he cooks them too.
Bought the tokens, they thought they were getting the
looks like a
deal of a century. But what they didn't know was
Like I
that
said.
only Trump and his sons had the sole power
Yes, chemo can do that.
to decide who can sell the token and when.
But no, like realistically, he would probably have patches, so yes.
Today,
So
the
yeah,
price
even if he's Sikh.
of the token has fallen over 50%, and the Trump fans who
Fact is, does wear it well.
who bought the token are now begging to get out. Now, I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. You can see it for yourself on the World Liberty Financial Discussion Forum. Yeah, yourself, Mr. Secretary. So this is no longer just about a shady crypto deal or a possible gift when a foreign-linked investor is putting hundreds of millions of dollars
Sweet November.
into a company controlled by the president's
Haven't thought of that
family.
movie in a long time.
And at the
Fucking
same
years.
time, this president is conducting foreign policy with that country. You know what that creates? It creates a national security.
He's more than likely a U.S. citizen if he's working as an aide to to a sitting congressman. But okay, your racism is showing. Cool.
concern. So I'm not going to ask much of you, Mr. Secretary.
Like, this really does lend to the whole not all MAGA are racist, but if you are racist, you're definitely MAGA.
I just want to know whether you will commit today to pause and heighten the scrutiny
Must protect white culture
of any bank charter or licensing application at the OCC connected to the World Liberty Financial until all of these conflicts of interest and foreign influence reviews are completed and shared with the United States Congress. All I need to know is, will you halt it and do a complete investigation and scrutiny of this licensing application?
I mean,
All you have to ask is yes or no.
No, Congressman.
All you have to ask is
well, he just answered no.
The OCC is an independent entity, and I would know, Congressman,
so I take that as a no.
You traveled to Venezuela to lobby
I take that as a no.
Chavez on behalf of
I
your
take that
donors,
as a
on
no.
behalf of your
You
donors.
do not want to answer that
I was
question.
sentenced to 110
I take that
years
as
in
a
jail
no.
for a $7 billion.
I'm asking you to do your responsibility as Secretary of the Treasury.
Damn.
You do not.
Mr. Makes,
Will you?
time has expired. You
No,
cannot
you
erase
told the
what you
witness,
did in
He's the one that
2006.
went past your time, Mr. Chairman.
No, and
He did not answer my question, and he wouldn't pass the
Mr.
time.
Makes. He had 6 seconds left to try to answer your question, and the
It was
time
a yes or
expired.
no. It was a yes or no answer. I asked him, will he? No, it was
Gentlemen,
yes
the
or
chair
no.
recognizes
OCC
the
is an
gentleman.
independent
Stop
Mr.
covering
Bessent.
for the president.
Yeah, well,
Stop being his flunky.
yeah, and
Gentlemen.
He's talking to me. I'm responding
your
back to him.
2006 trip to Venezuela.
Neither
Why
one-
don't
Stop
why don't you
covering
tell
for
your
the president.
secretary
I still hold that even like all these people need to go. Every single one of these fuckers sitting there needs to go. Maxine Waters included.
Don't be a
All of them need to be fucking shifted out. Put new people into Congress.
flunky. Work for the.
There shouldn't be a single person that held that office that gets to go in for the next wave, but I know how unrealistic that is.
Secretary, Mr. Makes,
trip to
Mr.
Venezuela.
Makes.
Work for the American people.
maybe
Don't
you're
be
going-
a cover-up for a mob.
Maybe you're going to
As
see your
long as
friend
he talks,
Nicholas
you talk.
Maduro
I will.
in
Gentleman is
Brooklyn
not
prison.
recognized. Mr. Bessent, please.
Maybe you're
I
gonna go see
recognize
your
the
friends in
gentleman from
Venezuela.
Texas, Mr. Sessions.
I love that all of Trump's hearings are like this, and they're using the fucking Rob Cohen bullshit. You'd think that somebody would just be like, hey, we know what you're doing. It's like, we get it. Deflect. Never admit fault. We get it. We get it. It's lame at this fucking point because we can just sit here and just be like, that's just the same as you being like, I'm going to plead the fifth. I'm plead the fifth. I'm plead the fifth.
The polls are almost dishonest, almost as dishonest as some
It's
of the
really
reporters
piss off some
themselves.
people.
Yeah, but I'm getting very good polls. I'm getting very good polls on crime prevention, on law and order, and on the border. I have to, and I'm starting to get great polls on the economy.
He couldn't even say that convincingly to himself.
I think the polls on the economy aren't
I'm getting great polls on the economy.
they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they?
They
If
should
you
be
believe
great.
that.
I don't know. I mean, look, I've got
Americans tell us.
God, it really is funny to watch him when he doesn't control the floor and when he does get
We hear
challenged.
this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but I mean, they tell us they don't feel it.
Just so you understand. I have $18 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years, and the whole country was going to credit. Do you know that?
Yeah, when do Americans feel that, numbnuts?
Do you know that if they won that election and we won in a landslide,
This is
do you
all
know
he's
if they won
got.
that
He's
election,
literally
this country
being
was- I
asked
think it was
fucking
finished.
question, like just barefaced questions, and he's just like, "It would be so bad if Kamala won," and his fucking lackeys love this shit, but forget that he's the actual president, and then on top of it, why our economy does suck. It's that.
President Trump
doesn't
yesterday
actually
pressed by
fucking
NBC's
care.
Tom Yamas about his sinking poll numbers. Yes, on
Yeah, notice how he really addressed it. Notice how he had any answer for that outside of, they should be loving the economy. How come they don't love me? What the hell?
the economy. This comes as his former vice president, Mike Pence, is speaking out against President Trump's global tariffs. In a social media post yesterday, which included a screenshot of a front-page Wall Street Journal above-the-fold headline on the retreat of U.S. manufacturing, Pence wrote, American businesses and American consumers pay for American tariffs. And American
I was going to say he had the IQ of potato, but I guess one's fine too.
manufacturing is paying the price. Time to get back to free trade with free nations. That is from former Vice President Mike Pence. Let's bring in former Treasury official, Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner with his charts. Steve, good morning. Always great to see you. So we're going to do some fact checks with some of the president's statements during his cabinet meeting last week. So let's start with how the president continues to claim
it's the
inflation
Xbox
was
News
at a
guy.
record high when he took office. Here's what President Trump said at that cabinet meeting.
We inherited very high prices, and we inherited the highest inflation in 48 years. I say the history of our country. I think it sounds almost the same. Actually, I think 48 years sounds actually worse for some reason.
So, Steve, we heard sort of that same sentiment echoed from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at a hearing on Capitol Hill yesterday. What is the reality about what this administration inherited?
So, one of the things that's interesting about the president is that no matter how many times he gets corrected, he still goes back and says the same stuff over and over again.
Oh,
As he
shit.
kind of implied in that clip.
Oh,
he
shit. Massive. Okay, so massive news. So for anybody that cared about the Bitcoin tanking, might want to pay attention, guys, because they're all dumping. Binance dumped, Coinbase Prime dumped, Kraken dumped, Wintermute dumped, Coinbase dumped again, and Insider dumped.
used to say it was the worst inflation in history.
They are moving out, dude.
People kept correcting him, and so he now talks about 48 years. But in fact, look what happened. He didn't inherit the worst inflation in history or any inflation above normal to speak of. We did have a significant amount of inflation, of course, during COVID.
Yeah, again, this is because people are fucking morons, and when you give them facts, they will just sit here and be like, "Morning, Joe, MSNBC, it's all fake news." Do you see?
Up to 9%. We worked our way down, and this is the Biden administration. It worked its way down, 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 down. It got down to right around 3% when President Trump took office, and now it's at about 2.7%. So he inherited a very stable rate of inflation, and it only got marginally better. But we're talking about tariffs, so let's just take a look at the facts on tariffs. Look, we all know that the tariffs didn't have quite as bad of an economic effect or an inflationary effect as we thought they were. A lot of it got absorbed along the way, but that didn't mean it had no effect. So this tracks imported and domestic goods sold at 5 big retailers in the U.S., and you can see that going back to October of 24, the trend line of both domestic and imported goods was down. In other words, they were in fact even going down in price because trade is a good thing. It brings in goods at lower prices for consumers, and then domestic producers have to match that.
Yeah, again, they sold a bunch of fucking moron Americans. We're going to bring manufacturing back. And then they didn't see that he never said they were going to hire you.
So that's where it was going. Then you hit Liberation Day, and look what happens. It turned
anytime he's like, it's going to make America so rich, he just meant him and his friends.
Around, and the prices of both go up. And again, even
Am I
though
anti-Bitcoin? I'm neutral on Bitcoin.
domestic goods, you'd say, well, why should they go up?
If you made money in it, good for you. If you didn't make money in it and you're still in it, you might want to pay attention because it looks like it's about to go.
It's because when imported goods go up in price, the domestic retailers and producers are able to raise.
The biggest thing, and again, there is reason that they're not focusing on it because it would be also admitting that, Daddy Trump really, did that, what's it called? A rug pull.
Their prices. And
he rug pulled the crypto industry because crypto bros were sitting there thinking, oh, you know what? The FTC, they're gonna make approvals and they're gonna make some concessions in the way that they're gonna let us have some protections. And if theoretically we could get a bailout. Turns out that's not a thing.
And so in fact,
even Republicans were like, yeah, we ain't bailing out. Listen, we'll bail out big business, but crypto, you're on your own.
Tariffs have been a contributor of probably 1 or 2 percentage points. And Powell said this himself, actually, in testimony very recently.
Wait, all money was based on gold till Bill? Like, are you talking Bill Clinton? Because you're just objectively wrong about that.
Have been going up in price. And so part of why inflation...
The gold standard started getting phased out, like right around, I thought it was FDR.
It hasn't gotten down to 2% as the Fed wants and as has been promised, is because of the tariffs.
And then took effect during Truman.
As a matter of fact.
Were you surprised, Steve, to hear Secretary Bessent yesterday claim that tariffs are not inflationary, despite being presented with a letter in which he wrote tariffs will be inflationary?
This is an administration in which you...
That's part of the problem. It's a speculative asset without any protections.
Can only survive if you completely parrot and echo what the...
That's why people like en masse will not get behind it.
The president says, no matter what you think, and give him all the credit for whatever it is we're trying to get.
Crypto's very much like the Pokemon market. It's usually the resellers reselling to each other to keep the prices up.
Give him credit for.
It's not bringing in new people.
So I was surprised and I wasn't.
And the ones
Scott
that
Bessent,
it is bringing in, this is the part that sucks. The greed took over. So now they're being brought in as knowing, like, you guys know their marks. So it's like you're not going to allow it to grow.
When he was on Wall Street, was certainly thought of as
It was Truman. That's what I thought.
Fairly typical or conventional Wall Street thinker, which is generally anti-tariff.
I know that it was in the works through FDR, though.
And I wasn't totally surprised for the reason I said, because everybody parrots the president.
So let's go back to as we go to your next chart, Steve, what Mike Pence said, and that's the promise.
Fiat does have actual value.
President Trump made,
as opposed to Bitcoin, that you have to create its value
to bring manufacturing jobs back to
literally
the United States.
You have to be like, oh, well, I can buy this with Bitcoin at least. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I can only trade this. Ah, shit.
And he claimed that is beginning to happen. Here's what he said.
I
mean, all it takes is just for one fucking nation to just be like, no, we're not going to validate. We're not going to validate this anymore. Sorry. There was not enough protections for people.
Plants in the United States, as is
like I said, if you made your money, get out now. But
everybody else.
Yeah, Bitcoin is. It's literally a pyramid scheme, and we're already past the point that anybody that could make money would.
You have AI building, but
they're all already rich, folks.
The car companies are.
You're not gonna get rich quick. Trust me, you're better off buying a fucking lottery ticket.
Car companies, and you have them. They're all coming back.
At least if you do a scratchy, at least you get a crossword.
Steve, what do the numbers actually show?
So the numbers show, in fact, that it's manufacturing construction spending. So this is money spent to build manufacturing.
Yes, and do you understand that if those lots of places, because it's always lots of places, it's never like a giant place either. If those places stop accepting it, then its value, then there's just nothing there. Fiat currency ain't going anywhere.
Facilities as opposed to making products.
And I'm not exactly like trying to sit here and play devil's advocate for fiat currency, but I'm just going to say that you're just objectively wrong.
Has actually been going down. It did go up, in fact, in 23, 24. And a lot of this was under Joe Biden.
I'm not lecturing you on investments. I'm just, no, you investors, the investment class, you guys are always so up your own ass until you actually lose. And then somehow it's never your fault. It's always, we never saw this coming.
Biden, of course.
But an idiot like me is just like, yeah, I saw this coming.
And a lot of it had to do with the passage
of the Chips and
Sciences Act, which did spur a lot of new investment in.
It's not like I lived through the .com era or any of that either.
Phoenix, Arizona, and places like that.
That's what, like,
But
seriously,
as of now,
I started investing in the, like, around that time.
Since
so
Trump came in, it has just been going down.
it's almost
If
like
you
I've
look
learned
at
to not put anything that has the word speculative asset.
jobs, and if you look at jobs, you can see.
I mean, fuck, even property's taking that fucking hit now.
In fact, we had COVID back here, so job creation was really
thanks, boomers.
bad. Then it recovered, but it is not really recovered, never really recovered much past where it was before COVID. And again, manufacturing employment is declining.
Got to be a real piece of shit to see a cancer fund and see it as a failure. That's all they have, though.
Car companies,
again, they have their fifis that get hurt, so this is what they retort. Like, this is their whole, like, this is their shtick.
This is also declining.
I get it.
But
yeah. You also have to be a crappy human being in general just to kind of be like, yeah, you know what's great? A deregulated currency that could totally be used on a black market. Woo!
Things that is ailing the car companies, in fact, is the way
that happened to be, founded by one of the worst people on the planet.
Trump administration is trying to kill electric
and funded by one of the worst people on the planet.
Vehicles, and so the car companies are cutting down back on all.
Enjoy your Epstein money.
All their investment in electric vehicles, and that is one of the factors in this employment number.
As the Wall Street Journal had in its headline yesterday, and you have now, manufacturing is not booming. That's not a political statement, that's data. Finally, President Trump touts since he's taken office, his administration has been able to secure trillions of dollars in investments in U.S. manufacturing, technology, and infrastructure. Here's what the president claimed last week.
You motherfucker.
And most importantly,
no, seriously.
If you think about it, after 4 years
in
which Biden got much.
I agree that Trump is likely implicated in this shit, but for you to fucking do that to, like, Gnostic? Yeah, one more fucking time, dude.
Less than $1 trillion of investment into our country in just, actually, it was taken over 11
If you don't know how to fucking play in TOS, then you're out.
months, even though we're 12 months. In 11 months, we've taken in more than
Feels like that Fed posting crap again. That's why I'm saying just get rid of them. I'm not playing this game.
Did less than $1 trillion, Scott, in
Get them out.
a period of 4 years, and we've done $18 trillion in less than 1 year. So there's never been anything like that.
So the president loves that $18 trillion figure, Steve, but as you point out, even the White House says it's half of that.
Yeah, that's the incredible thing, Willie. Obviously, you've noticed how he talks about $18 trillion all the time, over and over and over again. But his own website, this is the most incredible thing. His own website.
TOS, terms of service. It's what all of us on these fucking platforms have to play within. And you guys also do too as chatters, because you could have your YouTube accounts banned for doing shit like that.
Trillion. And so you'd think they would at least change the website, or he would stop saying it, but no, they don't do either.
Nah, dude, I don't suck Trump's dick like you do.
But
you got that Trump daddy syndrome. We know.
In fact, there's no real evidence of that.
Isn't it fun
either,
how we turned that on you?
So far, you can see that this is
Trump's
total
your
private
daddy.
investment
We know.
and all the kinds of things the president's talking
You
about.
love your daddy.
It's been running consistently at about $1 trillion.
A very incestuous relationship with him.
Quarter. And you can see here that it hasn't really gone up much. So a couple other things about this. First of all, when he says Biden only got $1 trillion, Biden got $1 trillion a quarter, $4 trillion a year during his time in office.
Mushroom gobbler.
The likelihood of the president producing $18 trillion when our total investment is around $1 trillion is kind of laughable. And in fact, if you dig into some of the projects that are in this website, you'll see some of them, like some things Apple is doing, like the semiconductor plants in Arizona that I mentioned, already happening or would happen anyway and have nothing to do with anything the president's done. So he loves his $18 trillion number, but you can't find it anywhere in the data.
I suspect he'll continue to stay with it, Steve, if I were a betting man. Important fact checks on all those issues. Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner. Steve, thanks so much.
Well, I mean, you call him that every time he fucks you in the ass at night. That's your nightly ritual. You go to the White House, and you just do the thing. It's probably a glory hole, too, because he doesn't even want to see the likes of you. But you're more than willing to wait for that tiny little orange mushroom just to poke its head out. Sitting there making little sucky noises.
As I was watching today, I was thinking about the fact that if there was any question
What up,
Any question?
What up, Rowdy? How you
At
doing,
all,
man?
from anywhere, from anyone, about whether or not American
Cheers to the chill night. Thank you.
democracy is under threat right now.
It is a chill night.
The President of the United States was asked just hours
such
ago
a chill night.
about his calls for an unconstitutional federal takeover of elections. He was also
sorry,
asked
horizontal
about whether
stream.
or not
I
he
couldn't
will
get the store.
accept the will of the voters
There
in
we go.
November. And
It's because I had to get rid of that chatter.
see for yourself what he said.
Excellent. Reset something.
We can't allow cheating in
Cool. I thought you were
elections.
intolerant.
Now, if we
I'm intolerant of
need
intolerance.
to put in
I'm intolerant of
federal
intolerance.
controls as opposed to state controls, remember this, they're really an
The use of coal.
agent.
I think. I don't know. You want to fucking stay in the 1800s?
They're really accumulating the votes for who
Fuck,
wins
man.
an election.
Move on.
If they can't do it
Nuclear energy was the best way to go, but somehow we bought into that not being a fucking thing because there were other special interests that wanted in.
honestly, and it can't be done properly and timely,
Is this the video where Trump craps himself? No, but that was hilarious because it was so funny to watch that one lady just go. And then you watch the ages. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he's got to go. He's got to go because he was even he was just like, I thought we were done.
then
You could
something
tell.
else has to happen.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will if the elections are honest.
Trump is laying the groundwork. We all know this. We've all watched what he has been doing, and he has really upped his game in the last few days. He's laying the groundwork to undermine the
ComEd, Norfolk Grumman.
validity
Gorman?
of the midterm elections.
God
Make
damn it.
absolutely no mistake about it. I mean, it's the same language he used in the lead up to the 2020 election.
The electric power companies, and specifically some of the defense contractors were involved in that.
The same language he used to sow doubt in the outcome if he did not win. And when you just heard him say, if the elections are honest.
I didn't say I hate nuclear. I literally just said nuclear is the way to go.
He means if his party wins.
Like, we've studied this long enough to know that now.
That's what he means. And there's a simple and very obvious
If you're going to be anti-Semitic in my chat, you can get out as well.
reason he's doing this. And it's because
Won't tolerate that
he's
shit.
increasingly unpopular. He does not think he and his
Free Palestine, but fucking A, dude.
party
I will not tolerate fucking racism.
can win on their own. And there's
Swear to God, you guys don't know how to act.
reason he thinks that. Because
Just
the
in
nuclear
general, and then you're just like, oh, everybody's just so fucking sensitive. And then the second that we don't even make fun of you, we make fun of this guy, then all bets are off. The butt hurt becomes very real.
Quinnipiac poll out today finds Trump's approval rating is now just 37%. And that's 3 points down from where he was in that same poll just 3 weeks ago. On every single issue, from the economy
snipe.
to immigration to foreign policy, Trump's approval rating continues to sink to new and deeper
I also won't
lows.
I will not
And so
tolerate
Trump is
spamming and
doing
then
what
slurs.
he has done his entire life.
All hail
He's trying
Godzilla.
to
Fuck
lie
yeah.
and cheat
Fuck
his way
yeah.
out of it. He's denying that there is any way voters could reject the path that he and his party have put us on. And that's not just Trump's
Jen Psaki's a quack. I agree with that.
delusion. It's an intentional strategy. And a crucial element of that strategy, a critical part
Like I said, I listen to people I don't like
of how he tries to lie his way out of unpopularity.
because I want to know what the liberal media is saying. And then I want to know what the conservative media is saying. This is actual fucking research instead of whatever half-ass shit you do.
To try and make it so that
Fucking you read USA Today's like just the header and you're just like, oh, I don't like that, so it's not real. But then they say something very, very nice about Trump and you're just like, that must be real.
his narrative is the only one people hear. That's his dream. That's what he wants
Yes, Whirlpool is also moving some KitchenAid brand manufacturing from China to Ohio.
to happen.
And guess who's going to be in those factories? It's not going to be workers. It's going to be the AI and like these little robots that they've been very, very proud of.
I don't just mean by
Have you seen the Amazon warehouses lately, dude?
being loud,
Seriously, I don't think you guys have a concept on how fast that fucking AI shit really moves.
louder than his critics, or by saying things that are more
What's up, Coolbird? How you
outlandish
doing?
than his critics. Since taking office, Trump has done
Welcome to stream.
everything
Appreciate you
he
stopping
can
by,
to cut
man.
off access to
I'm going to just ask real quick, if you are enjoying the show, please hit the like button. Helps me out a lot. And also sub to the channel if you're enjoying the show or want to continue kind of chatting, even if you don't agree with me.
reliable information about
I
his
always welcome the
administration.
discourse.
He banned the Associated Press from the White House.
Despite the fact that it is honestly, I understand why leftist streamers don't usually do this, because it is taxing. It's fucking mentally taxing just to fucking find the good faith person. And like, once we finally get to those people, yeah, it is, you know, I enjoy it. It's intellectually appealing to me, but it's so fucking just
press pool.
It's such bullshit just to get there.
He killed all federal funding for public broadcasting. He shuttered the overseas offices of Voice of America News.
Thanks for the reminder. Thanks, Rodney.
The
yeah, see, this is the reason I do it.
News outlet Stars and Stripes. His minion over at the FCC has made mob-like threats against broadcast networks that do any sort of critical coverage of his administration. He's threatened news organizations with lawsuits over their reporting, sometimes getting them to fork over.
Yes, it's good, but I don't think it's good for you every day.
Millions.
Trust me. That's why, I mean, usually I take Thursday nights off.
Dollars that they could have spent on quality journalism. He's put new restrictions on Pentagon reporters, forcing the most legitimate press.
Tonight's actually been pretty chill.
Out of the building altogether and replace them with right-wing propagandists. And that's not to mention what
it's damn infuriating. I couldn't do what you do, Pep.
He's done to the
I appreciate
White
that.
House briefing room, which is make it Kremlin-esque. His FBI has even
Democrats are such trash. I agree with that.
taken the extreme step
So are Republicans.
of raiding the home of a Washington Post reporter who happened to be very well sourced within the federal government that he's currently running. At every turn, he's tried to cut
That
off
makes
the
sense.
public's access.
I was wondering, like, who the journalists that were getting fired from the Washington Post were going to be, because, like, they had to get vetted from Bezos before. So most of the people that were, like, you know, super pro Kamala, they were out, like, before Trump even got into the seat again. So
reporting about how he's running the country. What he desperately
holy cow, is this a leftist streamer who isn't being rude to right wingers, is actually talking like a human being? Yes.
wants is for his warped version of
Yes,
the
I
story
am.
to be
Frug.
the only thing out
Frug.
there, unchallenged, unchecked, no
How are
one
you?
questioning it. And the thing is that all of the powerful people trying to
Oh, frugal. It's like frugal. I get
get
it.
into his good graces know that. And many of them have been more than happy to help him do it. People like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, who allow disinformation to spread like wildfire on the social media platforms they control. Or the executives at ABC Disney, who gave Trump millions to settle a BS lawsuit with ABC
Oh, damn. Red Hat Pep could be an alter
News
ego.
and pulled late-night comedian Jimmy
Honestly, the only way I will buy one of those fucking, like, the only way I'll get one of those hats is if it's given to me. And then, yes, I would kind of use it kind of like Hassan does for a bit.
Kimmel
But
off the
Hassan already did it.
year
so
before
no point.
bowing to public pressure to reverse the decision. Or billionaire father and son duo Larry and David Ellison, who took over CBS News, paid Trump millions to settle another BS lawsuit, and then handed editorial control to a right-wing apologist who had
First time here, any political ideas to move forward?
no
Yeah, This is why I'm a supporter of the DSA.
experience running a major news organization.
Keeps some of that pesky capitalism that I'm not a fan of, but it also gives a little bit of that socialism so we can all benefit and it could help grow the fucking middle class. But oh, MAGA Palpatine. You know what? No, you're right. Shit.
And is somehow
Good. Give in to your hatred. Get those rebels and illegals out.
Trying to run one of the most famous and most beloved news magazine shows in the
Actually,
country into the ground.
It's all dry down here, man. I can't
They
do a
also
good
canceled
impression.
a beloved late-night comedy show to silence
I hope I'm not getting sick.
comedian and Trump critic Stephen Colbert. And then there's this guy, the founder of Amazon and the fourth richest man in the
I thought I
world.
was getting sick the other day. Felt good the day after, but yeah, now I'm back to it.
Jeff Bezos.
Fuck.
Now, in just the past week, we've watched this man line
Dork
the
Sidious.
Trump family's pockets by spending $75 million on the Melania Trump documentary, which just asked Rotten Tomatoes is not doing so hot.
Lord Vader, I have looked into someone that has great hatred in their hearts. Nick Fuentes, step up.
Cozied up to Trump's Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth
You will be my next Sith Master.
for a photo op at his space company. There you can see that weird thing on your screen. And that was
Then he finds out that he does. It's like, wait a minute.
all before today, when Jeff
What do you mean he criticized Donald Trump?
Bezos decided to gut one of America's most storied newspapers, a paper that made its name holding powerful presidents accountable. The Post laid off more than 300 journalists and about 30% of its
I mean, like I said, this should be alarming to anybody because technically Washington Post is kind of a right-wing rag too.
Force. And
like how much are you comfortable with having that fucking North Korea shit?
The cuts reportedly affected all departments of the
They gave shield.
paper.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
still
okay, yeah,
learning
yeah. It's
all
a
the
shield for
people
you too.
impacted.
Yeah, okay.
Among the sections hit hardest were the paper's sports
I think Fuentes said he outright doesn't like Trump. Nick Fuentes doesn't have a consistent bone in his body. I think that his whole thing is just to be a fucking edgelord and maintain his base of 13-year-old boys.
National Desk, and even its Metro Desk. Its Metro Desk is, of course, the desk where Washington Post legends Woodward and Bernstein broke the Watergate story wide open. Now, among the journalists who lost their jobs today were the Post Cairo bureau chief, along with the paper's entire
Colbert, thank you for the sub.
roster of Middle East reporters and editors. The Post also laid off its Ukraine
I mean,
correspondent, Lizzie
the
Johnson.
WashPo has been a fucking rag for a while, and the fact that she's doing this thing where she's like, they broke the Watergate story. It's like, yeah, that was in the 60s, dummy.
Well,
it's times have changed.
She was still overseas.
Like I said, Jen
reporting from
Psaki is a
war
fucking,
zone in sub-zero
a hack.
temperatures. That's where she learned that she was
This is
gonna be
why
laid
I'm
off.
not going to get invited on the big
And in
show.
a particularly galling mood,
You chill, bro. Thank you, man.
even though those are all galling
Appreciate
moves,
that.
the Post also laid off the tech reporter who covers Jeff Bezos' company, Amazon, for the paper. And here's the thing.
Crap.
Anyone who tells you that this was all just about the bottom line is wrong. That's not true. I mean, back in 2013, when Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post, the purchase price was less than 1% of his total net worth. Since then, his net worth has skyrocketed by about 10 times, from $25 billion to an
Again, when people defend billionaires, they have no fucking idea.
estimated
They have no idea.
$260 billion.
Jesus Christ.
That's what makes him the fourth richest man on the planet.
Yeah.
And
fourth richest, by the way.
Just to give you a sense of how his spending priorities have changed.
In 10 years, we have let him not just double his fucking net worth. Like, what? What are we doing? We live in the dumbest fucking times ever. We truly do. I am so fucking, like, this is where, like, I do reach my point where I'm just like, I can't take these assholes in chat that stand up for billionaires. When I see this shit, it's just like, oh, fuck off. But yeah, tell me again how illegals are the ones, committing fraud. That's really affecting us on our daily lives because that fraud means that we don't have that money in the taxpayers.
Consider that
fucking A.
The price he paid to acquire the Washington Post back then was about half of what he spent to construct his big luxury super yacht. Half.
Oh, great.
As the New York Times' Peter Baker points out, Bezos would have only had to spend what he makes in a single week, 1 week, to keep the Washington Post paper operating as usual for 5 more years. That's it. That's how rich the guy is.
Yep. Cry harder for your friends there, Psaki. All right, so I'm going to play this last MS Now clip. Epstein bomb goes off, new files hit Trump, MAGA allies, big tech and health guru to beat to the stars.
Journalists and experts still poring over the
Who do you think the health guru is?
millions of new Epstein files released under the law that Congress
It's fucked up, by the way.
forced through over Donald Trump's many objections
up.
across the first year of his second term.
All right.
We're learning new details about how
this is gonna
Epstein courted
suck.
power from elite
Hold on, I'm new to this. I got a question. What's that, Clay?
institutions to top moguls, even doctors.
Make it quick. I got to piss.
Lawyers, tech leaders. It was an array of individuals that gives greater insight into the web he weaved and maybe how he helped himself stay on the lam for so long. The Wall Street Journal reports on, quote, flirty emails and chummy photos that show an intricately spun web of influence. And then Epstein, who was a big name dropper and kind of a con man one-upper, would invoke his connections to then amass the wealthy and powerful friends, which may have
I have to take
helped
a
protect
real
him.
quick bathroom break.
And these interactions come after Epstein served time
I'll let the dog
for
take over for a
soliciting
second.
prostitution from a minor. Peter Attia, who's really known as a longevity influencer, one of these sort of medical gurus, self-proclaimed, he's in the files hundreds of times through 2019, including meetings with Epstein. There's a major businessman, someone who's more behind the scenes,
give
but
me 1
known
second.
to all kinds of folks in media and the Olympics. Casey Wasserman, chair of the 2028
Hassan,
Games, exchanging what sounded like
Comparatives out
suggestive
while you can.
emails
Yes, you're
with
going to have a
Ghislaine
bit of a chair strain
Maxwell.
here, but I will be
He has
right
spoken
back.
out
Give me
about
2
that,
minutes to pee.
regretted it.
Then
or
you will
take
get my
the newly tapped
wonderful
Melania
commentary.
director, Brett Ratner, who already was in trouble and sort of put out of Hollywood for sexual misconduct allegations. He's seen in images with unidentified women. He said one was his former fiancée, but he is in the files. Epstein also kept ties with Silicon Valley's elite. Again, this was in a decade, The Guardian notes, after his publicly known prison stint, the first one. In 2018, he was still going to dinners where you would see Musk, Bezos, the Google founders, Page and Brin. His conviction as a sex offender had, according to The Guardian, quote, little effect on his ability to move among those billionaire elites. The Democrat who led the successful effort to get these files out, discussing the results.
I mean, you have some of the most wealthy individuals, tech leaders, finance leaders, politicians, all implicated in some way, having emails about wanting to go to Epstein's island, knowing that Epstein was a pedophile. It's frankly one of the largest scandals, in my view, in our country's history, and there is a demand for elite accountability.
Ro Khanna discussing the problem and the call for elite accountability. There are many layers to this. Some people have defended popping up in the files by saying that they or their institutions didn't know everything. And best we can tell, that's true, although, as we mentioned, after a certain point in time, it was clear Epstein had that prior criminal offense. But even those institutions are still a part of the problem, even if there's no evidence that they were, for example, themselves actively going to the island. That's important if we legally and otherwise want to get to the bottom of all this, because Epstein was cultivating these relationships on purpose.
Did he have any good commentary on
the
this?
Billionaire class and how money works. This is one of the problems that if you care about these victims and what happened and you want to prevent it next time, we need to root out from the bottom. So there's a lot of charity and money that flies around in America. Politico reporting hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations to, yes, a worthy cause, Mount Sinai, but how that was misused by Epstein to peddle influence, with correspondence with a surgeon there who then did visit Epstein's island. The doctor saying at one point for Epstein, anything is possible. Now, Mount Sinai might be able to use the money, but they have to understand they were also probably being used. Other files show Epstein benefiting from a direct line to their ER list, last-minute medical appointments, discussions of procuring ambulances for his private island. This is a broad and expansive web.
Yes, and the Dems need to be fucking implicated and held to the same fucking standard. That means if they were hiding this, then they need to go too. It's almost like, yeah, a hard reset on everybody that was benefiting from this. But if you're going to do this thing where you're just like, well, the Dems didn't release it, I still believe in Donald Trump. Fuck off.
The misuse
They're all
of
guilty.
money.
And dude, his name's in it over 40,000 times. I think you can stop with this. He's not in the files. It's like, dude, he's in the files more than Harry Potter's in the Harry Potter series.
Access is part of the problem because
and that's
you have
not
people
hyperbole.
Who
They proved
take the
that
money because they say, well, this university or hospital needs it. But then you had Mr. Epstein walking around invoking those associations to continue to build his web. A web that, best we can tell, has still prevented a complete accountability and investigation of all of the individuals involved. I was careful to mention that there's a spectrum here, and there are some people where there has to be a full investigation to what they were doing on the island, why they wanted to go. And then there are these institutions where no one's saying shut down hospitals, but they got pulled in because of the money game. And so one of the reasons this has fascinated and upset so many people for so many years. You don't care what side
of the aisle you're on?
Is the
See, that's
perception
principle.
It's not on a
I
level,
like that.
and all these people circle around these money and power systems. And sadly, it seems that Epstein was able to exploit that.
Yeah, and in fact, it's funny because when you look at the Howard Lutnick story, he actually donated money.
My wife would be going nuts at this hair.
$75,000 in Howard
two-tones.
Lutnick's name. That's what we found from the emails. I mean, what's
Especially if it's not blended.
So-
I could already tell just based on her criticisms before where it's just like, ooh.
hard about this whole dump is that there is information that is totally, credible emails that we know exist and are real. And then there are things like tip
Oh, that's one of my favorite things about my wife. Uni, she can get a little mean girly sometimes.
And then there are things like draft indictments. I mean, I think the 2007 draft indictment from Florida, which has 20 Jane Does,
Like, you should hear what she has to say about Rhea Ripley.
including multiple women who are 14 and 15 years old, is probably one of the most damning pieces of evidence in this whole thing.
So let's key in on that, because one of the reasons that...
What exactly is my point? About what? Not supporting a fucking party blindly, and if anybody is implicated in some of the most heinous acts in the history of our fucking planet. Like, seriously, in modern governing, like, holy shit, dude. Like, yeah, this is Game of Thrones level shit that, I guess, in the medieval times, not a lot of recourse, but we don't live there anymore.
Normally, the government doesn't release material.
As much as some people want to.
Is that it can be misinterpreted. Tip sheets involve writing down what one person...
It's a shame that this is used politically. Yeah.
Could have
But you know who used it politically first? Donald Trump.
Anonymously phone in. So they're at the credibility
That
level
does
legally
matter.
of, like, the bathroom stall in middle school or a Reddit page.
Ironically, if he just kept his fucking mouth shut, this wouldn't even be a thing.
Zero credibility.
But he is such... This is the other part that... Jeffrey Epstein actually said this. When he gave his long tirade about Trump being, like, the worst person he knows, which that's a hell of a thing to have one of the worst people on the fucking planet call you the worst person he knows. I mean, what's that say? But...
The draft indictment you mentioned is high credibility, and we would
But what
never
will
normally
happen?
see that because the normal rules say...
I don't think... I mean, honestly, right now, the way that the American public is now being gaslit into going, well, the statute of limitations is up. There's nothing we can really do outside of shame them in public opinion. It's just like, oh. But then when you try to shame them, the same people that defend Donald Trump go, yeah, you know what, though? We don't know. We don't know. So just based on that, well...
Secrecy first to protect.
Can't really have any finite answers.
Right.
Here, it was so bad, Congress, as we know, said exception.
Send the cadaver dogs to the golf course, yeah, and also send them to that place in the ranch in Mexico.
This is the exception.
Although that's probably already been fucking,
And
you know.
the indictment you mentioned was prepared all the way back under Bush DOJ in 2007. It listed a series of, quote, sex crimes that he was accused of. We have this. Committed against more than a dozen.
Well, I mean, we're watching the UK actually do something with it.
Teenage.
And that's just based on the implications that these people were in the fucking files. No proof needed. They're just like, yeah, we don't want anything to do with you anymore.
Girls over
Sorry.
6 years, and it was not filed. Now, legally, I want to be clear. Those are...
No, you're getting gaslit by the fucking people that want you to defend this shit. Right now, what you're doing in chat is you see this guy on screen. What you're doing is in the benefit of him. Good job.
Accusation.
You literally became a defender of Epstein. I hope you're fucking proud of yourself.
Not proven.
Right.
But unlike the tip line, it suggests that some prosecutors back then
Gotta
thought
say, man,
they had enough to bring this.
I at least like that, where any of these assholes that are just like, oh, I don't care. Well,
and then
showed your ass.
Something changed. They were pushed back.
Don't ever want to hear about any. Like, didn't you come in here asking about the Yamaquats?
Epstein had hired all these Republican lawyers.
Yeah, and ultimately he gets this Alex Acosta deal, which is really a sweetheart deal. And I think what's so appalling about this story, and there are a number of parts that are appalling, right? There's what you see in the emails are people trading favors, people using each other for things that are mundane, and then there are these catastrophic crimes against women. But I think what is the most upsetting about the whole thing is that this happened under 5 different administrations. Republican, Democrat. The FBI did not believe women, and they did not believe more than 1,000 of them.
Yep. Continuously are still fucking running interference for these people.
So Trump's war in Minnesota, it looks far from over, but the people that live there, they just landed a heavy blow to Trump's stormtroopers. Right, starting with the fact that yesterday they waved goodbye to a whole lot of federal troopers.
I have announced effective immediately, we will draw down 700 people effective today.
I mean, again, you guys care so much about fraud. We have it on tape of him taking a $50,000 fucking cash payoff but you care about fraud.
Of course, as Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, and as for the reason he's pulling those guys out, I'll let his boss explain.
Did that come from you?
This is why nobody, this is why I have such a hard time even engaging with these fucks.
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release.
Oh, yeah, she called that the skunk, Pinkerbell.
Prisoner.
Yeah, the two-tone hair where the blonde was on top and the black was underneath.
Give us the murderers
she used to call that the Pepe Le Pew.
they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. But we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in...
Or Pepe Epstein is what we should call him now.
Down.
Now, while it's true that crime is down nationwide, it didn't just start plummeting everywhere that Trump sent his secret police. The crime's actually been going down for several years now, and in Minneapolis in particular, the record's kind of mixed. You've got certain things like homicide.
That's what I've been saying about Chicago, but yeah, again.
Burglary, breaking and entering, and destruction.
Yeah, Trump did it. No.
Property declining.
No, he didn't.
From last year, but other violent crimes like assault offenses, sex offenses, and motor vehicle theft, they've gone up. Plus, you also have to consider the many ways that the federal surge has impeded regular law enforcement by causing civil unrest.
What's a cava? I don't know.
Arrest, overloading 911 dispatchers, and clogged up the federal courts and jails. Hell, even the Minnesota fraud case that kicked this whole shitstorm off there, it's been thrown into disarray by Trump's chaos regime, right? Because CBS reports that the 4 prosecutors who were leading it,
don't diss Pepe.
They won't be in court at the next trial because they've all left the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. And you've got sources citing a number of reasons for their departure, including caseload management, structural...
I'm pretty sure he was the first fucking case of Me Too.
...issues with the office, the Trump administration's influence
Anybody
on the
who watched
office,
Looney Tunes was just like, that cat was uncomfortable. That wasn't...
So whereas
that
the
was
office had 70 assistant U.S. attorneys under Biden, now under Trump, it's only got as few as 17. And so Trump's DOJ, they've tried to fill the ranks with prosecutors from neighboring districts, even from Michigan, as well as from DHS and the military. But even some of those people, they're not happy with their new assignments, which is then how you get
$5 billion from the daycare thing, and they did the investigations into the Nick Shirley ones. They found that all of them were indeed on the up and up. Weird how the ones that he chose were the ones that were on the up and up. Not that there wasn't fraud in other daycares, but the ones that he specifically picked, there weren't any.
The lawyer who told a judge on Tuesday, quote,
that's
this
what forensic accounting does.
And then asked to be held in contempt.
And they had a forensic audit on all of them, and they all returned the same fucking stuff where they were just like, oh, well, okay, it seems like you're just, you applied for some of these government grants.
Let's get some...
Now, the ones that got them, like I said, they didn't, Nick Shirley didn't even bring those ones up.
But of course, that...
And then the one that actually, the $5 million one, where they found the woman guilty, but they now can't get anything done because the DOJ is they have no staff there to go and fucking get the returns. So, oops.
The facts be damned, Trump has still declared victory in Minnesota, just like he declared victory in D.C. And just like the National Guard are still in the Capitol, some 2,300 federal agents will remain in the Minneapolis area after these 700 leave, compared to the measly 80 who were there before December. Also, I'll say, notably with all this, when you had NBC's Tom Yamas asking Trump what he learned from Minneapolis, his answer was ambiguous.
Maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard...
I just said they found shit at the other, they found shit at other fucking, what do you call them? Daycares that they were already investigating. So when I looked into this, apparently this investigation has been going on since early 2022. And that's why there have already been prosecutions in this. It's not like this was a new thing, but it's also not a widespread thing the way that they're trying to make it out to be. Like you just said, trillions of dollars. Sources.
Criminal.
Cite your sources.
But you also had Trump seeming...
I'll admit that I'm wrong if you got sources, and I'll fucking...
suggest that going forward, if mayors or governors don't want his goons in their state, he won't actually send them there.
I say they have to ask, and they have to say, please. I don't want to go and force ourselves into a city, even if their numbers are terrible.
Which cities are you headed to next?
We have 5 cities that we're looking at very strongly. But we want to be invited.
Now, of course, that is Donald Trump. And with Trump, his word's worth about as much as the pumpkin-colored makeup on his skin. But I will say, this shift in tone, it does match some of the reporting that we've seen, most notably about what may be a rift between him and Stephen Miller. Right? Because you have White House officials telling the Wall Street Journal that Stephen Miller has been an architect in almost every boundary-pushing effort in Trump's second term. The boat strikes in the Caribbean. Miller, the enlistment of the FBI and immigration enforcement. Miller, having the State Department pressure other countries to accept migrants. Miller, the whole policy of going into...
Honestly, this is how we win, guys. You want Miller out, we just have to constantly repeat that Miller's the actual president.
Democratic cities, and
that'll get him out.
Indiscriminately
for real.
Rounding up people regardless.
Donald Trump's he's not gonna take too kindly to thinking that people are that he's got a Dick Cheney situation going.
Of their criminal records. Miller, the target of 3,000 arrests per day, the $50,000 bonuses for new recruits, the raids at day laborer spots like Home Depot. Miller. I mean, according to the Journal, he personally drafted or edited every executive order that the president has signed. Right? He pushed to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to deport people to El Salvador. He pushed to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minneapolis. And then you have sources claiming he was the one who actually started
he did kind of look like Peter.
The whole Renee Good as a domestic terrorist assassin narrative, even though he blames Border Patrol for feeding him bad information. And actually, after the shooting, senior officials debated whether to even continue the crackdown in Minneapolis. Miller was right there, reportedly arguing that Trump should deploy even more agents, not less. Now, with all that, I'll say, one, in no way does this absolve Donald Trump from anything. He's the president. He's the person who ultimately gets to decide things. And also with that, two, I'm not even saying that Trump's deeply emotionally bothered by the response to Good or Preddy's murders. In fact, this is what he had to say to Yamas about them.
Well, look, I'm not happy with the two incidents. He was not an angel, and she was not an angel. You know, you look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there, but I'm going to always be with our great people of law enforcement.
You mentioned Renee Good and Alex Preddy not being angels. Do you think any of that justified what happened to them, though?
No. I don't. It should have not happened. You know who feels worse about it than anybody? The people of ICE.
You know, with all this, if we believe the Journal's sources, Trump is aware of how bad the shootings looked, and he is aware of the polling. And so they say that he's told advisors that he wasn't comfortable with how far Miller has gone on some fronts, and that business officials are calling and complaining to him about longtime workers being thrown out of the country. Also, of
Since
course,
you're having a hard time fucking believing me, I could actually cite my sources.
Kind of wincing at the optics of these immigration policies. Or with that including most recently Andrew Schultz, who we talked about, though the one that Yamas asked Trump about was Joe Rogan.
You don't want militarized, is a whole different question.
People in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo?
I mean, Andrew Schultz and fucking Theo Vaughn have already just completely denounced MAGA.
Your papers?
What's your response to him?
Well,
they said it wasn't
worth it at all.
He's
a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation.
Yeah, because I've already fact-checked this.
Just had a
I know, like, for all these assholes that are just like, I do my own research.
Good conversation. I think he's a great...
Literally. They look for something online, see like a little just piece, like a header or something that agrees with them, and then go, see?
I don't think he likes me too.
So, you know, not really an actual answer to the question that was asked.
You know how many times I've asked people to cite their sources and it turned out to be some random dude on Twitter?
So actually, if anything, I'll say with that answer, it kind of shows that maybe he's scared of these audiences turning on him. Or because whether Don and Joe, they're still buddy-buddy, and my belief is...
Like the fact that they believe Nick, God, what's his face? I fucking already forgot his name.
You know, these guys...
The mama's boy.
These podcasters, they'll kiss the
one literally who cannot go do public appearances without his mama there to fucking do the hard work for him.
If the polling goes the other way. Like polling right now, it does not look good
sad.
for Trump, right?
Nick Shirley.
A new Marist survey just came out, and it is brutal. You had 56% of people disapproving of his job performance overall, including 51% who strongly disapprove, while just 39% approve. And on immigration specifically, right, which in the election cycle was his winning issue, 2/3 of Americans say ICE has gone too far, an 11-point increase since last summer. But Trump's response to all this, it's been the same as it's always been.
Well, I don't believe the polls, for one thing. The polls are...
Yeah, but that's to your detriment.
Almost dishonest, almost
it
as
really
dishonest.
Is. No, because again, anytime Trump sees something that's anti-Trump, he's like, it's a lie. Which we're all onto this shit, dude. 10 plus years of this bullshit. You don't think that the average American is just like, yeah, Trump's full of shit?
Some of the reporters themselves.
No, like the only ones that listen to every word that he says are me because I have to. And then I go, oh, well, that's a lie. And then the people that listen to him and love him and go, yeah. Just like you said.
That I will say, although the polls are definitely not fake, they can be.
Took his mama to prom.
A little misleading.
I thought his mom took him to prom because technically they didn't have one.
If you only...
So it's like she had a prom in their living room. Like, ooh.
Look at the broad overall number.
Jesus Christ. Oedipus, anybody?
Because when
anybody?
You narrow it down to just Republicans, their support, it remains fucking ironclad despite everything that's happened over the past year. 85% of them approve of Trump's performance in general, and roughly 80% approve of how he's handled the
I don't have a party.
economy and foreign policy. And then on things like immigration, almost 3/4.
DSA is, I mean, I guess you could classify them as a political party now.
Quarters think that.
But they don't have, actually, that's kind of my problem with them. They don't seem to really have a plan.
ICE is doing a good job, and 77%.
They have a concept of a plan, which I know someone like that.
And say that ICE is making Americans safer. But all of that said, a big key thing is that Trump has lost support among younger people, Latinos, and independents, and these.
I just responded to you, dickface.
These are demographics that helped push him over the line in 2024.
Holy shit.
In fact, with every single question that was asked there, independents aligned with Democrats, often overwhelmingly. But then with all that, to the extent that Donald Trump does believe these numbers are real, he doesn't blame anything that he's actually done. Instead, he insisted over and over in this interview that objectively, his policies
bringing out the ad homs.
are amazing and they're perfect. And if people saw them objectively, he would be polling at 100%. So this
by the end of the stream, by the way, just so you guys know,
problem can't be his policies. It must be his message.
I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
What does that mean?
He admits it. He admits that his PR is shit.
You've said that a couple.
That's fucking hilarious. Okay.
Times
wow.
now. What do you mean by that?
An actual laugh from him where he just he had that unexpected moment of fucking real where if I had to admit one thing, it's our PR sucks.
Tell the great job that we're doing. We don't do a good public relations job. That's why I'm doing the interview with you today.
We appreciate
I'm trying to help my people. PR, public relations.
Going back to the murders of Renee Good, now it's Freddie, he thinks that's just
I'm on a 9-second delay.
Bad PR.
2 people. It's bad. I hate it. I hate it.
You're lucky that I'm able to respond with that.
Even talking about it. 2 people out of tens of thousands, okay? And you get bad publicity. Nobody talks about all of the murderers that were taken out of our country. Each boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives.
And then even on the economy and inflation, Trump says that's just bad PR too.
Polls on the economy they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they? If you believe that,
I don't know. I don't.
Are people's expectations too high, or is it just too expensive to live in America?
Honestly, I do think it's because he doesn't know how to actually conceptualize middle America. He can conceptualize them as rubes, but he can't conceptualize what is good for them. Like, this is the guy that literally said, they can, you know what, instead of buying $12, they can only buy 2.
Again, don't think we're selling it properly. We've done a great job.
Whatever Trump says right now, it looks like America.
Meanwhile, do you think that his grandkids went doll-less the past Christmas? I don't think so.
Just aren't buying whatever the fuck it is he's selling. And with that, you should expect.
Yeah, most Americans aren't. Again, we watched the first half of this show was about the economy and just breaking down where we're at with groceries, with inflation, with crypto. And guess what, guys? With all 3 of those stories, it's not looking good.
And you
got a bunch of Republicans that are sounding the alarms right now. When you have the actual adults in the room who have supported Trump because they thought they could get something useful from him, because that's what Republicans do. They don't actually truly have principles like that. If it could make them money, that's why they did it. But they're not making that money, and now they're sounding the alarm because they're like, we're poised to lose money under this motherfucker now.
Make yourselves clear at the ballot box this November. It seems very likely that Trump is going to give those results the same label that he's given in the polls. Fake.
Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at Atlanta. There are some areas that are unbelievably corrupt. I could give.
They're not dolls, they're action figures.
Give you plenty more too. I say that we cannot have corrupt elections. If they don't want voter ID, that means they want to cheat.
Like my Jesse Ventura back there.
We can't allow cheating.
He's a man
in
of
elections.
action. He is actually made at the same factory as the G.I. Joes.
If we need to put in federal controls as opposed to state controls, remember this. They're really an agent.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will, if the elections are honest.
But also with that, the possibility that Republicans lose control of Congress, it became even more likely with the Supreme Court now making a ruling that paves the way for California's new congressional map that could give Democrats 5 more House seats. Because yesterday, the Supreme Court rejected an emergency appeal that the California Republican Party had filed in an attempt to block the map from taking effect. A map that California voters overwhelmingly approved to counter Trump's undemocratic efforts to make red states redistrict to give Republicans more.
Does anybody watch Jordley Beck?
Seats. And it was a map that almost immediately California
Lee?
Republicans filed a lawsuit against, arguing that the map was
anybody ever watched
unconstitutional because the state had engaged in illegal racial gerrymandering to redraw lines that favored Latinos over other groups of voters. Then last month, you saw a federal court rejecting the Republicans' attempt to block the voter-approved map from taking effect. A 3-judge panel ruling that there wasn't enough evidence to prove Democrats had drawn the map with racial intent, arguing that the ballot measure was explicitly presented to voters as a political gerrymander designed to flip 5 Republican-held seats, and claiming that voters were clearly motivated by political partisanship, not race. And so then, after taking that out, you had the California GOP asking the Supreme
Yeah, if he doesn't respond to you, Sylvie, I have a feeling that might be a bug.
Supreme Court to block the lower court's ruling and reinstate the old congressional maps while the merits of the case played out.
Gotta love that delay.
Effectively trying to reverse the explicit will of millions of voters. The fact that the Supreme Court has rejected that appeal is incredibly significant because California is one of the few blue states that has redrawn its congressional maps in the gerrymandering arms race.
By the way, the Supreme Court did rule in favor of those new maps.
At the Virginia state legislature, they also passed a very similar bill that would let residents vote on a ballot initiative to redraw congressional maps and give Democrats a better shot.
Yeah, with Indiana not doing theirs, that really screwed Trump a lot.
At another 4 seats. But last week, what you saw is that a federal judge blocked that map.
Virginia,
from voters ruling in favor of a Republican challenge, alleging that Democrats
and then Florida's just like, we're gonna do it. It's like, okay,
failed to follow the correct procedure.
Yes, dude. What is your obsession with my hair, man?
And actually, while the fate of that map is in the hands of the Virginia Supreme Court, a very different battle is playing out in Maryland.
I don't have bald spots, but okay.
The other blue state that's waded into the gerrymandering battle. And there, just this week, you had the State House approving a new map that could add one more blue representative.
The idea that like this is what they do, they try to like find your insecurity, and they're just like trust me, it's like these guys watch one of those dating things where they're just like, yeah, this is how you get like a girl to like you. You got to break them down, and then they applied that to everybody.
Though Democrats in the Senate, they widely opposed the measure, arguing that it could backfire and actually end up costing them another seat. And then, of course, with this, it's important to remember the Republicans
don't have any fucking bald spots. I just have this wicked fucking butt crack.
Still busy. Or red states have already redrawn their maps to give Republicans an edge, and Florida.
This is my mom's. Like this is what my mom did to my hair. Like she ruined my hair forever because she forced a cowlick, which this is what happens.
Governor Ron DeSantis just announced
my natural cowlick, it looks weird.
That he was kicking off a similar effort to meet Trump's demands. And then actually, while we're talking about Trump again, we should talk about the part that he's playing in the search for Nancy Guthrie in a different piece of news, right? The missing mom of Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie. Because Savannah's 84-year-old mom went missing from her home near Tucson, Arizona 5 days ago, and the local authorities say that it looks like she was taken by force. She was last seen Saturday night around 9:30 p.m. And after she didn't show up at church the following morning, her family called 911. And then when the authorities, they found Nancy's personal belongings like her car, phone, and wallet still at her house, as well as there being a trail of blood outside, they began to suspect foul play, especially because it's believed to be unlikely that she wandered away on her own. Nancy Guthrie reportedly was sharp mentally, but she had some mobility issues that left her...
Look, no more. Oh, no.
Unable to walk more than 50 yards unassisted.
Moses parted that.
So that's why you're seeing local sheriff reiterating that this is not a dementia-related incident. Though still, you had
took
search
one
and
look at
rescue
my
teams
head and was just like, let my people go.
Day and night following Nancy's disappearance to make sure that this wasn't a case of an elderly person walking off on their own. Right, and then you had investigators canvassing the neighborhood and asking people in the area to review doorbell cameras and any other possible recordings for potential sightings. And all of this leading to the local sheriff's office saying yesterday detectives believe Mrs. Guthrie was taken against her will, possibly during the overnight hours. But then adding that there is currently no evidence to suggest that this was targeted, and so the authorities began working to find out key details.
The millennial side part.
Nancy or kidnapper. So things like what she was wearing when she was taken, whether she was put in a vehicle, and how many suspects might have been involved. Right, and then yesterday, on the fourth day after Nancy disappeared, Savannah Guthrie shared a video where she sat alongside her.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people in my chat are gay. I'm not, but
reports of an
I have no problem with it.
Verified ransom note, as well as pleading with her mother's kidnappers to release her or at least prove that she's still alive.
I wonder you guys are so lonely.
4 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive.
There it is.
She needs it.
This is my net. Like, this is my natural cowlick. I'll keep it for the rest of the show.
We too have heard the reports
fucking hate
about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated.
Why do others care about others' sex life? Because they have none.
No.
They literally don't have sex, so they sit there thinking of other people's sex lives, like to an obsessive degree.
Without a doubt that she is alive and that you have her.
Now, currently, there are reportedly no suspects.
That's why I laugh at the fucking people saying that I'm going bald. I'm like, no, I'm not.
So there was a
objectively, I'm just not going bald.
Rumor that Nancy's son-in-law.
When I start going bald, I will point it out to you. I'll be the first one to be like, look at this.
Could have been involved, but that was then quickly shot down by.
No, they just see a fucking a forced cowlick, and they're just like, oh my God, you're losing your hair, kid.
The local sheriff's department. While you have investigators thinking that she is still likely alive.
But also, why do you care?
With her health issues, we don't.
I don't understand that. Like, I just don't understand, like, the whole, that's what they come in here to do.
Know how long that will remain the case. In fact, I even saw the sheriff saying,
Or they're embarrassed of their search history. I would go with that one.
Time is not on our side. And that was already 2 days ago. You know, as these days of drug on and on with no answers, Nancy's just.
Hey, Clay, what happened in Texas just a few days ago?
Appearance, it's.
Do you know? Like, what happened in Texas? There was an election in Texas. Can you tell me what that was?
Getting more and more national attention. We even had Trump chiming in yesterday on Truth Social saying, I spoke with Savannah Guthrie and
tracking. I like penis to you.
Let her know that I am directing all federal
dude
law.
He pees like this. He's just like, no homo, no homo, no homo, no homo. Shaky, 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 shaky. No homo. Oh crap, I gotta zip it up. Oh man, all his pants have so much bacteria from his pee.
Enforcement to be at the families.
Because he can't do a proper shakedown because he's afraid to touch his own pee-pee.
Disposal
might make him gay.
Immediately. We are deploying all resources to get her mother home safely. That was also a sentiment echoed by FBI Director Kash Patel, who, according to sources for Axios, is directing, quote, all resources possible to.
I'm so scared I don't even hold on while pee.
Help and is prepared to go if the situation warrants.
That's a new one.
So there, it's important to note that Arizona officials are still leading the investigation, and the FBI at this point is only playing a supporting role. Or with Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is.
Don't ruin it, Mitchell. I was looking for him.
Reportedly known Savannah Guthrie for a very long time, saying that she's receiving constant updates after speaking with Savannah on the phone yesterday. And so ultimately, at this point, it ends up being kind of a waiting game to see what happens with the investigators as they do their job. And while we wait for answers, obviously, our hearts and our well wishes go out to Savannah and her siblings. And
Clay banned bananas from his house.
We hope that her mom's found and
I can't stop eating bananas long ways. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Brought home safely. And then there's more that we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor.
I always like to go in like through the side of my mouth and just kind of do a little bend in.
Say, you know,
I don't know.
VPNs are crucial when it comes to your cybersecurity, whether you like it or not.
And instead of biting, I just sit there sucking it.
Another great example, a billing platform recently exposed.
Doc, what's that mean?
Nearly 180,000 personal records, names, emails, phone numbers, even tax IDs, just sitting in an unsecured database.
Great. Incognito word doesn't.
Bandit McSee $2.
Doesn't work. We all know.
Most of the
Incognito mode doesn't work.
people affected
We
will
all
never
know.
even know it happened.
Hand
That's
over
exactly
mouth emoji.
why today's sponsor, NordVPN, is something that I actually use and care about. NordVPN encrypts everything you do online. Even when a website, app, or service drops the ball, your data stays protected. It also comes with threat protection, which blocks malicious sites, sketchy downloads, trackers, and scam links before they load. Right, Nord, they have a strict no logs policy, meaning that they don't track, store, or sell your browsing data. Your data stays yours. You know, I rely on NordVPN most on public headline drops. But then diving back into the news, there's two really big things we need to talk about, starting with the Washington Post just announcing absolute.
We're done.
Is a young liberal commentator, and he does a show where he basically. So Dean Withers is a young liberal commentator, and he does a.
Oh, this is interesting, by the way.
Show where he basically.
And I have come to terms with the fact that I just do not like the concept that Dean Withers and Parker not as much. Like I can watch Parker, but Dean is kind of just like a smug fucking prick to the point where I think he's a bad representative of the left.
Like debates.
Well, I can't even call him the left because he won't see himself as left, which again, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get that he's going to the camp. Like I will literally be sitting next to Dean in those creator camps.
MAGA for the whole thing, I believe. And God bless.
I just noticed he has a squishmallow.
Some patience of a saint. But we've now hit the logical
I just realized those are his cats.
Point of the Trump death cult.
They got stuffed animals with their cats. I like that.
We've been saying for quite a long time that it is a death cult. And there's a reason we say that, because there's a lot.
Dean's controlled op for sure.
Of evidence.
Rowdy? God damn it. There's a part of me that kind of fucking buys that, man. Damn.
I mean, we're looking at a group of people that
Rowdy,
at this late
I gotta say
date have still never.
Good one. Splats up. What is this? We're talking politics, having a good old time. You know?
Seen anything?
I don't know where you fall on the political spectrum, but as long as you're respectful and kind of chill, we have fun.
That Trump did, where they said,
But welcome to the show. Appreciate you stopping by, regardless.
You know what? I'm drawing a line. I'm not going to be part of this anymore. Nothing. Whether it's the illegal and offensive.
But yeah, he's talking about a guy who, dude, there's a guy like. So if this guy is real, who called into Dean's show, every fucking MAGA supporter should unilaterally just go, no, this guy sucks. But if you're a MAGA supporter, and you might want to stick around and listen to this, I'm not even kidding, I want to know your take on it. If you do not, if you don't just automatically think like, oh, this guy sucks.
It's the wars against countries that didn't attack us, or it's the immense corruption that he's engaged in, or it's the scamming his own supporters, or none of that stuff. Did they go, you know what? Okay, I think I'm done.
Obama's death toll on innocent people? Way too high, and I didn't like him.
So they've rented their mind.
I didn't like his deport. I didn't like the way that he was deporting people, the way he was. I didn't like the camps on the Mexican border, and I specifically did not like the drone strikes in Libya.
Yeah, to this con man.
But again, your preconceived notions of what a leftist is, or who I am, and what I support, has kind of done you wrong here.
Is what they've done. Okay. Well, now, here we are.
Yeah, 3 more years.
Where?
Yeah, I know.
The Epstein files come out.
Short of Big Mac doing the job for us, I don't think. Yeah, he'll be here for another 3 years.
Now, Trump is implicated. So many.
Who's watching from the toilet right now?
Wealthy, powerful billionaires are implicated. And so the MAGA cultists have now brought.
May your deuce be fucking blessed, and may it release easily.
Themselves to actually utter the following words. They said, why is it wrong to rape children? I'm not kidding. I wish I was kidding. And look at Dean's reaction. Let's watch.
You asking me why it's wrong to rape children?
This is crazy.
Yeah, I need you to tell me why it is wrong in your eyes.
Is this? As I said, guys, I'm pretty good at picking up when people are just doing a character. Rowdy, I know you're listening to this. Let me know what you think.
To rape children.
To do that. Yes. Do you need me to repeat it? Can you not hear me? Do you have too many cocks in your ears, or what's up? Why is it wrong? Is that too hard a question?
You literally just asked, why is it wrong to rape a...
Look at Dean.
Are you kidding me?
His reaction. Look at his reaction. He just literally can't believe that this is where we are now.
Yeah. But this is literally, I personally think this is Nick Fuentes shit. He's just a groiper trying to get the fucking, to get the outrage bait, to get this clip. But he also doesn't understand that it's like, yeah, this does make your party look awful.
You can mute me with the background noise if you want.
I think I do a good. You think you do a good Trump impersonation too? I mean, I do an okay one.
Ready to hear your answer.
I'm definitely not the best. No, Shane Gillis does the best one. I can get the cadence right though. This guy, Curtis Christensen, big fan of mine. You know what? Always been MAGA. Doesn't like the pep talks.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
That pearl clutching is so beta. Why don't you actually answer the question?
It's actually happening. He's calling me a pearl clutcher for saying that child rape is wrong.
No, because I asked the question.
Shane Gillis is not a big fan of Trump. You might want to watch his recent Gillian Keeves. He was ripping on Trump pretty hard.
I didn't.
And actually, he for once didn't have a funny, joke-laden tirade about ICE. He went into it. He said that what Trump is doing is fucked up.
I think this one happened. We see it often. They'll say that something's wrong, and then Trump will do it, and then they'll defend it.
Yep.
Did that with J6. Did that with the J6 pardons.
Now that I'm actually seeing this on camera, don't look bad.
Did that with Medicaid cuts. Did that with the...
Why does this look so different in a mirror?
SNAP cuts. Just didn't think they'd do it with child rape.
Let's just get to the fucking point, bro.
I just didn't think they'd do it with child rape. And now we're seriously at that
I'm kind of with Dean on this one. As much as I don't appreciate the guys
to rape children, and asking why it is wrong to rape children.
I'm actually not surprised. I'm
President Poopy Pants got a 10 spike shoved.
Actually not surprised at this point. When Trump decided, I'm going to start bullying.
I had a dead spike, and then all of a sudden, I looked like one of those parachutes you see at a high school gym.
Bullying the shit out of Greenland and threatening to steal it. The Republicans went along with it.
Mr. Guy Person Man, welcome.
I'm not,
dude. Mr. Guy Person Man's here.
Not surprised.
That's dope.
Because
it's like he's everyone and no one.
When there was a poll of MAGA Republicans, hey, should we?
How's it going, man? Welcome to the show.
Attack Iran. The number was low. It was 40 or 50%, something like that. Then Trump did it, and the number shot up to 95% of MAGA Republicans.
Embrace your natural slant part. Thanks, Pinkerbell.
Okay. So if these people are willing to go along with Trump threatening to steal
But now that you said slant part, now I'm just like, oh, I hate it.
Greenland, if they're willing to go along with Trump attacking Iran after he campaigned as the anti-war candidate, if they're willing to look the other
I'm not sure if you guys ever had this. So, like, my mom, she used to do this shit.
way, as
She would
Trump
just run her
scams
pinky through my hair, and it would just split down the middle.
his own supporters with a crypto shitcoin, if they're willing to look away with Trump doing World Liberty Financial and money laundering and all these business ventures, he's made like literally billions of
no, he's on Gillian. He was on Gillian Keeves
dollars since he's been back in the White House. If they're willing to look away at all that, why?
Or Gillian Keeves, Matt and Shane's secret podcast. My bad.
Why wouldn't they also look away about this?
It used to be called Gillian Keeves,
right? Why wouldn't they? Because they've already sent the signal, like, I am down for whatever. I'm on the team. I'm
back to working.
Down for
No,
whatever.
no.
And of course, the most cuck thing.
Well, bye, Sylvie.
Thing about it,
back to work.
It is. You think this guy calling is a billionaire? Like, you think he's gonna, like, Trump's policies are gonna help him that much that he's willing to overlook it? No, he's also getting fucked by Trump's policies, right? Trump is kicking 18 people.
Wait, Pinkerbell, is that so? You're saying that, like, technically I'm lucky that I don't have a middle part?
18 million people off Medicaid, and he's
again. Growing up in the '90s, that's what every kid wanted.
Doubling, tripling, and quadrupling the health insurance premiums.
Gilly and Keeves,
and this guy's probably going to be impacted by that one way or the other, whether he's on Medicaid or he just has to, his health insurance premium goes up. He's going to get impacted by that. Trump's big bullshit bill. It cuts taxes
Amanda.
for the rich,
How's it going?
effectively raises them on the bottom 90%. This guy's taxes are going to get raised
This is the, I think, second stream I've seen you on, because you were in Majority Report
direct result of Trump.
Well, shouted you out, but I was a little busy.
Trump's policies are fucking this guy over, and he's still going, yes, sir, may I have another, please? In fact, let me defend your fucking child rape. Let me defend Jeffrey fucking Epstein. And so the thing that we all need to come to terms with is, if they're willing to do this,
I would kiss that dude I'm watching if I didn't get caught. If I was gay, I'd be very proud of it.
Yes,
I mean, I'm not ashamed of my sexuality in any way, shape, or form. I'm just I happen to be very into my wife.
Defend Trump if he nuked Greenland, or if he nuked Panama, or if he nuked
and women in general.
Gaza.
Yeah, well, I'm not sexually attracted to men. I figured that out organically. So,
right,
and that means yeah. You know that thing where you got to break through and just be like, I don't know, what am I?
Like, there is actually nothing that he can do where they would say that's gone too far.
Really? Wait, really, Rowdy? Why didn't Dean just answer the question? Jesus Christ, man. Like, I think that we know the answer. Wow.
They're building 23
you gay?
concentration camps
No,
right
not.
now. We just reported on it. They sent people to a concentration
I'm not, though.
camp to CCOT not that long.
As I said, I'd be more than comfortable saying, no, okay.
Long ago, 288 people. The overwhelming majority had...
Why do you think being gay is bad?
No criminal record.
That kind of tells me that you think of men's pee-pees a little bit more than I do.
They were raped. They were tortured. Right?
Bet you think about trans porn, too.
Defended that. They defended that. They defended Trump's Gestapo shooting Americans in the face and murdering them. So...
Wow, bro, you got a marathon going here. This is my normal time.
Listen to all those scenarios I just described to you, and the fact that these...
I usually stream about 6 hours a night.
People defended it. So now I challenge you. Come up with
I also work on top of
a single
this.
scenario that they won't
I just happen to love this.
defend. I'll wait.
Although this will change when my wife is out of, full-time
Come
care.
up
So
with a single
that's coming soon.
I will
Scenario let you guys know
that they
about
won't
that.
defend. No, the fact of the matter is, Trump has an
I have to
absolute
go to like 3-hour streams or something.
floor.
We're trying to figure it out.
And that absolute floor is somewhere between 25% and 33% of the country. He's already at 36% approval rating, so he's already close to his floor.
Funny enough, MAGA's how I kind of make money too.
But the actual floor is between 25% and 33%.
My wife, she literally said that the day after the election. She was just like, well, if there's anything good to come out of this, at least you started making political content right as this happened, because this is good for you. I'm like, I guess you're right.
Okay. Which means...
I mean, this is why Tim Pool and like right-wingers aren't, and like the right-wing programming, like, Daily Wire and all them, they're not doing well. Like, when you look at their numbers are down by close to, I think it was like 30% or even just like 25%, but still, big audience share. And it's because of the just natural, like, yeah, you're the party in charge. Nobody cares.
1/4 of the country.
People want to listen to grievance politics.
No,
they don't want to hear just constantly just like, in Donald Trump, great.
Matter.
That's why half of you all are here.
Fucking what? We'll go.
Fuck. My boy Rowdy in here. That's why he's here. He knows that chilling with his crew, which he's got a fine crew over with Speakeasy and some of those guys, you know. I may disagree politically, but they're you know what? Nice people. Was treated pretty fairly. But I know why he comes here, because he doesn't need people who always agree with him.
Along with it.
And he's not trolling.
And now you understand the psychology of the cult. You understand, Jim Jones. The Jim Jones who made everybody...
Well, Rowdy, to be fair, I think that the caller wasn't real. Like, I think that he wanted that reaction from Dean, even though Dean did get, like, a clip from it. But realistically, I don't think that guy was being for real.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
If he was, that's a problem.
And then they did. There's a psychological grip that he has on people where he becomes the end-all, be-all. He becomes the truth in and of himself. The consequences are absolutely devastating.
Today.
And I highly recommend that these people who are still in the cult, you should cut them off. You should cut them off. You should have nothing to do with them. You should want nothing to do with them whatsoever.
Also, cheers
no
if
way
you guys are joining and
at this point.
Want to partake in a adult beverage with me tonight.
Sorry that you just don't. This isn't mirrored on the left. It never happens on the left. The most ardent Bernie Sanders supporter
had a friend bring me
can
some,
give you criticisms of Bernie Sanders. Right?
Decent brews.
Like, I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter. He took way too long to call the genocide in Gaza genocide. Right? Like, it's just not the same. The left is not
Rob
the same.
Nelson.
We're more independent thinkers. We're more rational.
Cheers.
We're more objective. This is where we are now. And you should be humiliated. If you're still part of MAGA, you should be humiliated that these are the people that represent you. You got a guy calling into a show saying, why is it wrong to rape children? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because children, by definition, can't consent because their brains aren't formed yet and they're completely and utterly innocent.
Amen, brother.
And
I got you.
And you want to take away their innocence and take away their purity and violate them? Again, something they cannot...
One of my favorite parts about the Speak appearance that I had was honestly how many people walked out of that like, you know what? I may hate your politics, but you're a pretty cool guy. I was just like, all right,
by definition, they cannot consent. They don't have the mental capacity to consent. But you need us to explain to you...
One of these days, I'll go back on a show.
Why?
I'm literally, like, I'm one of the guys that, like, if I show up on a debate show, just know that's a very special appearance.
Raping children is wrong. So, I don't know, man. This is who they are. This is who they are.
And I don't see how it's a bad look on both sides, because Dean at least got, like, his, pearl clutch for the libs, and on top of it, the guy objectively did say that, why is it bad to do that? Which I don't even want to repeat it. It's that bad.
And like I said, there's salvation for a bunch, but
I'm watching
about 25% are never going to budge no matter what. And the fact that
Bloodstone's on top of this, she's just like, I am going to make sure that he smokes at his 420.
We live among those people.
Not 421, 420.
Should concern you. Should give you pause. Should make you fucking reevaluate a number of things, for sure. And it certainly is a wake-up call. There's no way around it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
All right. So Candace Owens is quadrupling down on this Erica Kirk thing. I'm not even gonna fucking preface this one. I'm just gonna let her talk because, yeah, man, she makes a fucking accusation here that was out of fucking like left field to the point where I legit for a minute went, "The this is fucking just like, is she trying to collect lawsuits? Holy shit!" So, without further ado.
Okay, so I am now pretty obsessed with trying to confirm Erica's story up to September 10th. She said in the morning of September 10th, she was with her mother.
Tool's a great band.
Her mother
You're a
was
fan?
receiving a medical
Nice.
treatment, and she got the news when Mikey McCall.
Just listening to Perfect Circle today.
Mikey McCoy called her, and
Fucking Maynard.
collapsed in a parking lot. We don't really know
Why is smoking cigarettes bad?
what
Because it can technically kill you.
happens thereafter. Well, I'm kind of starting to put
And genetically, if you have, weak lungs, and I guess just in general, like you have those cancer receptors,
together the pieces. I figured out who Erica was with at the holistic clinic, and it surely
Baker Bell
further complicates matters
Candace stubs her toe and blames
for me. Now, foremost, just to address the minority
Israel.
of people who are still out there trying to psyop the public into believing
that stare was Zionist.
that Erica has done absolutely nothing.
What the fuck is that sweater? Oh, Jesus Christ. Are we watching Mrs. Rogers?
Wrong and is unworthy of the public reaction that she is receiving. To those people, I would like to gently remind you that she is at the
Yes, I've thought about that, about the Candace and Erica Kirk feud actually being like, yeah, like they're working together on
helm
it.
of an organization that raised $250 million in just a couple of months from basically a sympathizing public.
Sky with clouds.
The sympathy was rightfully
Oh my God, it's Teletubbies.
garnered
Cat Lover 14, love the name, and also thank you for subbing. Appreciate that.
after the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now she has been the CEO that is caught lying, outright lying, and has also delivered some severe misrepresentations and put together.
I wish I could donate to your wife, but I am broke. Oh, Lewis Brown, I appreciate that. Hey, thank you for the kind words. Regardless, appreciate that.
List of
You can hit the like button and you can sub to the channel. It's free. Helps me out and it helps get me out there so we can
them so that you
know,
recognize
keep doing this content and also
that something is
contribute
not
to the fun.
right.
Which guys, I'm gonna be updating the fun goal soon.
Okay.
After the bills we just got in the
Superman neck.
God. I will go into more detail when I know what I can talk about, because even my wife asked me politely to just kind of not go into too much detail because I'm me.
That was the beginning of this entire thing when the entire world snapped into the recognition that something was very wrong. Andrew Colvett,
We are on the hook for a lot more than I thought we would be.
heard the story, and she said that Andrew Colvett and the surgeon went
Erica's
rogue.
lies and
That's not true. Reality is
misrepresentations.
her and
Okay,
Andrew
so the Superman neck, that's a big one.
called the
Also,
doctor to
we're 30 seconds to the 420. Pack them up, and we're all going to celebrate together. This, if you do not know, is like the stoner circle of the internet, where we all chill, we do the thing, and then we all
Together.
Relax together for the rest of the night.
Three-way call on the day of Charlie's funeral, and the Superman
means
quote
10 seconds,
came
so
from Erica. Okay, he didn't
I
violate
just step off
HIPAA,
camera right
nor did I
here.
ever for a moment believe that he did. I could have maybe believed that Andrew Colvett went rogue tweeting something.
I hate that I love
definitely
smoking.
Did not
Ooh,
believe
yeah,
that
does
the
suck.
surgeon
I only
just
quit,
spoke
like,
to a
could
PR
quit
agent
when I
without
figured
Erica's
out, I'm like,
permission.
ooh, I don't love this anymore.
Number two, she told us that Charlie did not text anyone the night before in fear for his life. That's what she told Glenn Beck. The reality, I have his phone. That never happened. The reality is that Charlie texted both Andrew Colvett and Dan Flood the night before, saying that he feared he was going to be killed after he was engaged in a discussion about him removing his support from Israel, and after he then had to have this call with the rabbi.
I know I've told you guys
dead
this,
in the middle of
but
the
I
night while
quit.
the rabbi was in Israel, and Josh Hammer.
When my dad got diagnosed with stage 4 mouth cancer.
And they're telling us he just wanted tips on how to debate. And then, of course, he got tips on how to debate and was
But I was already at that point where I didn't like the smell of it anymore.
super
so.
happy, but then said they're going to kill me. It also feels wrong and weird. Number three, even builds upon that lie, because then we were told,
good
well, the reason for that is because Dan Flood and Andrew Colvett messaged him on a third-party app, and that's why I didn't know that was set for deletion. Well,
Did we see her fake tears?
reality,
Yeah.
as I broke to you all the other day, is that Dan Flood actually messaged him on iMessage. If you're Tyler Robinson's defense, you may want to get that text message. Has anybody, we should be subpoenaing those text messages. I really would love to see all of Charlie's text messages the night before, see how friendly these conversations.
Damn, I got recommended to your algorithm again. Must mean that I'm kind of on my way. Well, cool. Thank you, 2011 North.
Conversations really were, and how he was actually feeling about certain things. We go on. Mikey called me within seconds. The reality is Mikey called Elizabeth first. For some reason, she was completely rinsed out of the story, Elizabeth McCoy. And then they conference called Erica over 3 minutes later. She said he called me within seconds. Okay, maybe she thought that. We can give her a little bit of an inch there. Very strange that Erica did not
Code word, eat
know
pizza.
that Andrew's
Got
wife
Chinese
was
food tonight.
aboard the plane to Utah with Andrew, because Andrew said that when he landed in Provo, he and Erica collapsed into one another's arms. And when I asked the question whether or not he flew with his wife, Erica was unable or unwilling to answer. And they said they would get back to me. And then they got back to me after our meeting and said, yes, Andrew's wife was on the plane with him. And I just thought, well, that's interesting because I didn't tell them. I held that card that Andrew told me that Erica and him collapsed in each other's arms on the tarmac. Also strange is that she waited an hour on the tarmac for Andrew's Corvette's plane to land. That feels very
I had Mongolian chicken, actually.
wrong to me.
So,
Now,
yeah.
this,
I
somebody
had sesame honey chicken, too. It was really good.
I call this splitting hairs. I don't, as somebody who's written a book.
No, but as somebody who rocks a middle part, you split some hairs there. Hey!
Charlie told Megyn Kelly that he was writing
proud of that
a
one.
book currently. He
I
said,
don't
I am
care.
currently writing
You
a
left.
book
I don't care.
about
That was for me.
the Jewish Sabbath, right? Erica, then when she went on her tour, kind of illuminated to the public how he had finished the book in July. Okay, now that's a month
Okay.
difference, but I don't think that
can't
if you
get
had
over her
finished
fucking
your
cadence.
book in July, that you would say the exact sentence to Megyn Kelly, I am currently writing a book about the Sabbath. Again, it's a minor detail. Kind of want to.
I mean, people give me shit for my middle part, not her. Like, what the fuck's
about
up?
that being
Come
kind
on.
of the first PR push.
Hers is egregious.
Charlie was a Christian, but we're going to talk about this. And I promise he finished this book. This was all him. He wrote the last chapter. Well, why did he say to Megyn Kelly, I just finished a book. I just finished writing a book about the Sabbath. I feel like that's what he would say. But no, he was saying that as he was angrily referring to people that were calling him anti-Semitic and how they were pushing him away. And Erica has never spoken about that, ever, about what he was going through. In fact, in many ways, she has partnered with the very people that were pressuring him. There's been
I literally said that I'm a leftist. I'm not a Democrat, though. Do I caucus with the Democrats? Yes. But I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal.
no flack toward them, but flack toward people who
I
are
have pretty,
investigating her
like,
husband's murder.
clear
So now
cut
I'm locked in. I'm
politics,
focused on
man.
the alibi, and I have now made a. You
could just ask nicely and I'll tell you.
I will say allegedly, because you're supposed to say allegedly. This is a pretty strong series of tips that I received. That Erica was with a woman named Tracy Martin. Now, she might be familiar to some of you guys who are in Arizona because she is regularly at Dream City Church. You guys might remember Dream City Church when Charlie was doing a series of speeches. He would do that weekly at Dream City Church. This began with COVID. This gets
The fuck is the difference? You don't know the difference?
back to the
Think of it this way. It's the difference between a classic Reaganite conservative who doesn't vote for Trump and doesn't like Trump and a MAGA head.
TPUS.
That's kind of how it goes. Like, some people think that I'm a communist, but I'm not a communist because communists don't like me because I still think that there's, not necessarily a place, but we're never going to get rid of like capitalism. So, well, not in my lifetime. Never say never, but not in my lifetime. So I just say, okay, let's expand on fucking social programs. And the answer to get those social programs is not taxing us. It's taxing the people that have, Mr. Amazon, who, dude, $25 billion, $1 billion, you can't spend that in a lifetime. He has I think it was like $150 billion at that point.
faith origin story.
So
kind of begins with Rob McCoy and then Dream City Church and lockdowns. We'll get more into that in the
Well, I mean, you don't have to be a prick about it.
coming days.
The fuck is wrong with you, man?
But Tracy Martin,
You know that like gay people would like probably caucus with you if you weren't such a dick. Like if people like you didn't exist within the Republican Party, you have a lot of gay people that would say, "Hey, yeah, you know what? I'm actually fiscally conservative, and I wish I could actually vote Republican, but I'm always I'm always forced to vote either Democrat or just not vote at all because I don't want to fucking be part of that."
it's actually bigger than that. Tracy Martin has known
man,
Erica
these are
for
stupid.
years. Now, allegedly, she was with Erica when Mikey and Elizabeth called. My question is why? If you're with your mother and your mother is receiving a treatment and your mother is vulnerable, why are you
Why is
bringing
this audio
Tracy
so
with
low?
you? In fact, I'm being told that her and her mother were not together.
You know what? At least it's not the left. It's not just the left, I should say, as far as like them throttling the sound. on all these like political stuff videos.
Now, I can tell you, like I said, that Tracy has known Erica for 15 years. And I'm going to show you a clip of Tracy. Later on in this clip, she kind of talks about me and the conspiracies and things of that nature.
Well, because they would, because some people, again, who are gay, would like to side with your politics. But if you're going to be that kind of prick, then just don't be surprised when you're not winning.
Sure, because that's obligatory.
You know, that's very regressive, which it's in the actual term, man.
Here's Tracy discussing their very long friendship. Take a listen.
Jesus. No wonder Jeffrey Epstein knew it would be so easy to fucking control the masses.
Erica Kirk has been a
And that motherfucker couldn't spell worth a shit.
dear friend of mine for
And that's who put us on the path we're in right now.
almost 15 years. We have done multiple projects together. She wrote the foreword to my book. The photo that has been circulating around
It's to make the ads louder. That's what I thought.
that says
Yeah, but us on premium get fucked with it.
a Left Eye Club. This is the cuff that she's wearing. I designed it. Those are my jewelry pieces. This was an editorial shot that I actually styled and wanted to get all the products in one shot. Oh, and the Romanian Angels? Yeah, that was a project that a bunch of us were blessed to be a part of because Erica put it together. And we would get a wish list around Christmas time, and it was from children who wanted nothing more than barrettes, brushes, personal care items, pencils, school supplies, and we would all go out.
Let's be honest, Chomsky was the one that was the mastermind behind how to control the populace. He was in Epstein's ear about it. Yeah.
And go.
Yeah, and you know how embarrassing it is that, like, people who I've looked up to, I'm glad that I'll be honest, I read one Noam Chomsky book. Okay? Like, and it was essentially to placate to people that kept saying, like, oh, I don't read enough theory. And I was just like, okay, he doesn't write in the same vein as, you know, Karl Marx, where I'm like, oh, I can actually kind of, like, read this. Saul Alinsky is actually still the best one. Rules for Radicals. Highly recommend that book. But, and I don't care, again, what side you're on. Funny enough, it actually kind of explains MAGA. When you go back, you're like, oh, Jesus Christ. MAGA almost followed that playbook by, like, the teeth.
Go shopping, and we would wrap it up, and it was such a wonderful thing because
Nietzsche was also fucking, like, a really weird dude. Like, some of his stuff was fine, but
we would have specific paper that we would wrap our gifts in, and my daughters would then watch the video that Erica would send back to us once the distribution and they were delivered, and we could see the children opening these beautiful
as I said, I don't agree. Like, I'm not a communist.
gifts, and we knew that we were making
I'm not. Like,
an impact all the way around the world. And that's what type of person Erica is. Starting a nonprofit at 17,
so Clay, don't even start with me.
instead of looking at that as like, how do you do that?
Trust me, I got
Exactly.
tankies that hate
How do
my
you do
ass.
that? Unless you're someone like Erica. That's how you do that.
One of them just unsubbed.
Yeah, she's an Erica stan. She's known her for a very long time. She's known her family for a very long time. She knows Erica's mother for sure. There's a picture of them at least.
This always happens. And then they're like, you're a centrist. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Definitely someone that's been in her life since Erica's pageant days. She has been following her to Romania. This woman grew up wealthy, by the way. Done some early prodding into her, but she's from Missouri, which has been, you know, one of those regular stops on the Egyptian plains. And she grew up wealthy, riding horses.
All right, fuck this. All right. Get to the part where you're going to accuse her of being gay.
Day, which leads me to believe that Erica Kirk was not with her mother on September 10th. I will state that. I do not believe it.
She is essentially saying that Erica Kirk has a secret girlfriend, that's who she was hanging out with when
Erica Kirk was with Lori Fontrey on September 10th.
As I said.
Who is Tracy Martin? Who is her husband? What does he do, rather? I do know her husband. What's his
Jesus Christ
first name? You guys remind me. I can't remember. Is it Thomas Martin? That's
Someone
his
said
name.
that she was
Not
like grifting. I'm like, no. Candace Owens is actually certifiably a fucking nutbag.
Exactly sure what it is that he does. So I'm interested to hear that. And I'll leave it at that. Email us at moretips@CandaceOwens.com. Dream City Church is coming up a lot. People have emailed.
Like this bitch be hanging out at the Planners Factory. All right. Man. Whoa, Pinkerbell. Did he finally do it? Oh, man. Did he get the hard ban or is it a timeout? What's going on? Ooh. Her poor husband. Yeah, no shit. No shit. I'm right there with you. F slur and transphobia. Yeah. Okay, cool. Timeout. Cool. If it's hard ban, I'm fine with that too. I know you guys got it. Thank you for that. For real. I was trying to pay attention to her bullshit. So I really didn't see it. Here, let me pull up the log. Give me just one second. Sorry, guys. If you're just joining us, I just had somebody in chat had to get time out because they were using slurs and said something else. Okay, here we go. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, yeah, no. I'm actually surprised they didn't ban him. Wow. I hope he understands that it's like, dude, if anybody ever accuses me of fucking doing like bans just willy-nilly, yeah, you can get fucked. I put up with a lot of shit just to try to engage with other people, or the other side. And like I said, it's not necessarily worth it. I've kind of come to terms with why other streamers do the whole I'm not engaging with this, but oh boy. All right. Well, fuck that. Here we go. Here's the video I was waiting for.
That's a very specific illicit desire to want underage people.
Well,
how do you even find out that someone's into that?
Well, I don't think that the majority or
oh my god, Joe,
anything close to it.
Oh my god,
of the women were technically. I think it was largely
young,
very young, barely legal, so to speak. But and I know that there were cases of underage, but I think
reminder, I don't claim them. Low tier, bad faith, rowdy, based.
Most of it was just
very, very young, but not.
See, that's all I want.
Not like
20 or
I do not claim them.
Not like 13.
I also don't claim that. Fuck your Packers
type thing.
Go Bears.
And then,
dude, we're doing it next year.
Yeah.
We're doing it. We're gonna fucking lock down our defense.
Remember, because this
You better
is
be
an
scared,
international
man.
enterprise.
You better be scared.
And many of the clients are in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we.
Yeah, now we can both enjoy the Super Bowl fucking rooting for nobody and just kind of being like, all right.
Do.
Hope you all both have fun while I sit here thinking about how the fucking Bears they didn't even blow it. That's what pisses me off. God damn it. A fucking field goal. A fucking field goal.
You can very easily see someone
We got
getting involved in that just because girls juice deals.
All right, so the Joe Rogan experience is just getting sad at this point. It feels like it's
go Bears.
Turned into a PR tool for the Epstein
Picking grin.
clients. After maybe the
Sorry.
biggest file drop yet, Joe had on Mike Benz, who is a Elon Musk lackey. So, of course, there's no mention of Elon during this podcast, even though his emails are one of the biggest revelations from the files.
I'm just happy the Seahawks won. Okay? Okay.
Which now Elon,
we can move on.
Mr. Free Speech is threatening to sue people for talking about it or even associating him with the files. I'm sure Joe will have a lot to say about that. No, I mean, Rogan is cooked. People used to look forward to hearing him talk about stuff like this, but now he's way too connected to people involved with Epstein.
Field goal, Bills versus Giants. Shock.
So
someone's still salty.
He has to
Get the fuck out of here. Wasn't that like 1988?
Play a lot of the information coming out. Also, a lot of his guests work for or are associated with people in the Epstein files as well. so he rarely hears an unbiased perspective on them. I mean, if he really wanted a good rundown of the recent file drop, he'd have on somebody like CoffeeZilla. Like,
the fact that he doesn't have coffee on when he's had him on before is crazy.
Done the best reporting on it, and he's impartial. You know, he has no incentive to protect anybody, so he'd be the best person to hear from. But instead, Joe talked about the recent files with Mike Benz, who's part of the establishment. He worked for the government.
Well, just when I thought I was a salty Susan, this motherfucker comes up fucking dropping some... In 1988, I had my heart broken.
He worked under Trump's first administration, and he panders to Elon Musk. So this guy is not an objective source at all when it comes to the Epstein files. And during this podcast, he spent a lot of time trying to downplay, but also almost justify the child sex trafficking allegations.
And this is why I have one of the best shows on YouTube, folks, is because I do a fucking politically charged show, but I can still have fun like this.
And convince people that it wasn't a blackmail operation, which Rogan barely pushed back on. Like, he used to say it's a pedo island with cameras everywhere. They have dirt on all these high-profile people. But now it's like, were they really underage girls? Is there a blackmail?
Yeah, dude, they're fucking doing the Megyn Kelly shit.
Operation.
They're literally just doing like, well, yeah, it's a philia,
And Jeffrey
phebophilia or whatever.
Epstein, you know, for the past 3 years of their lives,
football will
has
save us.
been the best weekend.
As long as the Bears get a good defense next year, maybe
they've ever had. Has made them feel alive again in their,
or the Hawks fucking pull it off and get into the fucking playoffs this year.
Mid-50s or 60s has opened all sorts of other deals.
I've had it with this bullshit
for them, and this deal might work out. So I'm afraid that if I say no to Jeffrey Epstein on this deal.
I feel like I can't even read that comment.
I'm not going to get an invite to the next party. I'm not going to be able to get laid again with
Rob Nelson.
God, the narrative is underage girls, and this is the thing.
Oh my God, he's doing the. Oh no, Joe. Oh man, I knew you lost it, but God damn.
It makes it so disgusting. When people talk about it, everyone says kids on the island.
I didn't know.
This is the.
Oh. Joe,
the big conspiracy about it,
dude. Is it because of Trump and like other people he knows?
And this is the reason
crazy.
why people are so outraged about it.
My concern,
who's in the Bad Bunny Bowl this weekend
with the runaway
Seahawks
train on that,
and Patriots,
is that
I guess go Seahawks.
It's a massive
NFC
manhunt for something that it may be true. To me, it's a.
Also, I like that 12th man shit.
It's a needle in the haystack. It might be true. Good luck looking for it.
That was a good play.
It would seem ludicrous to me that Epstein.
Cool. What time's the concert?
Doesn't mean it's impossible.
Should be around 7.
But logistically, if Epstein ever directly threatened someone, proactively, that is, if the person tries to blackmail Epstein,
I'm just looking forward to Bad Bunny.
Epstein could, reactively say, "Well,
I just hope he does.
I've got shit on you too."
Booker T.
But proactively and really do someone in like that, and word gets around.
Bad Bunny actually put on a hell of a show when he fucking wrestled at WrestleMania.
If that happens, everything.
Unfortunately, Logan Paul is still an active wrestler who I have to sometimes admit where it's like, damn it, he's actually all right at this.
Everything he built goes at the whole Rolodex finds out.
Hate it.
So it sounds like he's trying to convince people it's not really worth looking into the underage trafficking and blackmail aspect of the files. But then he'd go on these long-winded monologues about the more important aspects of it, and he'd just be all over the place. Like, he'd be talking about Epstein, then jump.
Well, no, but the thing is, he's bringing up the point here where Joe would have already been on this.
To 10 other topics.
Yeah.
And people in the comments are just like, I've never heard someone say so much without saying anything. And Rogan posted a clip of them talking about the Epstein files to the JRE Clips channel. And all the comments are negative, calling Rogan a sellout and saying he's compromised and trying to do damage control.
Yeah, no, I've been saying
because
this.
Because there's so much new information from the recent files release. And it seems like Joe and his guest didn't talk about any of that. And instead his guest
They really did go
try
for
to
it.
convince people that it's not really worth looking into the child trafficking aspect
Man,
of
I
it.
hope,
You know,
like,
the most
I wanna see
heinous
more.
part of the files isn't worth looking
I'll find
into.
that.
So we used to hear Epstein had compromising tapes and pictures on all these high-profile
Excuse me.
people. You know, his whole house was rigged with cameras. But now Rogan's guest is trying to convince us that there was none of that because word would get out.
Is he better than his brother at boxing?
He tries to
We don't know because the boxing was also staged,
if
allegedly.
Epstein told someone he has dirt on them, they'd go running and tell their wife, which just sounds ridiculous. You know, if Epstein told someone he had a video of them molesting a kid, I don't know if they'd want to go tell someone about that, especially their wife. Also, he's like, nobody's even ever claimed they've been blackmailed by Epstein. But again, why the hell would you admit?
Dr. Leon. Wait. I was about to say, sorry, mistype. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Why would you want
to
to tell anybody if you were? And I'm sure
I was having a stroke there for a
sure
second.
a lot of the blackmail is implied. Like Epstein didn't really
I'll
have to
let
threaten
you-
many people because you just assume if you're at an Epstein party,
Can you just retype that, please?
there's probably
I don't even
video
want
of
to
it.
try.
I've never been convinced that the central role of the Epstein young
my dyslexia was just like no
girl, in my view, sidebar of the Epstein money laundering story is that it was for blackmail. And part of this is because the moment Jeffrey Epstein officially threatened.
JRE ended when he stopped going live on YouTube and signed to Spotify. I actually agree with that.
Somebody with blackmail.
Yeah.
And that person tells his wife, and that wife tells her friends.
Why does he speak in AI?
And that gets out.
He does.
To somebody else that knows Jeffrey.
Pick and Grin, have a great night. I appreciate you stopping by.
Epstein.
Thank you. Oh, hey. Yeah, you know what? Thank you.
Jeffrey.
I always appreciate the kind words.
Epstein's
I really
access
do. Means a lot
goes
to me.
away overnight. That's the sort of thing that even a rumor of that spreading, and nobody else is going to want to do business with them.
So you think people just assume it's blackmail because that is how you would blackmail someone, especially underage girls?
I think it is very possible that there could have been indirect blackmail, meaning Epstein passes it on to an intelligence service, to a corporate espionage client or something. But even then, I mean, imagine, for example, if, like on the Bill Gates
The
thing.
second one. All right.
There was an
All right, mods. I'm gonna put some stuff in mod chat later tonight. Try to take a look this weekend at least.
Bill Gates gets an email. I have a video of you sleeping with this person, and or somebody much lower level. The moment they send that to the press,
nothing too serious, just
order to, they figure they have nothing to lose.
The,
there's not
TOS
been
on my
anybody
channel.
in the 7 years that's transpired who said I was personally blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein. I think because the moment you do that, nobody comes to your parties anymore. You lose all the access. You lose all the deal flow.
And it's funny he mentions Bill Gates because that's an example where it looks like Epstein was definitely trying to blackmail him.
Yeah.
Like Epstein was trying to hold that prostitution story over his head to get him to do business deals, which was one of the biggest takeaways from the files. So it's weird now he's trying to tell us that there's no blackmail when we basically got proof of it from the recent files. And it's also weird he's trying to convince us that there wasn't much trafficking of underage girls going on, because he also at the same time talks about how the societal norms and laws are different in other countries.
God damn it, dude.
So it isn't
like I
as
said, these elite
frowned
motherfuckers.
upon to be with young girls.
It's always
like
this
implying
shit.
that maybe he did
Like,
traffic young
dude,
girls, but
they're just like, oh yes, that's trafficking, totally fine.
but he was facilitating them to people in other countries where it isn't as big
What's the difference? He has over $100 million, folks. Boom.
of a deal. Like he compared it to this other company that was working with the U.S. government. It was trafficking underage girls to high-profile people in the Middle East. And their defense for it was the government wanted them to help facilitate deals, and this was the best way to go about it.
U.S. military and CIA contractor for logistics and institutional support and military assistance on the ground for the U.S. military all over the world. They got in trouble basically trafficking underage kids to Middle Eastern sheikhs. And I believe the reason that was alleged by Congress that they did that was to juice the deals with them. That in order to serve your purpose for the U.S. government, to be this outside, plausibly deniable, but extensively infrastructured professional support outfit on the ground, you need the support of the local government. You need the support of the local high-level officials. They need to be happy. And there's several currencies for that. There's financial payoffs, and there's other things they might like parties and young women. Especially in places where being with the very young female is not illegal. And so I believe their argument was, well, you wanted us to do this thing.
Never thought I'd be drinking one of these, but it's a, here, I'll show you guys. It's a non-alcoholic IPA.
On the ground. You wanted us to help the U.S. military and, kind of covert support nodes that were happening here. We had to do it.
Only 53 calories.
Somehow, this is part of what helped us do that. I would not be surprised if the Epstein trafficking apparatus started with similar motivations.
Oh my God.
Not,
oh my God. I knew where I was going with this.
It's not for.
Oh my God. Ew.
Necessarily for black.
Oh my God. Fucking Joe. Dude.
Male.
How are you just
But because.
Nodding to this. This is crazy.
It makes clients or customers.
It was like an event when Jerry went live because live chat and it was being uncut. Now anything could be edited out. Yeah.
Or.
Yeah, the live chat. Yeah, I forgot about that.
VIP people happy.
How you pronounce chic?
It makes the
Iron Sheik? Sheik. Did you say shake?
It makes them owe you something. It makes them want to get involved in it.
Hey, Baba, you know that the jabronis don't know how to speak to the Iron Sheik.
The deal you do. And then, remember, because this is an international enterprise.
3-time Roman Greco gold medal champion.
Many of the clients are like...
That jabroni Hulk Hogan.
In countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do, you can very easily see someone.
Well, then he's wrong.
Getting involved in that just because girls juice deals, and so I don't think that Epstein.
I just know the Iron Sheik.
I've not seen evidence, and in my view, you don't need any of that to understand the core part of the Epstein story that has relevance to your life today in terms of your own government and the workings of power and corporate.
I put you in camel clutch and make you humble.
Finance and the like.
So this is what the Joe Rogan experience has turned into. It's crazy. And he'll probably just ignore Elon's emails and all the
You don't know who the Iron Sheik is?
relevant information in the
Or the Iron Sheik.
file.
The Iron Sheik.
Now he's got to be really careful when he has on his comedian friend.
He was literally like one of the top, bad guys in WWF when I was a kid.
It's because they usually just go off about this stuff and don't hold back. I mean, it seems like every episode he does now with Theo Von.
He's badass.
Tim Dillon or Kurt Metzger, and he gets really uncomfortable and tries to change the topic.
Like, he actually was like a badass just outside of the ring, because some of his his interviews about like his time in WWF, he would talk shit about Hulk Hogan, and it is some of the funniest shit.
A lot.
That's what he would say. He's just like,
because he doesn't
Hulk
want to
Hogan.
upset his tech friends.
Anywhere else, I'd put them in camel clutch, make him humble all the time. And then he would say he would do other things too that went a little too far.
And his friends in the government who are all over the Epstein files. But hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe he'll surprise me and have on someone like Whitney Webb or CoffeeZilla, but I doubt it. I think he's in too deep. Let me know what you guys think about it though, and check out.
All right. Go. All right. Here we go. I saved this just for the end of the show. Rowdy, I think you might enjoy this.
Listening to that, ready to discuss much more, is the host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, the New York Post
Queen Andrew.
correspondent, Lydia Moynihan, the former Republican congressman and host of
Joe Roll.
Social
Motherfucker.
Contract.
He's the first congressman the first politician that I ever met in person, and oh boy, he did not like me.
And the Liberal commentator Cameron Kasky. Welcome to all of you.
Is
Joe
that a
Walsh,
staircase
welcome
or a
back to
bookcase?
Uncensored. Kind of fascinating conversation there with a Prime Minister I doubt anybody had heard of before about a month ago. And then suddenly he's propelled onto the global stage. He's a smart, eloquent guy. But interesting that for him, the red line, not an inch of sovereignty. shall pass to the United States. What did you make of it?
Devil dog.
First off, Pierce, good to be back with you. Secondly, Pierce, great interview. Well done. How refreshing and cool is that guy? And he's 34 years old. Man, that's the first time I've heard him speak extensively. Look, I love that. And that was my biggest takeaway was back off on sovereignty. This is our country. Back off respectfully. He was utmost, respect to Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump
My Discord moderator
deserves zero
You mean Discord moderator?
respect from him with the way that Trump and Vance have treated him
that thing?
and his people. But
oh wait, yeah, obviously it has to be.
Pierce, that was the biggest takeaway is that look,
I'm sure someone in my chat is.
United States,
I'm sure that you're asking me something disingenuously and I'm answering you and I'm just kind of like,
you've got as much
Ventura, Hogan, hell yeah.
military access
Did you know that I was once named Jesse the Body Ventura?
on Greenland as you want. This
He was so
isn't
cool.
about military access
Anyway.
with Trump. It's never been. He can't say that because that prime minister is too nice and decent. But this is all about Trump wanting to put his name on something and Trump financially wanting to get Greenland's natural resources. What a great young man, a great young leader.
Andrew Wilson, we're going to come much later in the show to your conversation with Joe Rogan about my shattered hip and the life expectancy that the pair of you decided to come up with, which basically inferred
Wait a second. I thought I was nice. I thought I was super nice.
You
in
were
that.
actually. No, you were. Although you were the first to suggest alcohol had played a part in my downfall, and I can categorically assure you, zero alcohol had passed my lips, which actually.
Well, I
makes
mean,
the
it would
whole
have played a
thing more
part in my
shameful.
downfall. That's what I thought. It's like,
Well, actually,
it would have been that.
Actually, a doctor friend of mine said, had I been intoxicated, I would have had a much easier fall. I'd have basically rolled, and I wouldn't have caused such damage. Anyway, we're going to come to that later because it made me laugh. Welcome back to Uncensored. It was a great interview, actually, with you and Joe. I really enjoyed that. This issue of Greenland, I mean, let's extrapolate this really to a wider worldview that Trump seemed to have, which is, I can take what I want. The United States is so big, so powerful. We have the world's biggest.
My Shattered Hip sounds like a punk band for boomers.
If I want Greenland, I'm going to help myself. Do you, as an American, do you feel comfortable about that kind of mindset, particularly relating to a country that is under the sovereignty of a NATO ally, which not just any old NATO ally? The Danes actually lost, I think, the third as highest number of people in the Afghanistan war, for example, when they came and fought with Americans against the Taliban per capita. In fact, I think it was the highest per capita, actually, were the Danes. So, the Americans owe the Danes a lot, and yet here you've got the president saying, yeah, I may just come and take it. What did you feel about that?
Well, I don't know exactly what the strategic reason actually is, and that's the.
Thank God they're finally weaning him off the opium.
Right? Is we do know that there's a lot of natural resources there,
no.
and we know that Trump wants to buy it. We know that the United States wants to stay a global hegemon, and however it needs to stay a global hegemon, it's going to do whatever that means, right? Whether it's Trump or not Trump. In this particular case, I do think that Trump thought he could probably buy this outright, but they're not selling. As far as the memes and things like that, I don't think that's a huge deal at all. As far as I'm concerned, this is still something which is going on under negotiation. And I think he's going to try to buy it. I think he's going to try to buy it for the strategic interest of the United States. And good luck to him. Maybe it'll be the 51st state.
Well, Cameron Katsky, welcome to Uncensored. I've been saying from the start of this debate about Greenland, there are only 60,000 of them. You're not talking about millions of people. And I don't know how many of them would categorize themselves as wealthy or poor or whatever. I'm not sure exactly of the economic breakdown of Greenlanders. But if they were, for example, as I posited to the Prime Minister, to vote in a referendum to be independent, which, notwithstanding what he said, most people think is more likely to happen, that they would vote to go independent. If the Americans made an offer, significant financial offer, to enrich the lives of each Greenlander, I could see that potentially being an option they may take.
Well, in Europe, they have healthcare, and I think that that's what a lot of people want. In the United States, you can get sick and just go broke, and that's something that Donald Trump is not willing to do anything about.
Yeah,
But the
unfortunately.
Greenland situation boils down to the
Yeah, it's
fact
Bruce
that
Campbell.
the global order that was established after World War II to prevent something like that from happening again is something that President Trump is more than happy to not only disrupt, but chip away at.
ADHD 33.
If it
Hello.
serves the interest of whoever he is working for. So the Greenland situation, in my opinion, is Trump just happily playing Risk because he likes throwing power and tough talk around. But ultimately, it's something that is going to be very damaging to the United States, to our reputation, which has already taken so many hits in the past year. And being a global power is not just about what type of force and threats of violence you can throw around. It's not about what type of money you can throw around. It's about partnerships and building trust with other leaders. And in the past year, Donald Trump has given places like the EU a lot of reason to believe that we are not a stable partner. And that's why I think a lot of those countries are going to be turning to China, and it is going to backfire for generations.
Not turn into China.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
Lydia,
ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't
Well, I
think
mean, you
they're
can
going
look
to
at
turn
what
to
they're
China
doing
or Russia.
financially.
No, not if you look at what they're doing financially. No, the United States is still the hegemon. It's going to stay the hegemon. The EU is not going to do anything about it. There's mayors of cities here. I believe in the United States have more than 60,000 people. You guys have TDS, and everything Trump does is evil and awful and this and that. But the truth is that this is a hegemon. It is the global hegemon. And if we want to leverage our nation in order to acquire
Chingala migra.
more land in our strategic interests, we're going to do that. And the EU is not going to do anything about it. And that's the truth.
Okay. All right. Let me bring in Lydia. Welcome to Uncensored, Lydia. Good to have you on. Do you agree with that? I mean,
Jesus, she looks like Jenny Ortega.
You know, a lot of people feel that talking that way about a country owned by a NATO ally is at best disrespectful, and at worst the actions of a bully, right? Somebody who just says, you know what, if we want it, we're going to take it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, if you take a line out of Billie Eilish's book, no one is illegal on stolen land. So I think we have every right to it, according to her logic. Look, I don't think we should use military force. I don't think that's going to be happening. But look, people have wanted Greenland in the U.S. since William Seward back in the 1800s. When he purchased Alaska, he also wanted to get Greenland. Truman, once again, tried to get Greenland. And the history of the U.S. is purchasing land, the Purchase, Alaska, the Virgin Islands about 100 years ago, we purchased from the Danes as well. So I think it's very reasonable that Trump wants to expand his footprint. And if this is the kind of thing that he can get done, we know he loves deal making. I think more power to him. And it is an important strategic asset. Of course, it's very close to the Arctic, to China, to Russia. It's an important place to launch potentially missiles. The cool climate makes it perfect for data centers that can cool naturally. There are those rare earth minerals that right now we don't have in the U.S. So I think it would be great if we can cobble together some kind of deal that everyone is happy with. More power to him.
Okay, let's move on to other big stuff in the news. Joe, the EPSTEIN scandal. So many things pouring out of this massive drop of stuff that came.
Yeah, I'll stream after this.
In the last few days. Interestingly to me, because I'm in London at the moment, the consequences of this dump have been dramatic in the UK, right? Yeah. We are currently engulfed by what I would say with some confidence is the biggest royal scandal in my lifetime and the biggest political scandal in my lifetime, both happening simultaneously as a direct consequence of the former Prince Andrew, now Andrew Windsor, and
Princess
Lord Mandelson, who I suspect will soon not be a lord.
Oh wait, Queen Andrew. That's right. I forgot. He's Queen Andrew.
Will be propping up a prison cell. Who was the UK ambassador to Washington?
Smoke with them.
You know, these guys are toppling like dominoes. But what's interesting is we're not seeing Americans toppling like dominoes, even though there's a plethora of big name Americans in there. What's going on here? Why is it that America, for some reason, is not exacting accountability in the same immediate, dramatic way that we're doing, say, in the UK?
And Pierce, kudos to you over there because
kudos.
Yes, you are beginning to aggressively hold the rich and the powerful, the elites accountable for their relationships with the pedophile, the head of the pedophilia ring, Jeffrey Epstein. We're not doing that here. Republican, Democrat, independent business leaders, political leaders, there are a bunch of rich and powerful, elite people, men in these files. And we're not going near them. I think the president of the United States right now is doing everything he can to protect them. I think he's using the Justice Department to protect powerful people. Again, Republican and Democrat across the board. We're not holding them accountable. And Pierce, I'll leave you with this. Look, the current president of the United States is mentioned in these files thousands and thousands of times. There are allegations.
A lot. Like a lot.
Just allegations, Pierce.
I mean, allegations or not. I mean,
there are allegations in
it's a lot.
These files that Donald Trump raped underage girls and threatened to kill an
but okay, but let me stop you there, Joe.
Just allegations.
But here's the problem. Yeah, but Joe, here's the problem. Those have already been looked at, instantly dismissed as the stuff of fantasy. The problem, if you're Donald Trump, is that absolutely anyone could call in with any outrageous allegation and it gets logged and then appears in these files. I think we've got to be a bit more grown up about how we approach this. Nobody thinks Donald Trump raped children, right? I mean, you don't think that. I don't think that. And it's already been dismissed by the investigators
Mitchell.
as the stuff of just a nefarious caller wanting to do damage to him. However, I would caveat that by saying, I don't think it's enough that there are still millions of files that are not being released. Yeah. Right? I don't think it's enough. And I've always felt, because I talked to David Boies, who was Virginia Giuffre's lawyer, and is one of the top criminal lawyers in American
actually made it.
modern history. He said he'd never seen anything which pinned Trump to any criminality with Epstein. Yes, he had a long friendship with him. Yes, that was obviously very embarrassing. Yes, he should be more transparent about it, I think, rather than trying to shut it down all the time. But no one's produced any actual evidence that suggests criminality with Trump. However,
Pierce, the only point I'm making is Donald Trump is one of a very rich, powerful person who will probably never be held accountable. I mean, Bill Clinton, Republican, Democrat, business leaders across the board. My fear is none of these guys will be held accountable for what they did.
Okay, let me bring Andrew in on that, because a really interesting development is that having said they wouldn't testify to the House about this, the inquiry, Bill and Hillary Clinton have now done a U-turn and are going to testify, which is fascinating on its own. Bill will appear for a deposition 27th of February. Hillary will appear the day before. It'll be the first time a former US president has testified to a congressional panel since Gerald Ford in 1983. So really quite an historic moment it's going to be, and it'll be huge televised ratings, I'm sure. What's even more interesting to me is not their U-turn, but Donald Trump's reaction. Let's take a look.
Today we heard that the Clintons set deposition dates to testify before the House Oversight Committee. Any reaction to that and related to the Epstein?
I think it's a shame, to be honest. I always liked him. Her, she's a very capable woman. She was better in debating than some of the other people, I will tell you that. She was smarter.
I mean, I've never heard Donald Trump talk about Hillary Clinton like that. What's going on?
It's almost like he's a fucking fraud and he's playing you all for a fool.
Well, I mean, what do you want? If he's making fun of her, you're upset.
I love the fact that Andrew's just like, I mean, yeah, so he said something nice, whatever.
Not making fun of her, they're upset, right? It's like, what do you want?
Well, I'm not upset. I'm not upset by any of it.
I'm
just saying,
dude, I love to see him in this position.
He's gone from lock her up to suddenly it's all a great shame when she's facing an inquiry.
I love that Trump does this to them. It's like, ooh, you can almost count on it
that
too.
Might actually lead to potentially locking her up.
Yeah, I don't think that that's what's going on at all. I think that the Clintons want to go in and they want to clear their name, right? They've been mentioned. You have this kind of weight around Bill's neck. It's been well known that Clinton himself is a philanderer, right? But that doesn't mean that he is a chomo. And this is one of the reasons I think they're rushing in there. Same thing with Elon Musk. It's going to be the same thing. He was mentioned in the Epstein files. I think he's going to want to clear his name as well. What we don't have right now is evidences of wrongdoing, and that's what we got to find, right? We got to make sure that there's actual evidence of wrongdoing before we have guys come on panels like this and start talking about how everyone's a child molester. It's like, look, I want to see some evidence of that. Does that mean that we should release the rest of the files? I think we should release the rest of the files. I don't think anybody's opposed to that. That's something I would push for. I want transparency on that.
Donald Trump and the Justice Department are pretty opposed to that, it seems.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Trump
it
has
does
kind
seem-
of
look,
switched around between.
It's not just
downplaying-
Trump's Justice Department. If Joe Biden could have released these as well. If Trump was really in them, and the Biden administration,
I mean, 38,000 times ain't nothing.
had any knowledge that Trump was diddling kids, it would have been the most irresponsible thing on
Yeah, you know what he can't solo? A pickle jar.
planet Earth to not have released that. So why didn't they? Well, they didn't because there's
They
no
didn't
evidence that
because-
he did. Those because there's
No,
no
they didn't release them
evidence.
because I'm happy
They
to tell you why
couldn't.
they didn't release them. Joe Biden had absolutely no desire to challenge the
gotta get
global
myself.
elite at all. I'm sure plenty of Joe Biden's donors and friends are completely incriminated in the Epstein files. And ultimately, whether or not there was evidence of Donald Trump committing any sort
Thank you for the follow.
of illegal actions in the Epstein files, Joe Biden was not going to disappoint the American elite, the many powers that are in these
Well, I'm not debating him.
files, and also the Mossad, which is one of the main characters of the files. So no, I don't think Joe Biden wasn't releasing
or
the Epstein files because
MI6
of
or MI6 or any of the other intelligence groups which were working within the Epstein framework. But that's not really the point. The point that I'm after here is if Democrats said or thought in any way, shape, or form that Trump actually was diddling kids, underage kids, they would have by any means necessary released
Olive
that.
jar.
Stop
course.
Trump. They didn't
100%.
because there is no evidence of that happening. That's why.
Well, the Democrats are trying to release it right
I-
now. It's the Republicans, except for Thomas Massey, that are trying to stop it.
Well,
Yes,
okay.
we
Well, so let me
understand
bring in.
that-
Let me bring in
Go
Lydia.
ahead, go ahead.
Lydia,
I'm on
do
the
you
phone
think
right now,
all
can't
the
really type.
files should be released, as Andrew says, and as I absolutely believe? I mean, I just think if you don't, forever we're going to be dealing with, well, what's in the ones we haven't seen?
Well, I mean, owning a modeling agency that was implicated with Larry Summers and Epstein for doing the trafficking, so.
Of course. No, I mean, I kind of feel like right now we have the worst of all
No,
possible
I am on
worlds.
YouTube as well.
Obviously, the goal of releasing the files should be transparency and justice. And right now, we have a little bit more transparency. We have some tawdry details about Bill Gates allegedly getting an STD. But when we look at what was released, 43 victims' names that should have been redacted were not redacted. There were unredacted images of nude photos of young children. I mean, it was kind of a disaster. And so
Yeah, this was, again, his Justice Department.
my concern is if we do release more, we're going to see more victims harmed. And to your point earlier, Piers, I mean,
Oh, fuck off. They already fucking named the victims and left the perps fucking redacted the way, you know, that the opposite of what the law was, but okay.
it's kind of insane that we're reading
Do I have a wife or children?
all of this
I have a wife. We don't have children.
really damning info about Bill Gates and Reid Hoffman, and yet
She has cancer.
they
so,
all seem to be skating by scot-free, and yet it's like Peter
You must know.
Attia, a longevity guru who's getting kicked off the board of
Also kind of playing into the no children.
a protein bar company. So I feel like right now, though, we have some transparency, a lot more questions. I mean, you look at some of the names that were redacted. There's this one email to Epstein that says, oh, your little girl was really naughty last night, and that name is redacted. I'd like to see who that person was.
I
But
agree.
we
Who are
also
these
have seen
people whose
in
names
the
we
fallout,
haven't been
Who
told?
are they?
conspiracy theories are just out of control, right? You have people saying, oh,
Yeah, I agree.
Trump raped a 12-year-old, which is not true. The Wayfair conspiracy is back. So I kind of think we have more confusion, less transparency, and
The
it's,
Wayfair conspiracy was started by the likes of you there, hon.
you know,
Jesus, no. No. No.
bad for the victims at this point.
Let me
At least
bring
43
Joe
of
in. I mean,
them.
Joe, before
You
you,
wanna
Joe,
cut
before
this
you
out, but
respond, I mean, I
Jesus
talked
fucking
about this
Christ.
yesterday, but you know, Elon Musk, for example, has been, you know, pounding away on his X account about how he's
Actually, I
led the
should do that
charge
to-
for transparency.
Dude,
He's
Andrew, that's his fourth cigarette.
and all the others, blah, 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 blah. And yet
Guy,
when you compare
man,
and
he
contrast
chain
his
smokes.
denials
That's a lot of money, too.
and saying, I always rejected all invitations to go to the island, to go to the parties and so on, and you compare them to the emails that have actually been in the files in real time, which show Elon Musk very keen to get on the island and go to the wildest parties, it turned out. So when people do that, when we can see with our own eyes that they're not being completely honest about their own positioning. I'm not saying for a moment Elon Musk did anything wrong or criminal or anything, but I do know what he's trying to...
Wrong, yes. Criminal, maybe not, but wrong? Come on.
Spin about what he said in those emails is not accurate,
My guy.
which then raises
Well,
a number
what are
of
we
other
doing?
questions.
Yeah, and Pierce, it goes to the other point you raised a few minutes ago, Trump's odd reaction, kind of complimenting Bill and Hillary Clinton. I think it just goes to this bipartisan protection racket. They're all going to try to protect each other. That's why. And again, just one final point, Pierce, the context here. Remember, before Trump got elected, Trump promised to release these files if he became president. J.D. Vance said the same thing. I come from the right. Every right-wing talker promised if Trump wins,
I mean, he was Illinois Republican Party. Like, he comes from the right.
going to release them all. This will be the mother of all deep state scandals. So then Trump wins and he says no. That's the basis for so much of the confusion here.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is
okay.
confusion,
Look,
but don't you think that if there was something super damning in there about him, he wouldn't have campaigned on that? Obviously, he was
I don't think
bringing
it is
up Joe Biden and Democrats were
No,
talking
because
about
when you
it.
look at the actual files and how Jeffrey Epstein wanted to use them, then you would know that they're using this exactly the way that they were planning on. Where it's just
Lydia,
like, no, they wanted to normalize this.
I don't actually think...
Guar fan, what's up, man?
I haven't done for a while, particularly since talking to David Boies, because he had no reason to defend Trump, quite the opposite. He said he looked at the files and there was nothing in there that incriminates Trump. I've never felt that Donald Trump himself has committed any crime in relation to Epstein, but I do think there are
Actually, I have connections to
a
Guar.
lot of people in the potential
about
criminality
another
firing
time,
line
but, yeah.
who may well be Republican donors or maybe friends of his, business associate, who knows, right? We just don't know. But I do know if you don't put all the documents out, as you said, Lydia, the conspiracy theories will just rage and rage and rage. And this scandal is already...
Well, where did the conspiracy theories start? With QAnon, right?
Massive.
Like, this is the thing that they're conveniently ignoring. They're like acting like this was all of a sudden created by the left, like Donald Trump is saying it was a Democratic hoax. Really? She just even said it. Like, oh yeah, why would he campaign on it? It's like, because he thinks his base is stupid.
I mean, it's hard to think about.
And he thinks that if he just admits it like right in front of him, then they'll just be like, the Democrats are doing it. And then he'll just say, the Democrats are doing it, and they'll be like,
bigger scandal of its kind that we've seen in our lifetimes. And it's only going to get bigger, I suspect. We don't even know, we haven't even been through probably a tenth of what's in the current dump. Let's just turn to another issue. Andrew, I'll come to you on this.
Excuse me.
A clip of last night. This is in the Oval Office, I think. It's Donald Trump attacking CNN's Caitlin Collins for not smiling.
Nope, here we go.
Nothing came
I
out
wonder
about
what Andrew
me,
has to say
other
about
than
this. There's no
it was
way
a
he's going to say
conspiracy
anything
against,
chauvinistic.
literally, by Epstein and other people. But
Thank you for the subscription, Leroy.
Maybe
How
get
can I
on
do it?
Something else.
Leroy. What would you say to people
Like
who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
Something
Man.
that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead,
What would you say to
are
the
so
survivors
bad.
who feel like they haven't gotten
You are
justice?
the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile
Well,
on
I'm
your
asking
face.
you about
You
survivors.
know why?
Products really
You know
used.
why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're
Shampoo,
a very
conditioner.
dishonest organization,
Honestly.
and they should be ashamed of you.
These are survivors of a sexual abuser.
Nioxin is the
No, Andrew, full
shampoo
disclosure, I
conditioner
know
that I use. But
Caitlin a bit. I used to do the 9
the secret is to not overbrush your hair. What you do is you brush your hair when you have the conditioner in it, and then you just wash the conditioner out and just don't brush your hair after that. Boom.
Clock slot at CNN. She does that now. I think she's a great journalist.
Nioxin, fuck yeah, dude. And it's also like it's a menthol, so it feels really good on your scalp.
Does she smile?
Fair.
This guy P sitting down. I don't.
She smiles all the time.
Oh my
But
god!
she doesn't
You're
smile
being
when she's
such
talking.
a baby.
She
dude.
doesn't.
I do not, sir.
You could just say
She
it's
doesn't
bad
smile
when the president.
Fuck cancer and pray for your wife's recovery. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hang on. Let me, Cameron. I'll come to you. Cameron.
Oh no!
I'll come to you.
Cracked
Final chemo treatment, and we go into radiation soon.
joke. Oh, cracked a joke.
Yeah,
Oh,
here's my point.
Oh.
Andrew, here's my point. Donald Trump has taken in the last sort of year or so to being
From Maracas.
pretty offensive to
Hey, literally, my fucking cat's name is Leto the Second.
female
So I appreciate that.
correspondents in particular. Should he do that, or should he be a little bit more respectful?
Nissan, I got him.
Yeah, Trump's whole stylistic is being very combative with
Peppa, I got him.
media. It's one of the things that really worked with him as a strategy in
I'm
dealing
not even kidding. That's my cat's name is Duke Leto the Second.
with them. It's one of the most endearing
Prayers for my old lady. Thank you.
parts of Trump when it comes to the American public's perception of him is the fact that he's extremely combative with the media. And let's not pretend that it's not a big game on
Nice.
both sides.
Yeah.
Both sides are playing it.
Big Dune fan.
They both enjoy it. It's like a game of cat and mouse, right? Can I get Trump's goat? Oh, I did. Trump kind of had a little go off on me. Now it's big news, right? It's part of the combative nature that he has with the media. It's probably one of the guy's most endearing qualities, honestly. I know everybody is always freaking out about it, but that's the thing that the kids call aura, right? The whole idea that he can have these engagements with these media personalities and it goes viral and people are laughing and they're having a good time. I mean, it's part of this guy's personality, always has been.
I mean, Lydia, I don't think for a moment Caitlyn will lose any sleep over it.
Only wishing the best for you to kick cancer's ass.
She's
Thank
a
you.
tough cookie.
Appreciate that.
I think she'll probably be quite enjoying the attention on it. It just makes her a little bit
Also, Guar fan, rest in peace orders.
more famous and probably gets more people tuning in. But as a woman yourself, if you were disparaged in that
Dave.
way by the President of the United States, whoever it was, would you think that's the right way to talk to female correspondents, female journalists, if you're the president?
If I was advising Trump, I would not encourage him to do that. Yeah, you don't want to comment on people's appearances, tell a woman to smile. That's just not what he should be focused on. But I guess I understand the point of a lot of folks in the MAGA base want to see him sort of own the libs and own the media. But I think there's a way of doing that in a way that isn't offensive to
Wait.
a woman
You
and her
don't think
decision
it's
to
hilarious?
smile.
You don't
Trump is a tyrant and a dictator? Yes, he is.
think you don't think that that's hilarious? Like, it's objectively hilarious when he has these exchanges with media, and media kind of. I've seen him go out of
It's fully
their
is.
way to kind of make the exchanges happen, even because they know it's going to be
Yeah, sub to the channel. Good, you're in a good place.
all over the
If you guys are enjoying the content, yeah, definitely sub.
news. It's news
Even if you disagree with me, I like to kind of chat with people that disagree with me.
itself
Life is boring otherwise.
when he has these exchanges with
God.
these various women. And I mean, are you really pretending that it's not hilarious? It is hilarious, right?
Hey, rest in peace, Dave Brocky.
Andrew, let's just
I
acknowledge.
don't think it's
Hang on,
objective. I think
hilarious.
it's
I don't think
subjectively
every-
hilarious.
My radio mentor was best friends with Dave.
And obviously, you feel that way. There's a lot of people who feel that way.
I was lucky enough to meet him before he passed.
If I was advising Trump, I would
Obviously out of costume.
not encourage him to take that tack.
I mean, you're smiling right now because you know it's funny, but whatever. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, but I do think it's important. Okay, I'll come to Joe, but I do think
Oh, she didn't like that.
it's important to remember.
God, she just got reminded where it's like, you're my debate partner and you just fucking did that.
As Kate
God, all right, keep doing it. Sub, just sub.
pointed
Hey,
out, he
thank
got
you.
a bit drowned out. But she was asking him a question about the Epstein survivors. That is not something you would normally crack a smile about as you did it.
Dave was the man. Nobody liked him.
I don't dispute
No, I agree.
that
It's not the
Trump
same.
style
It's definitely not the same.
is popular with people, and sometimes he makes me laugh. I do
Although they did sacrifice Trump at the last Chicago show here.
find
So
it a little bit ugly, I have to be honest, Joe. the way he's gone after some of these female
That was
correspondents.
fun.
And knowing Caitlin, I think she's one of the fairer ones anyway. I never see bias with her. It's not like when Jim Acosta used to, literally game those Oval Office pressers and try and make a name for himself.
Yeah, there are a lot of people out there who want
I got to get into Guar. My buddy recommended them to me a few years ago. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Really?
Need a story.
Oh
She's
man,
not one of
yeah.
them.
Well, we saw it. Well, we
Okay,
saw
here.
it with Don. We actually saw it with Don
I'll
Lemon as a
link you
classic
something.
example, which I was going to come to, because
Yeah,
Don
play
Lemon
this,
actually almost happened
more
by
than
going
willing to
so
share.
hardball after Don Lemon. Joe is it's turned him into a martyr, and it's revived his whole career. He's now on Jimmy
Completely.
Kimmel. He's now doing all these big interviews. He's getting big numbers for his YouTube show and so on. I mean, the only winner out of all that is Don Lemon.
Completely, Pierce. Absolutely, completely. He's taken Don Lemon to another level in the stratosphere because he went after him on a case that I think will be dropped. Before you get to Lemon, and I know people want to talk about Lemon, again, this point needs to be made. I agree with Andrew. I'm sure I know there are a lot of people who love that Trump does this. And I know there are a lot of people who find it funny, but it is also ugly because he has a particular long-standing habit of attacking the physical appearances of female reporters. There ain't nothing funny about that. Miss Piggy, hey, Miss Piggy from a couple months ago, he said to a female reporter, shut up, Miss Piggy. Come on, that's not funny.
Just point up the songs.
Yeah, it is.
No, and
It
he
is
wouldn't
funny.
find it funny. Well, wait,
Hang
but
on, hang on.
Andrew,
It is.
if
It
someone
was
said,
funny. It
but Andrew,
was
if
objectively
somebody,
funny.
okay, but if somebody said that about someone called Melania Miss Piggy, for example, Trump would go nuts, right? So, let's be clear. It wouldn't
Here, I'm trying
be,
to give you like a list of my favorite Guar albums. Did you want like songs or albums?
He wouldn't
'Cause
find it funny the
And
other
if
way
he
around.
did go nuts about that, that would also be funny. The thing
I'm trying to
is
give you my
like
Spotify here,
I
and I
think
don't know why
I
this
think
isn't
we're
letting
like
me link it.
missing the forest through the trees here, right? Yes, it was funny. It was hilarious. It went uber viral. Everybody was talking about it. And a lot of people were laughing about it because it was really funny. It's
Spotify, so
very
let me link it in my
unorthodox the way he
YouTube chat.
engages with people, and it's very different. And because of that, people pay close attention to it because they think it's hilarious. And it's like,
Night Rowdy.
I'm tired of pretending that it's not. I talk to leftists all the time. They get so upset about this stuff, and it's like, come on. People, even I know a lot of them must laugh when they watch. Like Pierce, there's some of those exchanges, you got to laugh at them, don't you?
No, it's
Of course I do. Listen, I spoke to Trump 3-4 days ago. He called me for a chat. He made me laugh out loud 3 or 4 times. The guy, it was very interesting. It was a comedian last week. I can't remember who it was.
Oh,
It was a
God.
comedian who said
all right.
that he speaks to a lot of
Hold on.
comedians on the
I think I got to
circuit,
take
on
him
the big
out.
pro
Give me 1
circuit.
second.
And they all agree that whatever you think of his politics, Trump is a natural, brilliant comedian. They all agree. They think his
That's what I
comedic
thought.
timing, his spontaneity, his ability to make a crowd laugh is like nothing they've seen in any politician.
The entire
And I
world
think
is
that
laughing
comes
at
down
Did
us.
you
to
think it was
humor.
funny yesterday? Pierce, did you think what he said about Caitlyn to Caitlyn was funny?
because I know Caitlyn wouldn't care, and I know she didn't. I texted with her afterwards.
Trump has the best comebacks and nicknames. I will admit that.
No, she wouldn't care.
When he told one of my favorite ones, Shane Gillis already did the bit, but he actually did it where he's just like, Ted Cruz, your wife's ugly as a dog.
Yeah.
Your wife's ugly, Ted.
I
when he said that shit.
just thought she'll just think it's funny in terms of she doesn't care.
No, he's got some zingers. Kung flu. I have that in my my opener and closer.
Called the female reporter Miss Piggy. Pierce, you didn't think that was
No,
funny,
I didn't
did
like
you?
that. I didn't like that. I didn't think that was funny. No, I don't think being derogatory about a woman's looks when they're professional
God damn it, this
journalists
is 10
trying to do
minutes.
their job.
All right,
I just
I
think
gotta
it
keep-
crosses it crosses a line of just being a gentleman, right? And I don't think you should. If you're a man, why would you want to be that guy?
But
Cameron,
the
let me
same
come to
media
you, 'cause-
groups, these same media groups attack him overwhelmingly over his appearance. They attack Melania over her appearance. They attack him all day and all night. These representatives of these
Well, that's
media
the point.
companies. And Trump's like,
Yeah, Andrew,
I'll
that's-
give him a little smack back.
I
And they're
know.
like, oh my God, how could he? It's just ridiculous.
I think that's a very fair point. I was about to make it to Cameron, which is if you look at the coverage of the Melania movie, some of the reviews have been savagely personal about her, including how she looks, even though, to me, whatever you think of the Trumps, if you can love them or hate them, Melania, to me, as a fashion icon, is up there with Jackie Kennedy. I mean, she's just the most stylish first lady since Jackie Kennedy. You can't argue that fact to me. But the Trump derangement syndrome, and I think, I may say this with respect, I think you might be a bit of a sufferer of this, means that all bets are off when it comes to the Trumps, right? You can say what you like about them. And therefore, as Andrew said, when the response is to feign outrage when it comes back a bit, it's like, well, okay, but you've been calling him a Nazi for years. Everyone's been hammering Melania in these reviews. You know, what's the difference?
Well, Caitlin Collins didn't just release a $75 million documentary about herself. She was asking Donald Trump to comment on the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's child sex trafficking rape ring. So the thought that an appropriate response to somebody asking about the systematic rape and allegedly murder of women being orchestrated by Jeffrey Epstein and the global elite, the thought that the response to that is, why don't you smile a little, is a bit more incriminating than even Donald Trump going on to say that the Epstein scam was a hoax, which he did say. I mean, he went from campaigning on releasing the Epstein files to saying it's a hoax, to saying that he's completely vindicated. It's extremely inconsistent. The one thing that has remained consistent with Donald Trump since the 1990s and before is
hang on,
sexism.
Cameron. Okay, but Cameron, let me stop you there, because you, as you know, you were on a CNN panel last week and you had to apologize after saying this.
I am appreciative that the president is being transparent about this. I would love it if he was more transparent about the human sex trafficking network that he was a part of, but you can't win them all.
Cameron's grateful that the president is being transparent about the Nobel Peace Prize and his desires for Greenland. Scott, what do you think about that?
You going to let that sit? Are we going to claim here on CNN that the president is part of a global sex trafficking ring, or?
Well,
I mean,
we're going to talk about the Epstein files. Scott, I will do the fact checking as we go along here. Repeat what you said about the global sex trafficking ring.
That Donald Trump was provably very involved with it.
Okay, we'll get to that later. I mean, Donald Trump has never been charged with any crimes in relation to Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Now, you issued an apology the next day on X. You said you had made the claim by accident and that Donald Trump was obviously not involved with a giant international child sex trafficking ring. And yet when you were given the chance to correct your accidental slur against him, which was a hoax, I mean, what you said was completely untrue, you doubled down. You said it again. So it wasn't an accident. You genuinely believed it. And I would argue, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would argue that is an example where your visceral hatred of Trump means in your head, all bets are off. You don't have to treat him
Fix this.
like you would somebody else in public life. You can accuse him of being part of a global human trafficking ring. And when you're challenged, double down on that. And it's only when there's a massive backlash and you realize you might get sued that you then say, oh, I didn't mean it. It was an accident. And that's an example, I would say, of somebody who you can't see the wood for the trees with Trump.
Well, I think Donald Trump should sue a lot of people for a lot of the ridiculous claims that have been made about his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. And I think
he
that
does.
If he does, he's going to have to go to discovery and he's going to have to testify under oath. And fortunately, we know there's a lot of information that can be revealed that will prove just how innocent the president is, which of course I maintain
But you admit you lied about him, though. Yeah, but Cameron, do you admit you lied about it?
Well, I didn't just make one mistake. I made two mistakes in a row. And if the president chooses to seek legal action, we're going to learn a lot in discovery and when he testifies under oth, and he's going to be completely vindicated. He's made it very clear.
That wasn't my question. My question wasn't.
What a snake!
My question wasn't that you made a mistake. My question was that you lied. You just perpetrated a willful lie to denigrate Trump and accuse him of being probably the most heinous allegation you can make about any man is he was part of a global human trafficking operation. You said twice.
I know, and it's one thing to tell a lie once, but to make that mistake, to say something so horrible as a mistake like that twice is just so unacceptable. And if the president wants to, I mean, there's
so
a
why
lot
did
of
you
people
do
who
it?
make these claims. Well, you
Well,
know,
why did you do it?
we all make accidents. And Donald Trump, I mistook his deep involvement with Jeffrey Epstein over the years with an involvement with Jeffrey Epstein's human sex trafficking ring, when it's very clear the president was not involved with any
There we
criminal
go.
activity. He was just extremely close with Jeffrey Epstein, who had been doing this for a very, very long time. And I think that the president has every right to prove to everybody that he is completely innocent. And there's a lot of evidence that will show that he's innocent, which I maintain that he
Actually,
is.
he doesn't have to do anything. It's down to people like you who are on the airwaves talking about this to stick to facts. And I put it to you that your hatred of Trump is so demented that you just didn't think it mattered. You had convinced yourself he was right up there with Epstein in running a global trafficking ring. So I give you an opportunity now, because Donald Trump watches Uncensored every now and again. Would you like to apologize to him for the hoax that you perpetrated?
Mr. President, I apologize for accidentally perpetrating something that is clearly a hoax. And honestly, once more and more of these Epstein files get released, I look forward to you being completely vindicated, because clearly you couldn't stand this Epstein guy and he couldn't stand you either.
Okay, so you admit it wasn't an accident, was it? You said it deliberately. That's not an accident.
I mistook Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump's involvement with one another with Donald Trump being involved with parts of Jeffrey Epstein's business.
Show that I went to,
there is no evidence.
the last Guar show I went to
he
with
has been
Dave,
involved with.
they
And fortunately,
did
Donald
Paris
Trump has a
Hilton. It
huge
was at the
opportunity
Sears
to set the
Center
record
in
straight
Chicago.
by ending this Epstein cover-up.
Actually,
Great time.
You know what? Right now, Cameron, it's you that has that opportunity, and people will judge your wheelie-mouthed apology in the way they want to judge it. You should just admit you just got it completely wrong. It's just an
I
easier
did.
way to do it.
Unfortunately,
In
there's
fact,
a lot of evidence.
I mean,
there's no
the thing
evidence
is,
he's part of a global human
if they
trafficking
want to
ring.
sue him,
No, I'm saying there's a lot of evidence
No, I
that
see
he's
what he's
completely
doing.
vindicated, and I really hope he releases it, because people are
you know
going to
what?
continue saying the wrong thing like I did.
He
and I
doesn't need
think
to
that it's
release it.
important that we set the record straight.
When you make a
Well,
claim
I mean,
like
he should
that, if I
release
was
it. He
to make a
campaigned
claim,
on releasing it.
well, if I
and
was to
there's
make,
a lot of
make a claim, but hang on, Cameron, if I was to make a claim like that about you, I would have to substantiate it with actual facts. There is no factual evidence to support that claim that you made. You know it. We know it. It wasn't an accident because you were asked about it in the moment, and you doubled down and said it again. It wasn't an accident.
Well, you know how
wasn't
it
a
gets
mistake.
on those.
You believed it.
Well, in a very high
Silly how
pressure
much sleep you
environment,
lose to TDS. You should
end
try
up
melatonin.
making mistakes multiple times because you get very caught up in the theatrics. of it.
Trump daddy
Unfortunately,
syndrome.
The situation with debate is that debate is very much
know how much
a
you love
show,
him.
it's a performance. You could say something's against the law and people will say, oh yeah, what law is it against? And if you can't name that law off the top of your head, they technically win the debate, and then you could look up the law afterwards and suddenly be able to prove it, but too late, the debate is over. So I buckled under the pressure of a high pressure environment, and I made not only one but two terrible mistakes. And again, I think it's up to the president to set the record straight, because people are going to continue to perpetrate these lies, and I don't think that's reasonable. I think that needs to come to an end.
Only people who hate him so much they don't care about facts are going to be in that position.
I
Anyway,
try not to
let's
hate
end on that.
politicians. I try to look at politicians from a utilitarian perspective, and I think the president is in a place to do a lot of good right now. And the president has so much power that can be used to make the world a better place. And my hope
But
for
the
Donald
problem,
Trump
Cameron,
is
is the problem, Cameron, is when you say something like he was part of a human global trafficking ring, you do the cause of holding Trump to account, irreparable damage. And I'm not sure you entirely get that.
No, he
Because
did that.
actually, by
Actually,
going
no, Cameron didn't do that. He really didn't. Realistically, it was Jeffrey Epstein that did.
that hard wrong about Trump, it just devalues everything else you then say about it. That's the problem.
Well, this is something we've talked about, is the Epstein situation is just so murky because the zone is so flooded with misinformation, and a lot of people
So why
have
don't
the
you just
wrong
stick to
idea about these
facts?
matters.
Stick to facts. Literally stick to facts. It's much easier. I promise you. If you're
The problem is that Piers Morgan is just a douchebag.
if you're cracking under the pressure of appearing on panel shows like this and saying completely outrageous things which are lies, my advice to you is to take a bit of a chill pill, study information a little bit more detailed, study facts, and talk about facts. You can put your spin on the facts, but what you can't do is invent allegations of people being part of a global human trafficking setup. Andrew, I want to end on a happier note. I want to play the clip of you and Rogan talking about my shattered hip.
The weird part is, Guar fan, I hope you know that Dave was actually like really fucking liberal, bro.
Every
Yeah.
time I see
Like-
anybody who's 60s,
Mm-hmm.
Not even trying to do but just yeah, in general, like how are you such a big Guar fan, but you're like, yeah, they're totally, yeah, they would love Trump. It's like, dude, they literally sacrificed him as their last show.
they get the hip injury. It's bad.
Or an homage of him.
Yeah, it's not good. I think they think your lifespan at post hip surgery is like 10 years.
Yeah, it's right. And
He'll probably be better than that.
Now, let me assure you, Andrew, that I'd intend to live past 70. The information that Joe was citing there is not entirely erroneous. So it came from a study in 2007. I obviously was panic-stricken and checked this, that in 2007, when hip replacement operations were not great, and they were mainly done on older people, then, like in their 70s, 80s, then the average life expectancy, which it would have been anyway, was around 10 years. However, I can confirm now the surgery is at such an advanced level and the hip replacements themselves are so bionic and fantastic that...
Jesus, did this chick take fucking Joker serum to just keep that smile on? Like, damn.
My hip, I'm told, will last
It's gotta
up to
hurt her
25
cheeks.
years. And I want to take a bet with you now and Joe Rogan. I will live as long, if not longer, than my new bionic hip. $500
Well,
says I
you might
outlive
live.
my hip. You
might
are?
live longer than me anyway, right? But the thing is like,
Dude, you keep laughing, but you like say how much you love your kids, but okay.
look, I thought it was.
Also, I thought that Andrew was Orthodox, which means that he is actually held to the standard of, not like Jewish Orthodox, but Christian Orthodox does actually say, like, you don't want to knowingly, hurt your body.
It was endearing.
So what's he doing?
Nobody was smacked up.
He's poisoning himself against the Lord's will.
You there.
God damn it, Andrew.
No, I sent you a DM.
No, I'm
the
only kidding. You
the
actually were
Wilsons-
very kind, and
yeah,
you sent me.
The Wilsons,
you
of
sent
course,
me
wished
you sent me a
great-
very nice message.
We of course wish you the
it's
best
good.
in recovery. So I do appreciate coming on the panels and you allowing me to tangle with other people's worldviews. And I think over the course of things, you deal with people enough, you kind of become friendly with them, and then eventually friends. That's how that works. And I did wish the best for you. I was sorry that happened. You came up in the course with Rogan because, of course, we're talking about different media personalities, and you're a character, right? So you're gonna come up. That's how that works. But I do wish you the very best, and that your recovery goes very smoothly.
Amen.
Just to be clear, I found it hilarious. I love Joe Rogan. I love you.
Ugh. Clay's harder. Okay. Well, let's go check in with some protests, shall we? Protest, no protest tonight. Never mind. Oh, shit. That was quick. As fast. Oh, hey. Oh, what?
America in 2026 is more divided than ever.
Yo,
but there is one thing that everyone can agree on.
Brody King! Woo!
Fuck ICE. And that comes from all of the wrestlers, referees, and audience members at the AEW match last night. It's a wonderful thing to see. A stereotypically macho industry like wrestling that
watch it, mister.
Produced the likes of Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, watch it, mister. There's some fucking based-ass wrestlers. You better fucking watch it.
Shedding its MAGA perception and coming out on the good side of history, where most Americans are at this point, as an insane majority of people are saying enough is enough. Yet something tells me that this won't be the last we're hearing of ICE, even if they do pull back a little bit in Minneapolis. Wherever they go next, if professional wrestlers are anti-ICE now, that means they'll probably be met with more F-ICE chants in any city. If you're not subscribed to Really American, it's not too late yet to join the resistance. Hit the like button and drop a comment, and let's get right into it. Some quick context. Last night, there was a highly anticipated contender match for the AEW championship elimination. Crowd favorite Brody King, which is the guy with a big beard and
Well, CM Punk is actually Brody King's, like, they're in real IRL best friends.
Tattoos is staunchly against
CM Punk is base as fuck.
Ice, which we'll
Also, he put MJF over.
dive into more afterward, and his opponent is the current champion. He's a major heel in the main storyline of AEW right now. And while the outcome of this match was scripted, what definitely wasn't was the crowd bursting into a unified chant against Ice.
MJF, Brody King.
By the way, when I signed off last night, this is what I was doing. I was watching this.
AEW World Championship Eliminator match. A match
If y'all must know, Wednesday nights be AEW night.
that the champion wants absolutely no part of.
Now the face in the eyes of the champion.
God, that was so base. Look at MJF's face. Oh, he's. Oh, damn.
The look this champion guy gives is...
His name is MJF, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, and he's better than you, and you don't know it because you just called him the champion guy.
so funny. And what's even more awesome
Maxwell
is that the
Jacob
referee in
Friedman.
this match subtly admitted on
Learned the
Twitter
name.
that he was purposefully delaying starting the match to give the audience time to chant more. This is from
Yeah, he was.
Cage Side Seats. The AEW
Ah, it was fucking based as fuck.
referee
being a
made sure
fucking wrestling
everyone
fan.
heard those very loud fuck
And I mean a real wrestling fan. I'm not talking that WWF bullshit or WWE bullshit now.
Ice chants on Dynamite. He tweeted this afternoon, "It seems like the referee may have waited to ring the bell so these could resonate longer? Oh no. Whoops." Even the referees and
It's scripted, not fake.
the AEW know what's up,
Come on,
and
man.
they are standing
Those are performers. Those are high quality stunt performers that are giving you a fucking story.
on business.
And they don't get concussions like fucking everybody on, UFC, where, I mean, Jake Shields is definitely rocking them concussions, but
Brody King has been about it for
Brody King, baby! What's up?
a while,
That's
going
my
out of
guy.
his way to be vocally against Ice. In a major event in Mexico City last summer, Brody King went out on a limb
so
and
based.
revealed that he was wearing
And just a fucking cool ass dude. And
an Abolish Ice tank top in the ring, reminding all of us that we did immigration enforcement before ICE existed, and we can do it again just fine after we abolish it. This, of course, pissed off the MAGA-loving audience of pro wrestling. This t-shirt stunt pretty much divided the entire fan base, getting loads of
you can chill the fuck out with that yo.
comments like,
If you didn't tell, like from that pro wrestling fans can also be base as fuck. So do not generalize. Otherwise, y'all might lose your subscription.
this. Dwindling viewers, struggling to sell tickets? I know. Let's alienate half the remaining audience by forcing political views.
You mean like Triple H?
Other users
You mean like Triple H going to the fucking White House? Fuck you.
said,
Fuck
so
you. You fucking stupid Mark. Are you fucking kidding me?
he basically went to Mexico and protested people being sent to Mexico? By the way, they're deporting illegals and
Yeah. Also, realistically, we're talking about WWE. They always treat their fucking, like, their luchadors or any of their Japanese wrestlers like fucking stereotypes. Yeah. AEW, you actually have luchadors who are stars, like legit fucking stars. Most of their fucking top talent are Japanese fucking stars.
criminals.
Not playing the stereotype.
Why do people have an issue with that? It is so funny that these MAGA morons think
Please, by all means, walk up to The Rock and call him a pussy.
that
Please.
they're the good people here. All
Roman Reigns, CM Punk.
All of us.
Actually, CM Punk, goddamn. Walk up to CM Punk, call him a pussy, tell him what he does is fake. God.
with eyes
love
and
it.
ears can see
Or Brody King, for that matter. If you saw Brody King, like in real life, you would shit yourself.
them deporting more
My guy's fucking I think he's like 6'5", and like over 300 pounds, just fucking solid muscle.
More than just criminals, and also, I don't
Have fun
know,
with that
killing citizens. And Brody King obviously doesn't seem too swayed
I don't know much about wrestling, but fuck Roman Reigns.
by these snowflakes whining.
Sylvia, I think that's my favorite comment you've ever made.
Shirt and making things a little bit more visible.
I mean, I come from a very like punk rock hardcore background, and that stuff is like normal in our world. So like speaking on, injustices and whatever else is important to me. And, I appreciate that I work for a company that allows us to have our own voice, whether I ask for it or not. Thank you, Tony. But yeah, it was, I just think that using your platform to for good or just to help in any capacity
Punk's
is
not dead. Fuck no, it's not.
what the right.
When you have motherfuckers out here like Brody King, CM Punk, representing in fucking an industry like wrestling,
thing is to do.
And on top of that, he's obviously willing to put his money where his mouth is.
Oh, dude.
Yesterday, he announced the total that his fundraising project with Headlocked Comics and artist Darren Warren was able to raise, and it was
it's Daniel Warren Johnson who did this. This is part of that project. This is literally where I got the shirt. Daniel Warren Johnson. He's a Chicago local artist, friend of mine. And also huge wrestling fan. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Here. This is literally something they just had released yesterday. This is Adam Page knocking out Lex Luthor. Yeah.
$8,000. He said, "Thank you to everyone that bought a shirt or a comic. Fuck ICE." So it's clear that he's not backing down, which just goes to show you how the public feels about ICE and Trump's immigration policy, a feeling that the public has had for a year now.
Consider the fact that one of America's top professional wrestlers, Brody King, showed up to a match in Mexico City Wednesday night wearing a tank top that said "Abolish ICE." I'm going to say this slowly and clearly because it's important, and there's a lot of misdirection on this. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are on the wrong side of public opinion on this, and they're losing badly in the court of public opinion.
The court of public opinion ruled long ago that Trump has supercharged ICE in order to become his own personal army, and we are not happy with it. And now the public is about as united against ICE as they can be, without rounding up MAGA and deporting them to CCOT, which, I'm not against. This is polling out of Merit.
Grew up in the Attitude Era.
From today.
I mean, I did too.
65% of Americans, up from 54% in June of
I've been a wrestling fan since I was 6 years old.
2025, think the actions of ICE have gone too far in enforcing immigration laws. 12%, down from 18%, say that ICE's actions have not gone far enough. We call those people psychopaths. And 22% say that the actions of ICE are about in line with enforcing immigration policies. This is slightly down from 26%. So even the psychos who were happy with what they saw last summer are now losing confidence in ICE and Trump. More and more of them are joining the side of logic and reason and compassion and human rights. We can see that ICE has not only gone too far, but is at a point of being a serious threat to the health of our democracy. Steve Bannon, one of Jeffrey Epstein's good friends and shadow advisor.
We've gone through all this stuff. Good on that. Alrighty, and let's do this. Back to this. Cool. Music, chill. All right. All right, Pep, you might be right about the timing with Taylor Lorenz article. Every time I see a chorus set up, I'm just skeptical and on edge. I'm telling you. I tried to call it fair. And also, I don't know. Like I said, Taylor Lorenz, she has the right amount of, oh, fuck you. I'm going to prove you wrong. Like, specifically, with everybody. Like, with everybody. So, I don't know. She does good work. But simultaneously, she's also one of the most annoying people in my media landscape. I do genuinely feel like she did more harm than good. So, right. I feel like I should get one more video in here. We've got 10 minutes until that. I could go a little later. Okay, never mind. Might not be able to do this. That sucks. Okay, never mind. Guess I'll just chill for the rest of the stream here. Free fall coming up to 50k. Really? Dude, Darvin, for real? Man, that's crazy. Do you understand that 13% of the investors in fucking crypto were saying that by Friday, there was a 13% chance that this would happen? Are you fucking kidding me? It hit 50? I told you. Whatever. Fucking A. Fucking A, man. As I said, I'm not even a crypto hater, and I was just like, no, this just looks like objectively, this isn't bouncing back the way it usually does. But fuck you guys. Fuck anybody that was coming in here as being like, hey, you're just trying to make me, you're just a crypto hater. You're just trying to make me scared. You should have been scared. The fuck, dude? Well, thank you for that information, for real. It's always the godless that hate laws and rules until they get authority. Yes. A few of you might Tinkerbell, but it's Pinkerbell. Be respectful. In my mom's basement. It's my basement, motherfucker. Dude, seriously, like, do you understand how many people say that per stream? God damn. Do I believe Christ is king? Fuck no. Fuck no. Trump is king, then Christ. I don't know much about crypto or anything, but I'm guessing somebody got really stupid rich, eh? Someone got really stupid rich, and a whole lot of people just lost everything that they've been holding for quite some time because, yeah, that's all you could really do. I mean, you could buy some shit with it, but realistically, it was to, bet on the fact that the government was eventually going to solidify it as a legitimate fucking currency, and they were going to give it insurance. But now that it has no chance of being insured, nobody wants to buy in. And on top of it, the same day that we learned that Epstein was a major fucking investor to the point where he was like, I think they said something over 40% of the reason that crypto got off, and up and running. So, yeah, seems like people are not exactly too fucking happy with that. No FDIC. No FDIC. No, the FDIC said no. Trump's head of the, his head of economic policy, came out and just said, yeah, we're not going to insure anything crypto. So the markets be tanking. Yeah, if they got under 63, that automatically means that a lot of people are losing on their bet. Like, cool, whatever, man. I tried to fucking tell you, like, I tried to tell you guys. I tried. You know, I'm just a shit fucking leftist that, you know, tries to make people aware of shit, but Teflon. Well, you came in here bitching that, oh, you're just trying to drum up something? Well, it seems like there's a lot that has already been drummed up there, my friend. Not my friend. I just met you. But yeah, there's a lot there. Some guy in another room said, "You're an asshole." Oh, Jesus. I'm glad I read that the way I did. Well, that's a lot. So, yeah. Banning that. What do I stream about, sir? May I ask? Hi, Kyle. 1992. How are you? I stream about politics. I like to talk about politics. I got a whole bunch of right-wingers in one of my chats, and I got a whole bunch of my cool people in my horizontal stream. And, yeah, I like to have some discussions. We're all traveling through this crazy thing called life together, so we might as well get to know each other, despite the fact that we might not agree on everything. But you guys, thank you for answering. You're welcome, Kyle. Appreciate you being here. Also, if you guys have not already subbed to the channel, do me that solid. Makes the channel grow, makes me a little bit more apt to get on out there. I just feel much better than the last 4 years. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. All the liberal tears. I hope that they fill your cup, even while you're paying higher, prices and just ignoring the fact that your dude's fucking you. But cool. Love your room. Didn't think I'd find another Browns fan. I am not a Browns fan. That is not a Browns jersey. I am a Blackhawks fan. That is a hockey jersey. And I'm also a Bears fan. Sorry. I feel kind of bad. I'm a left-leaning folk here. I'm DSA. Yes, Chicago. You guys are literally, amount to nothing, blah, 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 blah. Now I know. That's weird, because I don't have my soft lighting on. So, yeah. No, it's black, red, and white. But, dude, you just got here. The fuck is your problem? Like, seriously? Is this what you do? You like pop into people's chats. You're like, you know nothing about what you're speaking of, especially lefties. Like, okay. Also, yeah, smoke if you got them. And you know what that means? That means I'm wrapping up my show because it is officially 12:20, and I still got a show to do tomorrow. And oh fuck, I gotta work. This is gonna suck. I gotta wake up early tomorrow. Alrighty, guys. One of us. Fuck guys. Fuck Trump and fuck anybody supporting that POS administration. Aaron Kingen. Welcome to the stream. Please hit that sub button if you haven't already and hit that like button because, yeah, abolish ICE, fuck ICE so fucking hard. Fuck Trump and Stephen Miller. You know what? Stephen Miller gets a special shout out in the Trump administration, but specifically Stephen Miller. Get fucked Pee Wee German. All right. I think that I just made my my piece there. But yes, everybody, have a good night. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I stream at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Oh, shit. I just realized I got a new song from Mr. Kirk here to play. So what I'm going to do is instead of playing my standard outro, I'm going to play this. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? Let's play it now. Let's hang here with you, and then I'll peace out. All right. I'll also give feedback in real time. If you guys do not know, this is Kirk.
Yeah, I've been trying to get my head on right since I was young G. Settled all the pain by crushing perkies in my codeine. Good in the bed in my head, fighting running from the old me. A bullet in my brain, feel like the only way fix me. Just swallow the bottle to feel all that's hollow. I'm filled with constant sorrow, might not be here tomorrow. Keeping it close to the heart was the old me, but now I'm just lost with the new me. Killing myself seemed the right thing to do when no one in my life wanna hold me. I thought it was right that I maybe. It's me cause I seem like I'm crazy. Like all of these drugs got me feeling so fucked up and no one around wanna know me. I got demons but this shit inevitable. Rip my heart out and you'll see that it's so damn cold. Fuck all these hoes cause they never wanted me, so I'ma drink till my ass falling down on the floor. I'm getting high, fucked up on perkies, this ain't how I wanna live, eh. None on my face, pouring some perk cause I need me some additive, eh. What can I say, I'm on the one way to hell and I'm loving it, eh. There comes a day when I won't wake up overdose on a lot of it, eh. Better recovery, I'm so damn ugly. I keep a record of hoes from my past, so if they wanna fuck with me, please won't you fuck with me. I need the lottery, popping around in my head sound like fun cause I'm so fucking lonely. You broke it all, gave me no choice but to answer the call. My plug got it all, can't wait till I fall. So high I can't think, I just hit from my goal. So high can't relate to these people that you never really know who the real ones really is. Maybe someday I could say that I got homies who would give. Feel I'm floating out of space, shit just lonely as it is. If I really up and left, I'll be the money that they miss. Drink, fill it with perp and mud, tank. Got a whole lot of paper, burning a hole in mud, bang. Cook up a lot, but I'm still up for driving insane. You don't know me, I'll break. 40 on me, I'll break. 4 or 5 perky on the ground. 45 perkies in my hand.
That makes me.
Chew my perkies, I'm your man. Bullin' with the fam. Catch me if you can. Billy's on my mind, I'm not sober most of the time. I'm like Ricky in my prime, fucking drooling, but I'm fine. I move OCs on the gram, old school bushy on my trams. Big old titties in my face, cause you know ballin' is my brand. Hey, fucking came about to pay, look, I'm out here every day, look. A piece up on my side like a Billy Kid, I ride a bang, look. No feeling on my mind, God come with me all the time. Only fuck with if they find, you gon' miss me when I die, love. I'm getting high, fucked up on perkies, this ain't how I wanna live. Under my face, pouring some perk cause I need me some additive. What can I say, I'm on a one way to hell and I'm loving it. There comes a day when I won't wake up overdose on a lot of it. Better recovery, I'm so damn ugly. I keep a record of hoes from my past, so if they wanna fuck with me, please won't you fuck with me. I need a lottery, popping around in my head sound like fun cause I'm so fucking lonely. You broke it all, gave me no choice but to answer the call. My blood got it all, can't wait till I fall. So high I can't think, I just hit from my goal. So I can't relate to these people, oh.
That was Kirk with Billy Kid, his new single that you guys can always check out over on his YouTube when he decides to release it. You've been listening to KPEP. This was Kirk. Here, let me link it one more time. Kirk Official Music. You guys can find him on Kirk Official Music over on YouTube and iTunes or any of the places that you get your music. Maybe not iTunes because I remember there was something with some of that stuff. But yo, you're listening to, as I said, WPEP. Pew, 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 pew. Oh shit! Actually, Guarfan. Hold on. You know what? Fuck. Kirk, I feel bad, but Hang Your Hate is also a band that has been very, very cool with the freedom to use their music. And just in general, they are a fucking great band. I have been very happy to promote them. Let's see. Oh, shit. That's right. Hold on. Never mind. I'm going to have to do that tomorrow. Oh, link Hang Your Hate. Here, check them out. Forgot that they're readjusting their YouTube, so sorry guys. I thought I was gonna be able to play their music, but unfortunately they are down right now. But you can still subscribe, and I think they can watch a few of their videos, but most of them are taken down just while they're resetting up their page. As I said, big things are happening for Hang Your Hate. So if you guys have been listening since, the Pep Talks days, you guys might be able to say that soon. So, alrighty. I appreciate you all hanging out. If you guys are enjoying the show and have not already, please subscribe. I stream Monday through Saturday, and I like to just kind of have conversations. So even if you don't agree with my politics, please come on back, and I would like to kind of vibe. So that, as I said, I'm going to kick on off, and I will see you later. Bye. Bye. There we go. Nope. Bye. Oh. Bye. Goodbye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.